On an ordinary November day in 2003, a chilling mystery began to play out in the peaceful town of Grand Forks, North Dakota. Drew Joden, a vibrant young woman known for her compassion and community service, went missing after leaving Victoria's Secret. What followed was a harrowing journey through cryptic phone calls, shocking revelations, and a never-ending pursuit of truth and justice. Drew, a vibrant and ambitious 22-year-old, had deep roots in the town. She worked part-time at Victoria's Secret while attending the University of North Dakota and majoring in visual arts. Drew, however, was much more than her academics and work. She was a unique combination of creativity and compassion. Her passion for art knew no bounds, and she expressed herself in a variety of ways, from sketching to painting to capturing the world's beauty with her lens. However, it was her unwavering commitment to assisting others that truly distinguished her. Drew, affectionately known as Doodles in her younger years, had a heart as big as her dreams. She was an athlete who enjoyed volleyball and golf, but her volunteer work exemplified her exceptional spirit. She devoted her time to underprivileged children, organizing bowling parties and teaching them the joys of reading. She also focused her efforts on fundraising for organizations such as the American Diabetes Association, leaving an indelible impression on her community. On Saturday, November 22, Drew finished her shift at Victoria's Secret at 4 p.m. Her vibrant spirit has not diminished. Little did she know that her workplace, a stepping stone to her dreams, would soon become the setting for an unfolding mystery. Drew had her sights set on an upcoming adventure, a trip to Australia in the spring of 2000, and each paycheck brought her closer to achieving her goal. As the clock struck 5 p.m., Drew exited the mall, carrying a purse she'd found, and began walking towards her car. It appeared to be a normal end to the day, but fate had other plans. Unbeknownst to her, the next few moments would be shrouded in mystery, triggering a chain of events that would captivate an entire community. As Drew approached her car, she had no idea that her life was about to take a terrifying turn into the unknown. She was scheduled to work that evening, but when she didn't show up, her friends and colleagues became concerned. It was unusual for Drew to miss work without notice, and her absence raised concerns. Drew's boyfriend, Chris Lange, was one of the first to notice that something was wrong. He stated to the police that he had not seen her that afternoon, but he did receive a phone call from her shortly after she left the mall at 5 p.m. The conversation ended abruptly, leaving him with a strange feeling. In the background, he heard Drew say the words, "Okay, I understand." Then the call was abruptly disconnected. At the time, he dismissed it as a dropped call. But as the evening turned into night, and there was still no sign of Drew, worry turned to fear at 7:42 p.m. The same night, Chris received another call from her phone. This time, he only heard static and the sound of someone fumbling with the phone's buttons. It was far from reassuring. The alarms rang louder, and the police took action. They started searching the parking lot where Drew's car was still parked outside the mall. What they discovered sent chills down their spines. A knife sheath was discovered beside her car. The ominous prospect of an abduction loomed large. Desperation grew, and the police contacted Drew's phone service provider in the hopes of getting a lead. The information they received was both perplexing and disturbing. Drew's phone had pinged off a cell tower near Crookston, Minnesota, indicating she had been transported across state lines. Drew's normal day had turned into a perplexing and ominous mystery. The search for Drew, led by volunteers and law enforcement, demonstrated the community's unwavering determination. The fields and forests were scoured. Every lead was diligently pursued. However, the young woman remained elusive. 3 days after her disappearance, a chilling discovery shook the investigation to its core. One of Drew's shoes was discovered along a bypass road near Crookston, Minnesota. The fact that she was so close to where her phone had last pinged added to her sense of unease. It was a cruel reminder that Drew had been in this area, and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance became increasingly mysterious. The atmosphere in Grand Forks became heavier with each passing day. Hope was still present, but it was fragile, like a flickering candle in the growing darkness. Drew's family, friends, and the entire community held on to the hope that she would be found safe and sound. However, it was during this period that the investigation took a dark and disturbing turn. The police received a tip from a concerned citizen who directed them to a man named Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., who lived in the area and was in Grand Forks on the day Drew went missing. Alfonso Rodriguez, Jr.'s background sent shockwaves throughout law enforcement. He had been released from prison only 6 months before and was living with his mother in Crookston. Even more concerning was his classification as a Level 3 sex offender, the most dangerous category, with a chilling history of 23 years in prison for multiple rapes and an attempted rape. The police immediately contacted Alfonso. He admitted to being in Grand Forks on November 22nd and even claimed to have visited the same mall where Drew worked. However, when pressed, his story began to unravel. When questioned about the movie Once Upon a Time in Mexico, which he claimed to have seen in the mall theater, the theater records and local listings contradicted his account. There had been no screenings of the film in Grand Forks that day. Suspicion grew, but the evidence discovered in his possession sent shockwaves through the investigation. When the police searched his 2002 Mercury Sable, they discovered a knife concealed in the trunk. Even more incriminating, they discovered blood traces on the car's rear window, and DNA testing proved conclusive. It was a match to Drew's DNA. The evidence against Alfonso was overwhelming, but the most haunting truth remained: the location of Drus Jordan. Despite the chilling evidence against Alfonso Rodriguez, Jr., Nigma Alfonso was arrested and continued to deny responsibility for Drew's disappearance. Several months later, on April 17, 2004, a tragic event occurred when Drew's lifeless body was discovered in a drainage ditch near Crookston. The bleak scene revealed Drew partially naked from the waist down, her hands cruelly bound behind her back, and her lifeless body lying face down. The area where her body was discovered had previously been searched, but it remained hidden under the snow until the thaw revealed the horrific truth. Disturbingly, there were signs of brutality or rope, as well as remnants of a plastic grocery bag around her neck. The autopsy performed on Drew's body sought to determine the exact cause of her death. The findings suggested that she died as a result of asphyxiation or suffocation caused by the slash wound to her neck or exposure to the harsh elements. The fact that Alfonso was accused of transporting Drew across state lines prior to her tragic death added to the gravity of the crime. As a result, he faced federal charges, allowing the prosecution to consider seeking the death penalty, which they made abundantly clear. Throughout the trial, the prosecution maintained that there was no room for doubt. Drew was kidnapped outside the mall, transported across state lines, and eventually murdered. They also expressed their belief that she had been violated. The jury was presented with compelling evidence, including a knife found in Alfonso's car and a knife sheath discovered near Drew's vehicle. DNA analysis linked Alfonso to the crime, as did the recovery of hair and fiber samples from Drew's body and belongings. Dr. Michael McGee, the medical examiner, was an important figure in the courtroom drama. He testified about Drew's injuries and the circumstances of her death. He identified significant cuts on her neck as the likely cause of her death, though he couldn't rule out suffocation or exposure. Dr. McGee's expert opinion, based on his extensive experience and thousands of autopsies, suggested that Drew died violently during the assault. The condition of her clothing, particularly a torn pink sweater and displaced peacoat, indicated a struggle. The defense's perspective differed significantly from the prosecution's. Alfonso had offered to plead guilty in order to avoid the death penalty, but this was declined. The main point of contention was whether Drew was raped, as well as the critical question of where she died. The latter would decide whether to impose the death penalty. The defense claimed that there was insufficient evidence to support a rape allegation and that Drew died from suffocation mere minutes after being abducted. Alfonso was eventually found guilty in federal court of kidnapping, which resulted in Drew's death. After considering both sides' arguments, the jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, marking a historic decision for North Dakota, which had not seen a death sentence in nearly a century. Because the death penalty is illegal in the state, it is only considered in federal cases. The sentencing was a difficult moment for Judge Ralph R. Erickson, who acknowledged the gravity of the situation, saying it was the worst day of his life. Alfonso and his attorneys immediately requested a new trial, which was denied. They appealed and asked for a stay of execution until the appeal was heard. In 2021, Ralph R. Erickson, the same judge who sentenced Rodriguez to death, overturned his sentence and ordered a new sentencing phase due to misleading testimony from a medical examiner and limitations on mental health evidence. Michael McGee, The Ramsey County medical examiner testified in court in an untrustworthy, misleading, and inaccurate manner, and Rodriguez's attorneys did him a disservice by limiting Rodriguez's mental health evaluation, which could have resulted in their client using the insanity defense. On March 14, 2023, prosecutors announced that they would no longer seek the death penalty for Rodriguez, who had been sentenced to life without parole on May 18, 2023. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Toni Jill Bertolet Henthorn, the daughter of Bob and Yvonne Bertolet, was born on January 10, 1962 in Jackson, Mississippi. After graduating from Trinity High School in 1980, she earned honors and magna cum laude status at the University of Mississippi Medical School in 1988. Toni's professional journey led her to work as a surgical and cosmetic ophthalmologist at Associates in Eye Care in Denver, where her excellence earned her recognition as one of America's top ophthalmologists by the Consumer Research Council in 2006. Toni was an active member of her community outside of medicine, attending and teaching Sunday school at Cherry Hills Community Church. Toni was not only an accomplished pianist, but also had a lovely voice and sang in several church choirs. Her dedication to her faith was evident in her insightful contributions to God Questions.org, where she shared her Christian perspectives on a regular basis. Harold and Toni Henthorn met online in 1999 and married after just 9 months. Despite her successful career as an eye surgeon, Toni's main goal was to have a happy marriage and family. This ambition appeared to come true when she met Harold, who presented himself as a wealthy entrepreneur involved in fundraising for educational institutions and churches. Harold persuaded Toni to move to Colorado from Jackson, Mississippi during their meeting. Despite the difficulties of leaving her family and friends in Mississippi, Toni is excited about starting a new life with her husband. Their family culminated in 2005 with the birth of their daughter Haley on September 29, 2012. Toni Henthorn and her husband Harold Henthorn went hiking in Colorado's Rocky Mountain National Park on Saturday to celebrate their 12th wedding anniversary. Just before 3:30 p.m., they deviated from the trail and ate lunch atop a picturesque cliff. By 4:45 p.m., they discovered a cliff beneath their lunch spot after deviating from the designated trail. Toni tragically fell 130 feet from the same steep cliff in less than half an hour at 5:54 p.m. Harold called 911, almost 45 minutes later, to report the incident. He told the authorities that it took him 15 minutes to reach Toni and another 30 minutes to assess and relocate her. During the 911 call, Harold mentioned their location near the mountain summit, expressed concern about Toni's weekend breathing and head injury, and asked for a helicopter. He later told another operator that he had started a fire in a rock enclosure and noticed a decrease in Toni's breathing, eventually confirming its cessation. Harold, guided by the operator, attempted chest compressions. Harold called 911 again and inquired about the arrival of assistance. The operator informed Harold that the ranger was calling for him, but Harold claimed he had not heard any calls. The MT ranger arrived around 8 p.m. and conducted an examination, which unfortunately revealed Toni's death. Authorities questioned Harold about the circumstances surrounding Toni's death. Despite claiming that he did not witness Toni's fall because he was reading text messages and only saw a blur, Harold gave conflicting accounts to others. In one instance, he claimed that Toni had gotten too close to the edge while speaking with someone else. He claimed that Toni was attempting to take photographs and slipped upon hearing the tragic news of Toni's death. Her parents, Bob and Yvonne Bertolet, had a strong reaction. Bob immediately claimed that he pushed her, which was initially interpreted as an accidental death. Toni's parents had clearly been concerned about her well-being for quite some time. Toni was a successful and confident woman when she first met Harold. However, her confidence dwindled after moving to Colorado with Harold, who gradually took control of her life. Harold will listen in on her parents' phone calls and put them on speakerphone. Toni's parents became concerned, suspecting that Harold might not be as prosperous. As a businessman, he claimed to be reliant on Toni's income. However, they were concerned about more than just his financial situation. They believed he isolated Toni from her family and friends. A feeling of unease persisted. prompting Yvonne to seek conversations with Tony. However, every attempt to discuss Harold's job, the couple's financial situation, or his pervasive control over Tony's life elicited the same response from Tony. Raising these issues would have consequences for her. One particular incident heightened their concerns to the point where they hoped Tony would cut ties with him. During their visits to Harold's cabin in West Denver, an alarming incident occurred. While Haley slept, Harold asked Tony for help clearing debris. During this task, something struck the back of Tony's neck with such force that she had to be hospitalized. Harold later claimed that a large piece of lumber had fallen from the porch and struck her. This incident heightened Tony's parents' concerns about her safety, prompting them to implore her not to be alone with him. When the police investigated Tony's death, they discovered disturbing details that sparked suspicion. There were numerous inconsistencies in Harold's accounts of the hike in the area and the events of that fateful day. Harold informed the arranger that he and Tony had originally planned to hike the Bear Lake Trail, which was a half-mile of paved walking with no elevation gain, a good choice for Tony, who had 3 knee surgeries and could no longer ski. However, Harold later informed the ranger that they chose the Deer Mountain Trail to avoid crowds. This trail was 3 miles long, ascending 1,200 feet from the trailhead to the 10,200-foot summit. Harold told the ranger that he was unfamiliar with the area and had only been there once. However, after reviewing his phone records, police discovered that he had visited the location 8 or 9 times in the 6 weeks preceding that day. In addition, he demonstrated knowledge of the specific location, including the steep cliff where Tony fell. Tony mentioned seeing a white sheet on the cliff, but the Park Service had removed it a week before she fell. The police discovered a park map inside his car with a pink X, indicating where Tony fell. The police found Harold's 911 call concerning. Despite claiming to have a low phone battery which limited his ability to speak, he made 22 calls and sent or received 98 texts. Notably, one text message instructed a friend to pick him up from Estes Park and provided detailed directions on the route to take. The police discovered a disturbing pattern when they discovered Harold had taken out multiple life insurance policies on Tony's life. Notably, he had recently designated himself as the beneficiary of a life insurance annuity originally intended for his daughter Haley. This, however, was not an isolated event. The investigation revealed that Harold had a history of benefiting from life insurance policies, as he had also been named as the beneficiary of his first wife's policy. In May 1995, Harold married Sandra Lynn Henthorne. On the 6th of May 1995, the couple was driving down a remote highway near Sedalia, Colorado, on a cold and dark night. During the nighttime drive, a Jeep Cherokee developed a tire problem, forcing them to stop and change it. Lynn, Harold's first wife, went underneath the Jeep, which was supported by 2 jacks, to change the tire. Lynn was tragically crushed when the Jeep fell on top of her. Harold flagged down passing motorists for help, but Lynn did not survive. Initially, the death was ruled accidental. The cause was identified as traumatic asphyxiation from being crushed under the car, which resulted in fatal internal injuries. Following Tony's death, a re-examination of Lynn's case revealed errors made during the initial investigation, leaving several issues unresolved. Harold, as the sole witness to Lynn's tragic incident, gave the police statements that were inconsistent. Discrepancies included contradictory claims about the direction they were driving that night, with Harold claiming they were going both east and west. Furthermore, he provided contradictory information about a restaurant stop prior to Lynn's death, implying that they had already dined there and claiming that they were on their way to the restaurant. Notably, authorities failed to verify Harold's accounts with the restaurant before confirming their presence that night. Further inconsistencies arose, including conflicting statements about the tire's condition. Harold alternately described it as flat and spongy. Notably, a partial print was found on the wheel above the missing tire, where Lynn was changing it. However, this print was never compared to Harold's shoes to see if they were a match. The print's position suggested that it was the result of someone kicking the car, which could have caused the Jeep to fall and crush Lynn. Unfortunately, this lead was not pursued in the initial investigation. Prior to Lynn's tragic death, Harold purchased a substantial life insurance policy for her and informed the police that he would receive $300,000. An independent verification would have revealed that he was actually slated to receive twice that amount. This increase was the result of a change Harold made to the policy shortly before Lynn's death, allowing for double compensation in the event of her death as a result of an accident. Furthermore, the investigative file detailed an encounter with a mechanic who drove by Harold and Lynn around 9:30 p.m. and offered assistance. Harold declined the offer. The file also mentioned Patricia Montoya. Patricia contacted the police a day after Lynn's death, asking, "Have you arrested the husband yet?" Patricia told the police that she and her family were driving home around 10 p.m. when Harold flagged them down for assistance. Despite their efforts to locate a phone to call 911, they were unable to find one, so they proceeded to pull Lynn from under the car. Harold vehemently objected to their intervention, warning them not to touch her. Even when they tried CPR, Harold resisted and refused to give Lynn his coat to keep warm. Lynn was eventually airlifted to a nearby hospital, but died from internal injuries during surgery. Curiously, no charges were brought against Harold in connection with Lynn's death. However, in Tony's case, Harold was charged with first-degree murder. The prosecution claimed that he deliberately and purposefully pushed Tony over the cliff to her death. To support their case, the prosecution presented a map with a marked X indicating the location where Tony fell. The jury also heard about phone records showing Harold visiting the park several times in the weeks leading up to Tony's death. Given Tony's remote location with poor cellular service and no nearby aid stations, the court looked into the 911 call in greater detail. Despite the fact that the call was placed around 6 p.m., help did not arrive until 8 p.m. The prosecution claimed that Harold did nothing meaningful to assist his wife during this critical period. To back up this claim, the prosecution called Julie Sullivan, the emergency services dispatcher, to testify that she followed a standardized protocol when guiding people through CPR over the phone, and that she had handled approximately 240 similar calls before speaking with Harold. Julie explained that her conversation with Harold was unusual. "In my experience, when I perform CPR with someone guiding me through it, even experienced people, nurses, or other people on the scene are extremely out of breath. I thought it was strange that he wasn't letting me know when he finished an instruction I'd given him. As many of you are aware, on every other call I have taken, the person wants to know what to do next right away. Okay, I completed my 30. What do I do next? What shall I do next? What shall I do next?" That was highly unusual, and it didn't feel like he was performing CPR. Most people do it due to the physical exertion of performing CPR compressions and breathing. It's extremely exhausting. I need to know when you're finished with it so we can move on to the next step. And he wasn't letting me know when he finished every instruction I gave him, so I asked him to let me know. Also, we had an open line. I can hear them doing compressions on the patient on all of the other CPR calls I've done in my career because there is so much breathing. The breathing is labored. It's extremely exhausting, and it's difficult to even get out and speak back. They have difficulty talking to me because they're out of breath from the exertion. The emergency services dispatcher, Julie Sullivan, testified in court that, based on her experience, she did not believe Harold was performing CPR during the 911 call. The medical examiner's findings further undermined Harold's claims. There were no signs of CPR-related abrasions, contusions, or anterior rib fractures. In fact, there was no evidence of any PR attempts. Tony's fall had been partially broken by a tree at the base of the cliff, causing her scalp and tissue to tear away from her skull. Tony's extensive injuries were detailed by the medical examiner, who discovered severe brain hemorrhaging, a fractured neck, blunt force trauma to the chest, abdomen and pelvis, broken ribs to form a chest, lacerations and bleeding in the liver and lungs, and pale skin, indicating significant blood loss. The prosecution presented the case to the jury, drawing parallels between Tony's death and the unusual circumstances surrounding Harold's first wife, Lynn. The court allowed the prosecution to present Lynn's case because of the striking similarities. Following the same principle, the prosecution revealed the incident Tony described to her mother at Harold's cabin. The jury was shown another disturbing incident involving Tony that occurred in May 2011. Tony sustained a neck injury when she was struck in the back of the neck and upper back with a large wooden beam, similar to previous incidents. This occurred in a remote and secluded location around 10 p.m. That night, Harold was cleaning the deck of their cabin and asked Tony to help him, which resulted in the unfortunate incident with the beam. Harold gave various people different accounts of what happened. He initially told paramedics he threw the beam, but later admitted to a doctor that it had fallen off the deck. Another version was shared with a friend in which Harold claimed he dropped the beam on Toni after slipping from the ladder she was holding, adding to the complexity of the situation. A nurse's note in Toni's files indicated that she was beneath the deck when the beam fell. The prosecution based its case on a clear motive for financial gain from life insurance policies. Harold had three $1.05 million life insurance policies on Toni, as well as a $205,000 annuity, making him the beneficiary of more than $4.07 million when Toni died. Toni died a month earlier, in April 2011. Harold designated himself as the beneficiary of a $205,000 life insurance annuity purchased by Toni's parents for their granddaughter Haley. The defense made a strategic decision not to call any witnesses to provide evidence, believing that the prosecution had failed to establish its case. However, this gamble did not pay off. After 10.5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted Harold of murder and sentenced him to life in prison. A disturbing pattern emerged when it was revealed that Harold had Toni and Lynn's bodies cremated immediately after their deaths, scattering their ashes in the same location. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, doomsday spouses. Religiously motivated crimes are common in criminal practice. According to statistics, religious fanatics kill over 100,000 people each year around the world. Frequently, these victims do not share the fanatics' traditional beliefs. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, a deranged couple, shocked the world a few years ago and has yet to be resolved. This story has been covered by media outlets in multiple countries, shocking and perplexing people. It's a story about corrupt passion, belief in one's own superiority, greed, and a complete lack of moral principles. This couple harmed 5 members of their own families, 2 of them children. The legal proceedings against the so-called spouses from hell are still ongoing. They face the death penalty for their heinous actions. However, they not only deny their guilt, but they also sincerely hope to avoid punishment or receive lenient sentences. But let us begin at the beginning and try to unravel this horrifying and complex story in order to understand how people who claim to have discovered God have completely lost their humanity. Who is Chad Daybell, and how did he become the head of a religious movement? Chad Guy Daybell was born on August 11, 1968, in the small town of Provo, Utah, 18 miles south of Salt Lake City. He grew up in a simple, even modest family and was a quiet, shy child. Chad was an average student at school with no notable talents or athletic accomplishments, and he was self-conscious about his weight. Chad not easily enrolled at Brigham Young University, Bayou in Utah after graduating from high school, and he earned a bachelor's degree in journalism in 1992. During his college years, he married a modest woman named Tamara Douglas, or simply Tammy. The couple quickly had 5 children, sons Seth, Mark, and Garth, as well as daughters Emma and Leah. After finishing his studies, the young father worked as an editor for a local daily newspaper. However, due to the family's constant financial difficulties, he also worked as a night watchman at a small church and a gravedigger at the cemetery next door. Tammy did not work outside the home and was solely responsible for household chores and raising their children, so the family struggled to get by. Chad decided to use his journalism background to write his own religious-themed book. His debut work, published in 1999, resembled a collection of religious stories or religious-themed fantasy. Surprisingly, the book was a success, and he made a good living from it. Chad immediately left his jobs at the cemetery and the newspaper to pursue his writing career. A year and a half later, he released a book called 1 Foot in the Grave. This was a popular science book in which he described his experiences as a gravedigger and discussed death, the afterlife, and soul reincarnations. Daybell founded Spring Creek Books in 2004, through which he self-published his works. These works discussed his beliefs regarding the impending end of the world, Judgment Day, and other topics. According to some, Chad's religious beliefs have become increasingly extreme over time. Chad Daybell has written dozens of fiction and popular science books with religious themes. He began giving podcasts, audio, and video lectures to help people prepare for Christ's second coming. Chad referred to himself as an apocalyptic writer and claimed to be able to see into the future, hearing voices of the dead deliver prophecies intended solely for him. Lori Ryan Vallow Nicox was born on June 26, 1973, in the beautiful city of Loma Linda, California. She grew up in a big family, with 2 older brothers and 3 sisters. Her parents, Denise and Barry Cox, worked tirelessly to provide for their numerous children from a young age. Lori was especially close to her brother Alex, with whom she had a trustworthy relationship. He always stood up for and protected his younger sister. Lori developed into a true beauty with many admirers, as well as an attractive, charismatic blonde with a slim figure and a captivating smile. She enjoyed being the center of attention and was an outgoing and adventurous person. Lori married Nelson Yanis, her high school sweetheart, in the spring of 1992 when she was 18 years old. However, the young couple quickly realized they had rushed into marriage and were unprepared for family life, resulting in the dissolution of their marriage in less than a year. They did not have children together. Lori remarried in the fall of 1995 to a man named William LaJoya. A year later, the couple welcomed a son, Colby, but their marriage ended in 1998. Only 2 years later, the boy remained in his mother's custody. Lori married Joseph Anthony Ryan for the 3rd time in early 2001, and he officially adopted her son from her previous marriage. A year later, the couple had their daughter, Tylee, but this marriage, too, ended in 2005. Notably, shortly after her divorce from Joseph, an incident occurred when her ex-husband arrived to see the children. He was assaulted by Lori's brother Alex, who claimed in court that he was defending his sister's honor after Ryan insulted her. As a result, Cox was sentenced to a fine and a short-term prison marriage with Charles Vallow. Lori met Charles Anthony Vallow shortly after divorcing her 3rd husband, and the two married in February 2006. He was 17 years her senior, but their age difference was not an issue. Charles had been married before and had 2 teenage sons from previous relationships, Zachary and Nicholas. The couple initially lived in Nevada with Lori's children from previous marriages, with Charles and his sons visiting on holidays and weekends. Charles owned a small business that provided a steady income for his family. Lori, who had not pursued further education, did not work, and her husband never approached her about it. Charles' grandnephew, Joshua Jackson, or simply JJ Vallow, was officially adopted by the couple in 2014. JJ had autism and needed expensive therapy, which a relative could provide. Toward the end of 2014, the family decided to relocate to the Hawaiian Islands, specifically the island of Kauai. By this point, Colby and Charles' older children were adults living independently, so the Vallows relocated to the island as a group of 4. Lori, Charles, Tylee, and JJ settled in a popular tourist area and decided to open their own beach bar that served fresh juices, smoothies, refreshing drinks, and non-alcoholic cocktails. Despite their best efforts, the availability of raw materials and Charles' experience in trade, the business failed quickly due to fierce competition. Lori developed an interest in religious literature around this time, and she was particularly drawn to Chad Daybell's Standing in Holy Places series of books. She became fascinated by the occult writer's ideas and became almost obsessed with them. She bought all of his works and read them every day. Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met. In 2016, the family was forced to leave Hawaii and relocate to the mainland. They settled in Arizona, and while Charles worked hard to provide for the family, his wife Lori became increasingly involved in religion, drifting away from reality. Lori and her close friend Melanie went to a neighboring town for an event called Preparing People for the Second Coming of Christ, which was led by Chad Daybell. Lori, a devoted fan and follower, jumped at the chance to meet him in person. Lori sat in the front row, her gaze fixated on Chad. He also noticed the attractive blonde, and when the writer and religious speaker decided to personally interact with his followers, Lori, as expected, stayed behind. She hung on his every word and asked to touch his hand. After that, Daybell looked into her eyes and revealed that they had been husband and wife in 7 previous incarnations. Chad and Lori exchanged contact information. And started communicating every day. Lori's husband went to Nevada for work a few weeks later. so she invited the preacher to a gathering at her home. That day, about a dozen people gathered at the Vallows house to discuss God's judgment day and the second coming. Lori and Chad also agreed to work together to prepare people for the dreadful judgment. The pair began producing podcasts about the event, as well as leading sermons and writing articles. Lori became increasingly detached and hatched from reality and her family, but Charles did not notice the change. He expected it to be a passing fad. It was too late when he realized how far things had progressed. Lori soon began discussing dark spirits and zombies, telling family and friends that God had chosen her for a special mission. Part of this mission entails eliminating the spirits of darkness, demons, and all evil. Charles' attempts to bring his wife back to reality failed, and she began to see him as one of the evil entities that needed to be destroyed. Charles Vallows' tragic end. By the end of 2018, Lori and Charles Vallows' marriage was about to collapse. Lori changed all of the locks in their shared home in February 2019, while Charles was away on business for a week. When Charles returned, he found himself locked out of his own home, his personal car, and the family truck missing, and a significant amount of $35,000 had been withdrawn from his account. Charles loudly called out for his wife and attempted to enter the house. Lori stormed outside, hurling threats and curses. She screamed that her husband's soul had long died and that his body had been possessed by a demon, repeatedly saying, "I don't know who you are or what you've done to my husband." Without hesitation, Charles went to the police station and reported Lori for theft and interference with his home and children. He expressed concerns about Lori's threats of physical harm against him, which resulted in the issuance of a protective order prohibiting her from approaching him. The statements made by Charles that evening were recorded in accordance with standard procedure. He discussed his wife's excessive religious zeal, her belief in the impending end of the world, and her tendency to categorize people as light or demonic beings. While asking clarifying questions, the officers openly mocked him but issued the protective order. The following day, Charles filed for divorce and changed the beneficiaries of his $1 million life insurance policy from Lori to his mother and sister. His lawyer stated that Charles was concerned about JJ's well-being, as he required special care. He was confident that his mother and sister would handle the insurance payout responsibly and care for the boy in the event of his death. Tylee's stepfather had not legally adopted her, so the documents could not include a legally unrelated minor. A few months later, Mr. Vallow made the fatal mistake of revoking the protective order, hoping to reconcile with Lori and save their marriage. He began paying visits to his ex-wife's home, missing the children, and hoping for a family reconciliation. On July 11, 2019, Charles arrived to see his children and was fatally shot twice in the chest. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, called emergency services and admitted to the shooting. He claimed self-defense, alleging that Charles had attacked him first with a baseball bat. In response, he drew his pistol and shot twice without aiming. The homeowner and children witnessed the incident. Their testimonies were somewhat consistent, and the court ruled that the killing was unintentional and in self-defense. Notably, Alex's head injury was minor, despite Charles's previous experience as a baseball player capable of inflicting serious harm with a bat. Lori threw a party at her house with music, many guests, and a poolside disco on the same day Charles' body was taken to the morgue, right where her husband had been shot, and where traces of blood could still be seen. She did not arrange for his funeral or tell anyone about the incident. Charles, his son's mother, sister, and other relatives learned of his death only a week later when his unclaimed body was still in the morgue, the latest in a string of mysterious disappearances and fatalities. Lori sold their Arizona home shortly after her husband's death and moved with her children to Rexburg, Idaho, near Chad and his wife Tammy's home. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, relocated with his sister and settled in the same housing complex. Lori enrolled her son in a special needs school, but her 16-year-old daughter, Tylee, never went to school. She was rarely seen outside. So many neighbors were unaware of her second child's existence. Lori described her daughter as a dark entity to a friend over the phone around the same time. On September 8, 2019, the children, their mother, and Uncle Alex traveled to Yellowstone Park, where Chad Daybell joined them. Tylee appears in a number of photographs from that trip. After that day, she was never seen alive again. On September 24 of the same year, Lori withdrew her son's documents from school, claiming he would now be homeschooled. The 7-year-old boy was also not seen again. Less than a month later, On October 19, Chad's 49-year-old wife Tammy died suddenly. Chad claims she had a cold and cough before passing away in her sleep from respiratory failure. Her death was ruled natural, as there were no signs of violence on her body. Chad categorically refused an autopsy to determine the exact cause, an odd decision that raised no suspicions. Following his wife's unexpected death, Chad received approximately $500,000 in insurance payouts. 2 weeks later, Chad and Lori traveled to the Hawaiian Islands to marry in a beachside ceremony. Daybell's children, who were still mourning their mother, were completely taken aback and unable to understand their father's actions. When the couple returned to Arizona, they lived together and misled others by claiming Lori's children were with relatives or that she had no children at all. They also rented a small unit at a local storage facility and later moved all of the children's belongings, as if they had never existed in the house. Another month later, on December 12, 2019, Alex Cox died unexpectedly at home. The cause of death appeared to be a heart attack, but due to his sister's insistence, no autopsy was performed, and the incident was ruled a natural investigation, arrest, and horrific discovery. As time passed, more people continued to question Lori about the whereabouts of her children. She deceived neighbors and acquaintances with ease, but lying to relatives proved more difficult. Her eldest son, Colby, who had little contact with his mother after moving away, made an earnest attempt to contact his younger sister. Lori initially answered from her daughter's phone, pretending to be Ty Lee, but Colby quickly realized something was wrong. Meanwhile, Charles' family members demanded access to GJ. They wanted to take the boy on vacation or weekends, or just talk to him on the phone, but Lori consistently refused or made absurd excuses. Eventually, the boy's grandmother reported his disappearance to the police. Colby then approached the police to find his younger sister. When law enforcement officers knocked on Lori's door and asked her to bring the children for a conversation, she lied, claiming they were visiting relatives. This information was proven false, and the police returned to her home. They gave her 1 week to appear at the police station with the children. Instead, she and her husband fled to Hawaii. Lori was arrested on the Hawaiian island of Kauai on February 20, 2020, and returned to Arizona. A search was conducted in her and Chad's home, but no children or signs of their presence were discovered. Her husband, Chad, who had been defending her and insisting she had no children, was now under suspicion. On June 9, police discovered human remains buried in the couple's backyard. The bodies of the missing Ty Lee and her younger brother JJ were identified through forensic analysis. Chad was immediately arrested for concealing evidence and complicity. The authorities then decided to exhume Tammy Daybell and Alex Cox's bodies to determine the true causes of death. In both cases, traces of chemicals capable of causing heart failure were discovered, implying that these people did not die naturally. The trial process. The trial of the spouses began in January 2020. 1. They were accused of conspiring to commit first-degree criminal acts, grand theft through deception, and insurance fraud. Furthermore, Charles Vallow's death was reclassified as premeditated criminal action rather than self-defense. According to witnesses in court, Lori referred to her children as dark entities and promised to save their souls. There were suspicions that the deaths of Ty Lee, 16, and GJ, 7, were ritualistic in nature. Specifically, the adolescent girl's body was partially burned. Weeks before Chad sent Lori an email rating people, he assigned Ty Lee A as a dark spirit. Given the totality of the charges, both spouses faced the death penalty. However, in May 2021, Vallow's defense team was successful in having her declared incompetent, which halted the trial process. Simultaneously, all 5 of Daybell's adult children maintained their father's innocence, believing he was framed by Lori and Alex in 2022. After receiving treatment in a psychiatric facility, Vallow was deemed fit to stand by her and answer for her actions. In March 2023, the judge ruled that the woman would not be sentenced to death, a decision that the prosecution is still contesting. In July of the same year, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Chad's trial continues, and he still faces the death penalty. This story inspired the book When the Moon Turns to Blood by investigative journalist Leah Sottle. as well as the Lifetime Movie Network's 2021 television film Doomsday Mom, the Lori Vallow story starring Lauren Lee Smith. In addition, Netflix will release a 3-part documentary series called Sins of Our Mother in 2022, with 1 episode dedicated to Lori's eldest child, her son Colby. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The date was Tuesday, May 29, 2012. Michelle Mockbee awoke at 5 a.m. to get to work on time. Michelle, a 16-year employee of Thermo Fisher Scientific, worked in an industrial park near Florence, Kentucky, USA. She was well-liked and provided a positive presence in the workplace. Michelle met her husband, Dan Mockbee, at Thermo Fisher Scientific. He also worked there. Michelle and Dan had 2 young daughters, Madeline and Carly. They enjoy spending time with them, as well as their families and friends. Michelle arrived at work at 5:53 a.m. on May 29th while Dan was off for the day. Michelle worked as a logistics representative and handled payroll. Michelle would process payroll every 2 weeks. On Mondays, she would start work at 6 a.m. every Monday, so she could arrive at the home office in Pittsburgh by 8 a.m. On days when she did not receive a paycheck, she would begin working around 7 a.m. That day, May 29, was a Tuesday, and Michelle usually starts at 7 a.m. on Tuesdays, but the day before Monday, May 28, was Memorial Day, so she went to work early on Tuesday to get her paycheck on time. About an hour after Michelle arrived at work, the operations manager went to the floor where her office was located. Michelle was still gone. He was surprised because she was supposed to be filling out paperwork, but he chalked it up to tardiness. He decided to return in 20 minutes and went to prepare coffee. But no sooner had he arrived than the janitor, David Dooley, called out to him. He appeared startled and stated that he saw red stains on the carpet outside Michelle's office. David was terrified and said he had no idea where the stains were coming from because he had been cleaning that morning. The operations manager attempted to open the door, but the office was locked. He decided to find Michelle and see if she needed help. The search wasn't long. He found Michelle lying face down in the corner of her office. She'd been severely beaten, her hands tied behind her back and gagged. She wore a plastic bag over her head. There were numerous blood spatters and a blood trail connecting her office to the location where her body was discovered. Her body was discovered 40 feet from her office, and judging by the blood trail, it appeared that she had been dragged the entire way. Michelle had been brutally murdered. The operations manager immediately dialed 911. Michelle is not believed to have entered the office that morning, according to police. She was killed before she could retrieve her keys. The killer attempted to break into the office. The lock showed signs of forced entry. The autopsy revealed that she had at least 4 blows to the head with a heavy object, a fractured arm, and numerous bruises. The forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy stated that Michelle did not die immediately. She suffered a fractured skull, brain damage, and extensive cuts on her arms and legs. He testified that the pattern of wounds on her head corresponds to the tape dispenser. Michelle, according to the doctor, was struck in the back and collapsed after the first blow. She hit the corner of the wall and sustained a severe liver contusion. Michelle most likely lost consciousness at that point. The killer then grabbed her right arm and attempted to drag her to a less crowded area. And that's when the limb fractured. However, there were still questions. Why did no one hear her scream? Why were her fingers and toes tied? And why wasn't she wearing shoes? The police arrived at Mockbee's house and took Dan to the station. As a spouse, he was the primary suspect. He had a questionable alibi, claiming to be asleep at the alleged time of the murder. However, no one could corroborate his words to rid himself of suspicion. Investigators suggested that Dan take a polygraph test. The test revealed that Dan was probably not involved in the incident. The investigation revealed that there were 13 employees present at the time of the crime. According to the company's manager, the office and warehouse were heavily guarded, with only those with a specific pass able to enter. However, because the CCTV footage inside the building was missing, the circle of suspects was reduced, and only employees on that floor, supervisors and cleaners, had access to the accounting department. They now had to search the suspects' offices, warehouses, and vehicles. The point is that the perpetrator either changed clothes and hid them somewhere in the car or building, or they fled immediately following the murder and destroyed the evidence. Detectives examined surveillance footage from the parking lot. Only one truck left the lot that morning, around 6:31 a.m., but it returned at 7 a.m., rather suspiciously. The truck belonged to David Dooley. He worked as a janitor for Thermo Fisher. His wife also worked as a janitor. The couple were questioned separately. David was very persuasive. According to his version, he slept through his alarm because he had spent the night caring for his wife, who had been poisoned by something, and they had spent the majority of the night awake. He had intended to take the night off to care for his wife, but she persuaded him to work the shift and promised to notify him if she felt ill. David arrived at work around 6 a.m. I only had time to clean the warehouse and empty the trash cans in the offices. He then called his wife Janet to see how she was feeling, but she did not pick up. He was afraid she'd passed out. David immediately got into his car and drove home. He returned to work and found the same red stains on the carpet. Detective Bruce McVeigh of the Boone County Sheriff's Office, who was working the case, listened to David's story and was taken aback by the suspect's spotless sneakers. All janitors wore special shoes with detergent stains and scuffed soles. David was dressed neatly that day, with clean sneakers. David Dooley and his co-workers also expressed concerns about his appearance. In addition, he claimed to have emptied the office trash cans. Even so, they were full that morning. Joe Siegert, a warehouse employee, said he saw the suspect not far from Michelle's office and saw David leave work around 1:30 a.m. He appeared scared or depressed. He claimed that the suspect's criminal record for burglary and possession of a firearm in 1996 made the situation even worse. The testimony of Janet, David's spouse, was less detailed. According to her, David left for work that morning and did not return until after lunch. She then recalled her husband arriving home around 6:40 a.m. He had ripped his pants at work, quickly changed his clothes, and returned inside. David was called back in for questioning, but he held his ground. There were no ripped pants. Maybe the spouse was confused about something. She was imagining things due to her condition. David's testimony made Janet doubt her memory. She claimed she had severe hearing problems and hadn't heard David arrive home. She had a high fever that day. However, when she awoke, she discovered dirty, torn pants hanging from the chair. That's why she assumed her husband had arrived to change clothes. Janet's testimony was not the most reliable. She had been inconsistent in the morning due to dehydration and fever. It was suspicious that the couple's testimony did not match, but they had no reason. Michelle was the head of human resources, so she knew many employees' secrets. However, other accounting department employees reported that Janet and Michelle got along well. However, detectives determined that there was still a motive. According to their version, Michelle was supposed to do payroll and paperwork in the morning. David attempted to break into her office early in the morning, knowing Michelle typically arrives by 7 a.m. On Tuesday, however, things did not go as planned. Michelle arrived for work at 5. And saw David attempting to pick the lock on her office. He couldn't let her go, so he committed the murder. Michelle was arrogant and had a quick temper, which could have exacerbated the situation. David discovered the very red stains, and he was the only one to leave work that morning. The murder weapon was never found, but he was able to dispose of the evidence. David and his wife Janet worked different shifts, but he forged signatures on timesheets and put in fictitious hours for her, resulting in twice the pay they should have received. The detective assumed Michelle had just caught him forging documents. He intended to place them on her desk, but the plan failed. Investigators knew he was guilty, but there was only circumstantial evidence. David was accused of murder, kidnapping, and tampering with evidence. During the trial, the jury discovered that no murder weapon, bloody clothes, or fingerprints were found. They only had the defendant's strange behavior and appearance. He was required to wear special steel-toed boots while on duty. That morning, however, he returned home wearing new white sneakers and clean clothes. Furthermore, he was the one who discovered the bloodstains and changed his story several times. The jury convicted David Dooley, 45, of murder and tampering with physical evidence. The jury deliberated for over 6 hours before convicting David of murder and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 5 years for tampering with evidence. At the sentencing hearing, David stated that he had been railroaded. "It is completely unfair how I have been treated. I wasn't given enough time to defend myself properly. I feel cheated as well. I only know that I did not kill Michelle Mockbee. I stand by it and will continue to fight." The guilty verdict was short-lived. A new trial has been ordered. In 2016, just 2 years after David's trial, a law clerk in Boone County Commonwealth's attorney Linda Talley Smith's office downloaded 12 gigabytes of information from the Commonwealth's attorney's office servers onto a thumb drive. Linda was the lead prosecutor in David's case, and the thumb drive was delivered to the Kentucky Attorney General's office. That thumb drive led to the discovery of surveillance footage that had not previously been shared with the defense. Only 10 hours before Michelle was murdered, an unidentified person attempted to enter the building where she worked. Furthermore, the thumb drive revealed additional information. There were allegations that the lead detective in the case, Bruce McVeigh of the Boone County Sheriff's Office, may have lied during David's trial. He retired, and the internal investigation into the allegations was completed. It was revealed that Bruce and Linda were having an affair, but they claimed it started after the trial ended. A judge ruled that the surveillance video was crucial evidence that had been withheld from the defense. Thus, a new trial was ordered. The prosecution relied on the same evidence as in the first trial. The defense followed a slightly different strategy. At David's second trial, they emphasized that the case against him was purely circumstantial, and that anyone else could have murdered Michelle. They told the jury that they should investigate the possibility that Dan was involved. He was motivated by money. The defense claimed that Dan hired someone to kill Michelle. After Michelle died, Dan received over $700,000 in life insurance and took out $400,000 in cash. The defense questioned him about one specific payment. Dan gave Chris Black a $10,000 check. Chris was Dan's friend. He also worked for Thermo Fisher Scientific. The check was given to him a few months after Michelle died. The defense asked Dan why. He gave Chris a $10,000 check and said he couldn't remember. Dan McBee's lawyer argued that he spent all of the money on the kids in the check. He was too devastated to recall some of the details. Warehouse worker Joe Siegert also testified during David Dooley's retrial. Siegert had been with Thermo Fisher Scientific for more than 30 years and knew every employee. According to him, he arrived at work at 4:50 a.m., and there was a lot of business in the warehouse due to the day off. Also, it was the end of the month. Joe Siegert had the warehouse keys and was the one who arrived early every morning to unlock the doors. For a while, he kept to himself and assisted with the unloading of trucks. And at 5:30 a.m., he took the paperwork into the office. Michelle wasn't present yet. He didn't see David Dooley, which was unusual, given that David was usually cleaning the warehouse or offices at the time. Joe saw Michelle around 5:53 a.m. She had just arrived for work, grabbed the timesheets from the counter, and entered the office. He was the last person who saw her alive. Joe ran into David Dooley just before 7 a.m. He sat in the back of the warehouse, crying and shaking. Then, around 7 a.m., David excused himself and went home to change his clothes. Joe, the main witness, gave an inaccurate testimony with some timing flaws. Nevertheless, it was admissible. According to Joe, Michael may have been a pleasant woman in real life after the murder, as it was several years later. However, at work, she and her spouse frequently failed to show employees respect. Joe admitted that many employees disliked the couple. DNA experts from an independent crime lab compared male DNA found on crime scene items to David's DNA. An expert testified that Dan's DNA profile could not be excluded from Michelle's shirt as a significant contributor. David's DNA profile could not be ignored as a minor contributor. He testified that 1 in every 7 Caucasian American men could not be excluded because of their similar characteristics. The defense also told the jury that there was a lot of blood in the office, but none was found in David's truck. The defense argued that there were plenty of other people who had the opportunity and motivation to kill Michelle. They claimed the problem was that they were not thoroughly investigated. Dan Mockbee was also in attendance. He was being interviewed as a suspect. Dan was the department manager. He could have given anyone access to the warehouse. Suspicious hatchets were discovered in his car, which he had allegedly purchased at a sale, but he could never explain why he spent all of the money he received from the insurance company. However, for some reason, he was still unable to pay for Michelle's memorial and remained in debt for funeral services. In addition, prior to the incident, the couple owed $70,000. Dan assured me that he knew nothing about it and that his wife handled the finances. 2 weeks before the murder, he purchased a computer and installed a program for deleting and encrypting files. At around 8:09 a.m., investigators discovered Dan running the program. He received a call from Thermo Fisher's scientific employees. His alibi could not be confirmed because the children were spending the night at their parents' house, and it was unknown who attempted to break into the building 10 hours prior to the incident. Finally, defense attorney Deanna Dennison emphasizes to the jury that the standard for judgment is not whether David might have committed the crime, most likely did, or could have done so through a process of elimination. Instead, she emphasized that the key criterion is reasonable doubt, which she believes the prosecution failed to demonstrate. Dennis argued that the presented evidence did not establish a link between David and Michelle's deaths, and thus he should be found not guilty. The prosecution, led by Assistant Attorney General John Heck, countered during the closing arguments. Heck argued that, despite the circumstantial nature of the case, the accumulation of various pieces of evidence forms a compelling case, and he urged the jury to consider all of the evidence when rendering their verdict. Despite the defense's arguments, David was found guilty a second time and sentenced to 38 years in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. The Case of Sheila LaBarre, a monster with angelic features. Childhood psychological and physical traumas can have far-reaching consequences in adulthood. Of course, they do not always result in someone becoming cruel and attempting to harm others. However, trauma can sometimes create a true monster. Adrian Rain, a criminal psychologist, believes that there are genetic and psychophysical mechanisms that can transform a person into a cold-blooded killer, which he discusses in depth in his book, Anatomy of Violence. Many serial criminals in history had truly hellish childhoods, and perhaps our heroine today, Sheila LaBarre, can be attributed to them. This woman had an angelic appearance, which she skillfully used to seduce her victims before brutally murdering them. Despite the fact that the court was only able to establish 2 of her crimes, criminologists are confident that there were many more. And now let us look at this difficult story from the beginning to see if Sheila LaBarre was born a monster, or if she became one as a result of the cruelty she experienced as a child. Who is Sheila LaBarre? Sheila LaBarre was born on July 4, 1958, in the small country town of Fort Payne, Alabama. She was the youngest of her parents' 3 children, raised alongside her brother and sister Lynn. Her childhood was spent on a picturesque but rather secluded farm surrounded by cornfields. Lynn's older sibling remembered Sheila as an active, inquisitive, and open-minded girl with a creative streak. She enjoyed being the center of attention, had a pleasant voice, and had a cute appearance. So if her life had gone differently, she could have become a famous actress or singer. Instead of bright posters, her name appeared on the pages of criminal chronicles detailing the unimaginable cruelty of her father, Manuel Bailey, the family's head, who had suffered from alcoholism for years, although it would be more accurate to say that his addiction was influenced by his entire family. He frequently went on binges, transforming into a true beast who enjoyed abusing his wife and children. He insulted and humiliated them, beat them with whatever he could get his hands on, threw everyone out in the middle of the night in a downpour or frost, and locked himself inside the house. We are not allowing anyone inside. Mothers, daughters, and sons frequently had to spend the night in a barn or outdoors in the field. When Manuel became drunk again and began throwing dishes and other objects at his family members, the mother did her best to protect the children. However, one of the flower pots thrown by her husband struck her youngest daughter Sheila in the head. Sheila sustained a severe concussion and a permanent scar on her temple, which he painstakingly covered with her hair. However, the insults and beatings were not the worst thing the sisters had to go through in their parents' home. According to Sheila and Lynn's memories, Manuel forced them to become intimate from a young age. The mother may have been aware of what was going on, but the matter was never discussed. Despite the nightmare at home, Sheila did well enough in school. She wished to leave the farm as soon as possible and conquer the big city. The girl was very ambitious and determined. She aspired to be an actress or a pop singer since she was a child, and he had everything for this: charisma, a good appearance, and a beautiful voice. Adulthood. First marriage. Sheila left her parents' home when she was just 18 years old. But adulthood was not as enjoyable. She was not permitted to enter university with an average score, and she lacked the funds to relocate to major cities. Then she got a job as a maid at one of the hotels where her older sister was already working. It should be noted that Sheila had a slim build and an attractive appearance. She had large blue eyes, a charming smile, and thick, long hair. She was surrounded by men's attention, which she eventually learned to use to manipulate her suitors. In the late 1970s, LeBar Bailey met a man named Jonathan Baxter, and they began a romantic relationship. Jonathan was not yet 20 years old at the time, but he did have a young daughter from a previous relationship. However, the child did not cause any problems, and the couple married soon after. However, this marriage lasted only a few months and ended when Jonathan discovered that the young wife abused his daughter while he was away at work. Sheila was irritated with the child and would raise her hand or lock her in a closet if she began crying or acting up. Jonathan did not organize scandals or listen to explanations. He simply wants to file for divorce and leave his wife and his belongings outside his house. He did not want to see or hear from her again. Sheila dated several men after her divorce, and mostly lived off of them. However, all of these relationships were fleeting, lasting only a few weeks or months, until she met her future second husband, Ronnie Jennings, in the early 1980s. Their turbulent romance quickly led to marriage, and Sheila adopted a double surname, Bailey Jennings. It was a toxic relationship between two erratic and unstable people who frequently cheated, scandalized, and even fought. Nonetheless, their marriage lasted over 3 years. In 1984, after another family feud, Sheila demanded a divorce from her husband, but he refused. In fact, Ronnie abandoned the relationship. He just wanted to piss off his wife and make her angry, and he succeeded. Sheila became hysterical, consuming a large number of drugs in front of her husband while drinking heavily. And after this infernal cocktail, he sat behind the wheel of the car and drove down the road. Sheila quickly lost consciousness under the influence of pills and alcohol, flew off the road, and collided with a tree at high speed. She miraculously survived, but with a massive head injury. She was in a deep coma for more than a week, and doctors gave no prognosis. When Sheila regained consciousness and began to recover, she was admitted to a psychiatric hospital for several months. She later complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was constantly harassing her, possibly taking advantage of her helplessness while she was heavily sedated. After all of this, Sheila returned home to her second husband, but she began to behave aggressively and threateningly toward him. During another scandal, she attacked Ronnie and poked him in the chest with nail scissors. Ronnie, fearing for his own life and health, filed for divorce and hurriedly left the madwoman, rich lover. When her second marriage ended, the young woman began looking for love in print media dating columns, where she also placed her own ads. However, no man stayed with her for long because she preferred to dominate everything, rigidly suppressing their partners in both intimate and everyday life. Soon, a photo of an attractive girl in the dating section drew the attention of 60-year-old Wilfred, who built the bar. The man had already been married twice and had adult children and grandchildren from previous marriages. He was widowed a few years ago and has since lived alone on his large country ranch. Bill was a reasonably wealthy man. He owned a chiropractic office in Epping, New Hampshire, and raised horses on his ranch. At the same time, he was lonely and desired a strong, powerful woman. In fact, that's what he discovered. Sheila was drawn to her new acquaintance's wealth and decided that it would be the perfect union for her. To completely confuse Bill, she began sending him frank letters via postal mail, supplemented with her nude photos. The trap worked, and LeBar soon invited a lovely pen pal to his ranch. Their romance progressed rapidly. An elderly man is generous with expensive gifts for a young mistress who moved in with him in the summer of 1987. This greatly pleased the doctor, who now ventured out in public with a lovely companion who was half his age and fit for him as a daughter. Nonetheless, he did not intend to marry Sheila. Sheila, however, did not wait for a marriage proposal and changed her name to LeBar. Bill was surprised by the turn of events, but he did not object. Sheila began to meddle in her elderly lover's affairs, eventually taking control of his business, finances, and property disposition. Furthermore, Bill was getting older and could no longer meet a young woman's intimate needs. Then, according to Sheila, he allowed her to meet other men, whom she frequently brought to their home. One of Sheila's regular lovers in the mid-1990s was a Jamaican national named Wayne Ennis. He was much younger than Sheila and was originally hired as an au pair on the ranch. However, the young man with built consent, who was most likely pressured by Sheila, soon moved into the owner's home. Sheila and Wayne officially legalized their relationship in 1995, and the spouse considered him to be her only man from that point forward. But he quickly realized he was mistaken because his wife continued to meet with various men. Wayne wasn't pleased with this, and one day he jumped on Sheila and her next lover, causing them physical harm. Sheila, who had grown accustomed to being dominated, had no idea how to deal with her third husband, who got into a fight every time his arrival was announced. Eventually, she filed for divorce and requested a court order to prevent Elaine from approaching her, accusing him of violence and assault. Sheila's turbulent personal life was unaffected by another divorce, and she continued to meet with numerous lovers, changing them like gloves. True, her relationship was increasingly ending in lawsuits from men who accused Sheila of not only cruelty, but also threatening their lives and health. As a result, she intentionally hit one of her boyfriends with a car and nearly ran over him, while another nearly broke his head and scratched his face, leaving him permanently scarred. With age, Sheila became increasingly dangerous to others. He demanded obedience from all men and became enraged when they disobeyed. Bill Barr died from heart failure in 2000 when he was 74, although doctors and police officers did not see a criminal case in the death of an elderly man. His family believed Sheila had something to do with it. In their opinion, she had been slowly poisoning Bill for years, driving him into the light, despite the fact that Bill and Sheila were never legally married. Sheila, according to the will, became the sole heir to all of his property. The relatives attempted a legal challenge, but were unsuccessful. They remained convinced that the mistress coerced Bill into writing the wills he desired at House of Temptation. As previously stated, after Bill's death, Sheila gained complete control over all of his property. She no longer had to consider anyone's opinions. She could do whatever she pleased with the estate she had inherited. She herself described her home as a place of seduction and pleasure, with no inhibitions. She met men on the street, in bars, and on the internet, drew them to her, and then tried to keep them on the ranch for as long as possible. She wasn't concerned about their age, skin color, or physical appearance. She promised them earthly pleasures, but then attempted to suppress and subjugate them to her will. Sheila frequently tried to seduce couriers by meeting them naked and offering an alternative method of payment. But she didn't consider the fact that she was getting older and was no longer as attractive as he was. It got to the point where couriers refused to deliver to her address. Neighbors noticed that different men visited the Ranch La Barre on a regular basis, but some left the same day. Others were delayed, but only for a short period. What was going on in the house itself could only be guessed, as Michael Delage had also disappeared. Sheila soon decided to look for lovers among men who were in desperate need of housing money, particularly those suffering from addiction. This category was the most vulnerable, making it an easy target for the cunning woman who posed as a widowed millionaire and boasted about the untold wealth she had inherited. In 2004, La Barre met Michael Delage, a homeless man, on one of the city's streets. He had a difficult life and had lost everything due to his addiction to illegal drugs. His relatives attempted to send him to a rehabilitation clinic, but he fled and has been loitering ever since. Sheila liked Michael and invited him to her home, offering him shelter, food, and the necessary drugs in exchange for intimacy. Moving to the ranch, the man became completely reliant on his former mistress. He gave in to all of her demands, afraid of being on the street again. But Sheila quickly acquired the taste, and her desires became increasingly sophisticated. She bound, beat, and humiliated Michael, taking pleasure in it. He attempted to flee multiple times, walking dozens of miles and hiding in homeless shelters. However, he never went to the police because he was afraid they would not believe him. Meanwhile, Sheila tracked him down each time and returned him to the ranch. In desperation, he attempted to contact his family members and inform them that he was in trouble. His loved ones immediately reacted to the disturbing news, but it was too late. Michael Delage vanished in October 2005, leaving no trace. When his family contacted Sheila directly, she confirmed that she and Michael had split up. He had abandoned her, and his current location was unknown to her. Michael did not return to any of the places he had previously visited. Nobody who knew him had seen him, and there was no way to reach him. Contacting the police proved fruitless, and Labarra remained behind on suspicion, relying on Kenneth County. Sheila's tales of her exorbitant wealth were greatly exaggerated, and the house and automobile needed to be maintained, so she was forced to find work. Naturally, Sheila chose an occupation that suited her, becoming an operator of intimate phone services. Men were drawn in by her enchanting voice and offered to meet her in person. Among these men was Kenneth County, who was only 24 years old at the time they met. The young man had an attractive appearance and was friendly and open. However, he had a low IQ, which made him extremely gullible. This was precisely the type of guy Labarra was looking for. Kenny was extremely close to his mother, on whom he completely relied. But Sheila, with the help of clever manipulations, was able to break this connection and literally lower Kenny to herself. She gave him an unforgettable night of love and promised that it would be like this all the time. The young man decided he had met the woman of his dreams, informed his relatives, and moved into Sheila's house. But Sheila soon revealed her true face to the guy, having set up a real torture room for him, and each time intimacy turned into a brutal beating or worse. Kenny's skin was covered in bruises, abrasions, scratches, and burn marks. However, he was unable to leave the house of the mistress who had completely subjugated his will. Sheila forbade him from seeing or communicating with his loved ones, leaving his family to speculate about what was going on with Kenny. The first alarm was sounded by neighbors, who noticed the man and were horrified by his sickly appearance. A few days before his disappearance, a local store clerk took a photo of the young man with her cell phone camera, which was later attached to the case file in court. Kenny's condition appears to be deplorable in the photograph. He was extremely thin, with large bruises under his eye and cheek, and his nose was most likely broken. Judging by the degree of healing, all of these injuries were inflicted at different times, implying that the man had been brutally beaten for a long time. The contents of his cart were equally alarming. He rolled 2 large canisters of fuel to the cash register, which later turned out to be his own cremation. The store employees were perplexed and even terrified by the man's appearance, so they decided to report him to the police for possible domestic violence. But this time, Sheila got away with it, and they were unable to charge her with anything. Kenny soon stopped contacting his family completely, and when his worried mother arrived at Lavazza's house, the owner became aggressive and advised her to leave Kenny alone. All subsequent attempts failed, prompting Kenneth County's family to file a missing persons report with the police, indicating that he was being held forcibly at the country ranch, which included a home crematorium and gruesome findings. When police arrived at Sheila's home, she claimed that the young man no longer lived with her and that Kenny had fled because his mother, whom he was allegedly terrified of, began paying frequent visits. Sheila provided an audio recording as evidence, in which she asked her lover if his own mother had attacked him, to which he quietly responded in the affirmative. It all seemed more than strange. The very next day, an officer visiting Sheila obtained a search warrant for the estate. Sheila had previously been on the police's radar, and her name had been linked to yet another mysterious boyfriend disappearance. However, Sheila had never been questioned, and her home and grounds had never been searched. When the police arrived, they discovered that Labarra was not at home, but there were several fires burning near the outbuildings. The fires appeared strange and were made of improvised materials such as a mattress, pieces of wooden furniture, hay, and so on. All were doused with a flammable mixture. One of the bonfires contained bones that clearly resembled human remains. The squad requested reinforcements in the form of forensic experts and reported on their findings. But that was only the tip of the iceberg in terms of what they discovered next. Poorly washed blood traces were found almost everywhere in the house. It was so much that it looked like there had been a real massacre. It turned out that the blood was from at least 3 different people. The bones smoldering in the fire belonged to Kenny, who had gone missing, and there were 2 empty fuel cans nearby, the same ones the boy had purchased at the local store the previous day. But that was not all. Also discovered on the property were the remains of Michael DeLodge, who had vanished a few years earlier, and some fingers of a third man who was never identified, among other things. A large number of items belonging to various men were fished out of the sump at the ranch, the fates of which have yet to be determined. The hostess was not at home at the time of the police visit. She realized what had happened and fled. Sheila hitchhiked to Boston, where she clearly hoped to get lost. Furthermore, on the way, she seduced one of the drivers who gave her a ride, and he kindly invited her to live in his home. However, the following day, after seeing on TV news about the search for a dangerous criminal, the new lover called the police and reported that Sheila was now in his bed. She was arrested there. During the search for Sheila's home, another terrifying discovery was made: a box of videotapes on which Michael and several other men confessed to horrific crimes. However, based on the guy's appearance and condition, it appears that these confessions were made under torture. Since Lavas's arrest, her mental health has sparked numerous concerns. Sheila was diagnosed with a delusional disorder and symptoms of schizophrenia after the court ordered the necessary evaluations. She described herself as an angel sent from heaven to protect children from rapists. Sheila's failing mental health became the foundation upon which your attorney attempted to build a defense. He referred to his client as a gravely ill person and attempted to demonstrate that she was unaware of her actions. The cause of this was the mental and physical trauma she had experienced as a child. The defendant claimed that many years ago, when she was involved in a terrible accident that left her in a coma, on the verge of dying, she met with God, and the latter instructed her to rid the world of men who exploit children. Sheila's ex-husbands and some of her lovers testified in court, calling her crazy, unstable, and extremely violent. And Wayne Ennis, the third husband, claimed that his ex-wife repeatedly persuaded him to kill Mr. Labar in order to seize his property. However, despite the defense's efforts to persuade the court that Sheila was insane and in need of treatment, it was established that she was aware of her actions at the time of her crimes. In July 2008, she was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of release. All of her appeals were denied. Sheila is currently serving her sentence in Florida at the Homestead Correctional Facility. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Beverly Liggett case exemplifies madness by inheritance when a favorite son becomes an executioner. Unfortunately, genetics is inextricably linked to a wide range of inheritable diseases. These include some mental illnesses. However, an existing predisposition is only a risk and probability, not a guarantee that the child will inherit this or that disease. Naturally, every parent hopes that his children will inherit only the best, and that diseases will avoid offspring. Many experts believe that there are no specific genes for the transmission of mental illness, meaning that no single gene is necessary or sufficient to cause the disease. Nonetheless, mental illness is often passed down through families. This is precisely the issue confronting our heroine today, Beverly Liggett, who sincerely believed that her children would be unaffected by such a condition. And while Beverly, his daughter, grew up to be a perfectly healthy and balanced woman, the son appears to have suffered a double blow, which he blamed solely on his mother. It should be noted that this man's intelligence was unaffected by his mental disorder. On the contrary, Beverly Liggett was very clever and calculating, which makes his atrocities even more sickeningly creepy. Beverly Liggett was born on October 1, 1956, in Colorado's capital, the picturesque city of Denver. She was raised with her older brother Stephen and sister Martha, in a typical family of Barbara and Edwin Liggett, who spent their entire lives in their hometown, rarely leaving its borders. Beverly attended a local college after graduating from high school, but was unable to attend university for a variety of reasons, including her health and drug use. The girl worked as a salesperson but married at the age of 26 and had 2 children. She devoted herself to her family for many years and was solely focused on raising heirs and building a home in 1988. Beverly gave birth to her long-awaited firstborn son Ra, followed by a daughter named Libby a few years later. The young woman genuinely didn't care about her heirs and lived for them. However, her marriage ended in the latter half of the 1990s. The husband abandoned the family and relocated to another state, no longer caring about his ex-wife's fate or participating in the lives of his children. Beverly was forced to work 2 jobs at once. However, thanks to her diligence and determination, the family of 3 did not require anything. She and her children relocated to the suburbs of Denver, a small and relatively new town founded in 2001 for the town's centennial, where they rented a cozy, spacious home. In the mid-2000s, Beverly met a man named Seth Miffy on one of the dating sites and began corresponding with him, which eventually led to a romantic relationship. He inspired her lover to finally pursue her dream of higher education. Liggett chose medical school because he'd had always wanted to help people and felt that helping others was her calling in life. At the time, she was over 50 years old, and she was twice the age of her classmates. However, she quickly found common ground with them and is remembered as a sociable, attentive, and responsible miniature brunette nicknamed Caring Angel. Beverly's incest romance lasted approximately 5 years before the couple decided to officially legalize their relationship. For the two of them, the step was serious, but they were prepared. Beverly was overjoyed because she finally had a college degree, a higher-paying job, and was about to marry the man she loved. Her children had reached the age where they could live independently. However, her son's area was a source of genuine concern and apprehension, and there were several good reasons for this. A hereditary disease. The Liggett family had a sensitive issue that they tried to keep hidden from others and never discussed with outsiders. Beverly and her sister Martha were diagnosed with bipolar affective disorder at a young age, which is characterized by frequent mood swings from manic to depressive states. The disorder occasionally worsened. However, Martha experienced minor discomfort associated with this disorder, and the prescribed medication quickly produced positive results. Beverly occasionally required hospitalization because she was on the verge of committing suicide. This was the reason she was unable to attend university at the time, and it was also the reason her marriage with her children's father ended. It's also worth noting that her mother, Barbara, suffered from long-term depression, but she had this problem in her 40s. After that, no one provided qualified assistance to the woman at the time. As a result, she spent almost her entire life fighting her illness alone. Beverly was certain that the mental disorder in their family was passed down exclusively through the female line, because the disease manifested itself in her mother, herself, and her sister, while her brother, Stephen, remained completely normal. In this regard, Beverly feared for the health of her daughter, Libby, but just the daughter of the disease bypassed, hitting with redoubled force on Ra, the special child from early childhood area with a rather strange withdrawn boy prone to tantrums at the age of 5. He was diagnosed with autism, and later a whole host of other mental disorders and abnormalities were added. He could withdraw into himself and completely abstract from what was going on around him. But he was particularly fond of chemistry and physics. The boy solved complex problems quickly, performing the majority of his calculations mentally. His intelligence was above average, but his social and communication skills were virtually non-existent. Flatmates avoided or mocked the strange and unsociable Pierre. Ari had no friends, was uninterested in learning about the world around him, and was aggressive and violent, resulting in animal cruelty and attacks on other children. The boy was repeatedly hospitalized and given medication to treat his condition. However, at home, he frequently stopped taking the prescribed medication and quickly returned to his previous state. His parents attempted to persuade him to take the necessary medications, but as he grew older, it became more difficult for him to ask or speak calmly, and he always got his way with tantrums. The boy could isolate himself and not speak to anyone for weeks, but he could talk for hours to himself or to an imaginary interlocutor. When things get bad, he became dangerous to others, and his relatives occasionally insisted on his mandatory hospitalization as a dangerous teenager. As a teenager, I learned that his mother and grandmother also had mental health issues, and his mother had to be hospitalized on occasion. During that time, Barry despised his mother and blamed her for all of his problems. He believed she had given him a disease that was ruining his life. The young man grew increasingly uncontrollable. He threatened his loved ones with violence and was constantly perplexed as to why his own sister's family curse had been ignored. Being with him under the same roof became dangerous, and the first couldn't stand the head of the family. He filed for divorce and literally fled. Despite his diagnosis, Ra was able to enter university with a high passing score. However, he was expelled in his first year after bringing a homemade firearm to campus and threatening a fellow student with death. At the time, he was arrested for the first time, but was only sentenced to an educational talk, the confiscation of the weapon, and expulsion from the university. Beverly contacted the police about a year later and requested that they come to their home right away to apprehend her son, who was threatening to kill her and her daughter, and appeared to be very serious. However, the police handed over the violent young man to psychiatrists, who, after a brief hospitalization, released him home and prescribed medication. Ari, of course, did not accept the hateful stepfather. Ari was 18 years old when Beverly met and started dating Seth. The couple quickly decided to live together, but Ari immediately took his mother's new chosen one in the bayonet. He tried everything he could to get him out of the house, including threats, scandals, and even fights. The appearance of another man in the house, which his mother perceived as a personal insult and betrayal, prompted him to do his best to support his beloved. He looked for a specialist who could assist the young man in paying for his clinic treatments, but the more he tried, the longer he despised him. The thought of this man becoming his stepfather and a member of their family, combined with his fear and depression, makes him aggressive and dangerous. That Missy repeatedly told his wife that her son was old enough to live independently. He could study or work normally if he took his medication correctly. Beverly Leggett was well aware of this, but she loved her son and could not abandon or take him out, so she continued to endanger her own life through her obsession with guns. The young man's hobbies evolved over time, becoming increasingly bizarre, sophisticated, and dangerous. He had a weakness for weapons, and more specifically, he was obsessed with them. In the basement of his own home, he gathered homemade firearms, literally from improvised materials, on his knees, demonstrating once more that the man was very smart, clever, and enterprising. However, Ari was not limited to a single weapon and came up with the idea of creating an explosive device. He found all of the information he needed on the internet and purchased or ordered the components he required, as well as the substances he couldn't find. He made the decision to synthesize at home himself. Using his extensive knowledge of chemistry, Beverly was suspicious when she found her son in the backyard of the house, and because he refused to answer questions and behaved strangely, she immediately called the police. As it turned out, she did it just in time, because the police discovered an almost ready bomb in the house during their search. In addition, they discovered and seized a modified rifle, several pistols assembled from various model parts, a silencer, and a large number of spare weapon parts. Our computer search history from the previous few months was reviewed and studied. The FBI became seriously interested in the young man because they suspected he was planning a large-scale crime. In Ari's room, there were also numerous jars of poisonous substances on the shelves, such as arsenic and potassium cyanide. He could not explain why he bought them. The young man was arrested the same day, but he was only charged with misdemeanor possession of weapons and careless handling of dangerous chemicals that could result in death or serious injury. However, he pleaded guilty, cooperated with the investigation, and received only a 1-year suspended sentence, after which he returned to his home and resumed terrorizing his mother and sister, citing the threat of reprisal and the medical profession's indifference. Ari became enraged and hateful following his arrest and suspended sentence. Not a day went by without him threatening to kill his family in their sleep or burning down their home after locking everyone inside. He was then hospitalized again, this time for 3 months, in a psychiatric hospital. In addition to previous diagnoses, doctors found signs of schizophrenia and acute psychosis in the young man. Following another course of treatment, the young man became quiet for a while before returning to himself. He didn't talk to anyone, spent most of his time in his room on his computer, and appeared to take his prescribed medication faithfully. However, only a month later, he had another breakdown, triggered by the news of his mother and Seth's impending wedding. Ari also overheard his mother and stepfather discussing their plans to buy a house in another state, relocate, and restart their lives. Libby's sister had already moved out with her boyfriend, leaving Ari on his own. The 25-year-old man was upset about it. The young man went completely crazy. He threw a tantrum at his mother, screamed her, waved a knife in front of her, threatened to kill her, and ensured that the body was never discovered. Beverly immediately called the psychiatric hospital, told them everything, and asked for her son to be forcibly hospitalized again. But the attending physician dismissed her request, believing that there was no reason to do so and that the previous course of treatment had yielded positive results. So he did not believe that Ari posed a threat to others. Beverly had one last conversation with Seth that evening, who was working in another city and couldn't get to her right away. Beverly Hill's mystery disappearance occurred on October 14, 2012, less than 2 weeks after the woman celebrated her 56th birthday. She failed to report for hospital duty that day, which had never happened before. Colleagues were the first to sound the alarm after failing to call his lover and receiving no response to his numerous messages. Sat dialed Libby's number to find out when she last spoke with her mother. As it turned out, Libby had been attempting to call her unsuccessfully since the morning. He called the house phone and was horrified by what he heard. Ari picked up the phone and unsuccessfully attempted to imitate his mother's voice, pretending to be her and claiming that she was fine. Seth immediately called the cops and asked them to send a unit to their house as soon as possible. When the police arrived, they discovered that no one was home and that there was no reason to break in at that time. Therefore, the only attempts made that day were to trace Beverly's phone signal and check her bank card activity. Beverly's car had also gone missing, prompting a statewide manhunt, and it was the vehicle that led to a lead just 2 days later when a patrol officer saw it in a Denver suburb and decided to check the paperwork to see if it was the right car. A creepy discovery in the boot. Even before checking the license plate number to ensure it belonged to the missing woman, the police officer noticed something strange about the car. When the last outs were gone, the police officer approached the driver and requested identification. The driver was a young man whose long hair partially obscured his face. He was visibly nervous, and when asked to show his documents again, he simply pushed the gas pedal to the floor, accelerated, and sped down the road at full speed. The police officer began pursuing the fugitive and radioed for assistance. But only a few minutes later, while attempting to make a sharp turn at high speed, the car skidded, veered off the road, and struck a tree. The driver was wearing a seatbelt, and the airbags deployed, leaving him unharmed as he attempted to flee, but was thrown to the ground by police officers as soon as he exited the car. Upon inspecting the vehicle, the police discovered several large sealed plastic containers in the vehicle's boot, which they opened with shock and horror. Inside were fragments of a dismembered female body covered in a strange-smelling murky liquid, the interrogation and the carrogation, and the killer's attempts to avoid responsibility. When Ari was brought to the station for questioning, he revealed that he had schizophrenia, autism, psychosis, and bipolar affective disorder, which his psychiatrist confirmed. He also stated that due to his diagnosis, he was unable to distinguish between right and wrong, and thus had no idea what he was doing. He then inquired about whether he would be tried if his diagnoses were confirmed, and what punishment he would face if he refused to plead guilty. During interrogations, he would refer to himself as a god or claim to be possessed by demons and needed an extra fist. At times, his speech became incoherent, as if he was talking to an invisible interlocutor while completely ignoring the police. The psychiatric examination confirmed that the accused suffers from a variety of mental disorders. However, it has been demonstrated that he is capable of providing an account of his actions. During the interrogations, the psychiatrist who observed the man's behavior concluded that even when he was talking to himself, he listened carefully to what was said to him and what questions were asked. This was evident in his reactions, clarifications, and abrupt mood swings. Ari's main motivation for displaying his insanity in such a vivid and demonstrative manner was to avoid severe punishment and minimize his responsibility before the law. He was clever and intelligent enough to attempt to confuse the investigation and persuade others of his insanity, the investigation, and the unexpected results of the search. Despite the fact that everyone knew he had committed a terrible crime from the start, his guilt had to be proven. This required hard evidence. It was decided to begin with a search of their family home, where, as expected, the murder occurred. The police discovered washed-up traces of blood on the kitchen floor, corridor, and bathroom. A bloody hacksaw was found in the dishwasher, which the young man had apparently used to cut up his mother's body. The bathtub, with its jagged edges, served as the setting for this heinous act. Beverly was poisoned with potassium cyanide, according to the expert examination, and her body was dismembered with a hacksaw before being packed into a container. Vials containing the aforementioned poisonous substance were discovered in the kitchen of Ari's room, as well as in the basement of the house, where the man had a sort of chemical laboratory. In addition, under the bed in his bedroom was the corpse of Beverly's favorite cat, which had also been poisoned. This implied that the perpetrator had practiced on the animal before killing the mother. Remember the strange liquid in which the dismembered body's fragments were placed. As it turned out, it had a special chemical composition that can accelerate the process of tissue decomposition. The killers had already found the recipe on the internet and decided to literally dissolve the corpse and hide the bones in the mountains so that they would never be discovered. Based on all of the evidence found, the following picture of the massacre emerged. On the eve of the tragedy, Ari had a heated conversation with his mother, threatening to kill her again. He was so convincing, but Beverly, terrified for her life, called her son, the psychiatrist, with a request to immediately hospitalize him. However, the specialist ignored the request, believing that his patient posed no threat to others. In the evening, after testing the poison on a cat, the young man poisoned his mother, took her body to the bathroom, and began cutting it up with a hacksaw. It's still unclear how he got his mother to take potassium cyanide. It probably took me all night to finish the gruesome job, because when Sass called the house phone in the morning, the perpetrator was still in the house. Aries and carelessly cleaned up the blood stuffed into the saw into the dishwasher and packed the body into several chemical-filled containers. He placed the containers in the boot of his mother's car, which he used to leave the house. The following events are already known to you. When this version was presented to the defendant, backed up by hard evidence, he began to justify himself and change his testimony. He claimed that his mother committed suicide by voluntarily ingesting the poison, and that he only discovered her lifeless body. According to the guy, he was terrified of being left without a source of income because he did not work and lived at her expense. He then decided to dispose of the body so that she could be considered missing. According to his plan, he would continue to live in the house and use the deceased's bank cards and accounts. The young man's story sounded crazy, and no one doubted that he was mentally ill, but it was also clear that he had meticulously planned the crime in advance. It was not a temporary insanity, a state of affect, or an outburst of rage. He had carefully planned each step and carried it out. Arias's possession of chemicals that accelerated the decomposition of the body, which he had purchased in advance, was one of the most compelling evidence that the crime was premeditated. Furthermore, according to his search history, he thoroughly researched them months before the crime, trial, and sentence. As I previously stated, the psychiatric examination confirmed our diagnoses. However, experts concluded unequivocally that he was aware of his actions and had carefully planned the massacre of his mother. He continued to insist on his insanity, despite realizing that it was pointless to pretend to be insane. The trial was held in November of that year, a month and a half after the crime that shocked the entire state. Lawyers worked tirelessly to demonstrate that the defendant cannot be held criminally responsible due to his illness and requires treatment. Ari claimed that his mother hated him and therefore passed on the hereditary disease to him, whereas his sister was completely normal. He also described himself as a victim of crazy Beverly and blamed all of his problems on his parents. Seth testified in court, saying that his late lover and he were both afraid of Ari because they didn't know what to expect from him. He was extremely cruel to others, exhibited sadistic tendencies, and refused to take prescribed medication to control outbursts of aggression. He also stated that Beverly's fear for her son had evolved into her fear of her own son. The court convicted every Liggett of first-degree premeditated murder and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The jury unanimously concluded that his actions were cold-blooded and calculated. The 26-year-old defendant listened to his verdict in silence, his head down and seemingly unconcerned. Following the trial, Libby Liggett admitted that she believed her brother was completely guilty of what he had done. However, she noted that the tragedy could have been avoided if the specialists to whom the family repeatedly turned for assistance had performed their duties and responded to the alarming messages in a timely manner. Beverly, as of today, Ari Liggett is serving his life sentence in a Colorado state prison. All of his attempts to appeal and challenge the court's decision have been unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a quiet, unassuming Tuesday in 1992, a series of events would set the stage for a mystery that would live on in the collective memory for years. A young man known for his charm and popularity found himself in the midst of a perplexing situation within the walls of his own home. Little did they know that this was only the beginning of a perplexing journey full of secrets, questions, and a never-ending search for answers. On that fateful Tuesday, October 13, 1992, in the quiet town of West Liberty, Iowa, 22-year-old Corey Wynek's life took an unexpected turn. Corey was a well-known figure in the community, not only for his athletic ability as a West Liberty high school football player, but also for his work as a bartender at his grandparents' establishment, Wink's Bar and Grill. The night before, Corey had worked a late shift at Winks, where he spent many of his evenings as the 13th approached. Corey was scheduled to work another night behind the bar. However, when his fiancée Jody Hotz returned home around 6:30 p.m., she was met with an unusual sight. Corey's car remained parked in the driveway, and their beloved golden Labrador retriever was outside. This unusual situation alarmed Jody. Corey's routine was well established, and he was usually on his way to work by the time she got home from her job at a bank in Iowa City. The location, of course, the car, and the presence of Casey outside indicated that something was wrong. Jody's concern grew when she noticed that the screen door to their house was wide open and had out of place details, which heightened her anxiety. Bracing herself, she entered and discovered the main door unlocked. Her heart racing, she started searching the house, fearing the worst. Jody discovered Corey lying motionless on the floor in their bedroom, a horrific scene. He was covered in blood, unresponsive, and his body had become cold. Panic overwhelmed her, and in her distress, she called 911 in an emergency. Her voice trembled as she described the gruesome discovery. "I believe my fiancé has died." She informed the dispatcher that he was all bloody, not breathing, and cold. The peace of their farmhouse had been shattered by an unfathomable tragedy, and the search for answers would soon begin. The police arrived at Corey's farmhouse and confirmed a grim reality. He had been brutally beaten to death, sustaining multiple blunt force injuries, including a skull fracture. It was a startling and terrifying discovery. Jody, Corey's fiancée, became a valuable source of information for the investigators. She described her last interactions with Corey, revealing that she left for work at 8:30 a.m. That morning, he slept peacefully. Corey had returned home from Iowa City around 7 a.m. It appeared to be an ordinary morning for the couple. The lack of evidence of robbery or theft perplexed the investigators. Corey appeared to have been specifically targeted. Someone had entered their home with the sole purpose of inflicting harm on him. As the investigation progressed and word of Corey's tragic death spread throughout the community, an important piece of evidence surfaced. At 1:30 p.m., a local farmer reported driving past the quarry house. On that fateful day, they discovered a metal baseball bat on the side of the road near the property. Strangely, when he passed by earlier that morning around 9 a.m., the bat was not present. This information led police to believe that Corey was attacked between 9 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. The discovery of the baseball bat was a watershed moment in the case. Traces of blood found on the baseball bat matched Corey's blood type, implying that it was the murder weapon. Corey's injuries were consistent with the types of injuries that a baseball bat can cause. Despite having the murder weapon in their possession, the investigation encountered a frustrating setback. No fingerprints or DNA evidence were discovered on the baseball bat. This perplexing lack of conclusive evidence added another layer of complexity to the case, leaving investigators with a haunting mystery about who had targeted Corey and why the investigation into Corey's tragic murder took an unexpected turn as police delved deeper into his personal life. It became clear to law enforcement that this was not a random act of violence. Rather, it appeared that Corey knew his assailant, revealing a web of complex relationships and potential motives. The police made a startling discovery. Corey had romantic relationships with several women before his death, in addition to his fiancée, Jody. This revelation generated a large pool of potential suspects, posing a complex puzzle for investigators to solve. In the months following Corey's tragic death, they interviewed over 400 people in their never-ending search for the truth. Despite their tireless efforts, the case remained unsolved and became colder with each passing year. A decade after Corey's murder, there was still no concrete evidence of a motive or perpetrator. The much-needed breakthrough arrived unexpectedly, a quarter of a century after Corey's murder in December 2017. The information they received had the potential to uncover the truth about Corey Wienecke's tragic and long unsolved murder. In December 2017, a chance encounter at an Iowa hospital gave new life to the long unsolved murder case of Corey Wienecke. Special Agent Trent Villeda of the Iowa Department of Criminal Investigation had gone to the hospital for an unrelated reason when he struck up a conversation with a nurse named Jessica Becker. When Jessica discovered Age's work on cold cases, she felt compelled to share a haunting story from her childhood. Jessica described an incident from 1992 when she was only 9 years old. She had spent the night at a friend's house on a sleepover. Annette Cahill's sister-in-law happened to be the daughter of Jacques Hazan-Jacques. One of Corey's 4 romantic partners at the time of his murder was a woman known to the police for her involvement with him. When questioned by police, she claimed to have been shopping in Iowa City with Jack when Corey died, citing store receipts as alibis. However, Jessica's recollection cast doubt on Annette Cahill's alibi. She admitted that during her sleepover at Jack's house following Corey's murder, she and a friend sneaked downstairs after bedtime. At the bottom of the stairs, Jessica overheard Annette Cahill in the dining room, seen from behind with people crying and lighting black candles. Jessica could clearly hear Annette Cahill uttering regretful phrases. "I never intended to hurt you, Corey. I'm very sorry. I never intended to kill you, Corey. Corey, I love you." Overwhelmed and afraid of being discovered, Jessica went upstairs without Annette Cahill noticing her presence. She later told her mother about what she had witnessed, but her mother declined to report it to the police at the time. Agent V's most recent conversation with Jessica prompted a fresh look at the investigation into Corey's death. In the case files, they discovered an interview from 1996 with a man named Scott Payne, who was friends with Jacques and Annette Cahill. Scott's interview report included a critical detail. Scott Payne claimed that Annette Cahill was seen burning a lot of stuff after Anna Kay was killed. When Scott was re-interviewed, he vividly remembered seeing Annette Cahill burn what he thought was blood-stained clothing in a barrel at Jack's house. He claimed that this occurred about 1 or 2 days after Corey's murder. Annette Cahill claimed to be disposing of paint-stained clothing, but Scott, who had previously worked in a meatpacking facility, was convinced it was blood. With this new evidence and testimonies, the police took a significant step. They arrested and charged him with first-degree murder, signaling a watershed moment in the long-running investigation into Corey Wienek's death. Annette Cahill was 56 years old when her trial began, and she was accused of a heinous crime. The prosecution's case was based on Annette Cahill's claim of first-degree murder, accusing her of killing Corey with deliberate, premeditated, and malicious intent. However, her initial trial ended in a mistrial. Despite nearly a full day of deliberations, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision. Their initial vote was 11-1, with the majority favoring acquittal to ensure a fair and just decision. The judge granted the jury additional time to deliberate. Despite the extension, the jury remains deadlocked, unable to reach a consensus. As a result, the trial ended in a mistrial, and the mistrial signaled a brief pause in the legal proceedings. However, Annette Cahill's legal battle did not end there. She would face trial again in the hopes of resolving the unanswered questions surrounding Corey's tragic death. At Annette Cahill's second trial, the prosecution based their case on a disturbing story of jealousy and a deadly encounter. They claimed that Annette Cahill killed Corey out of jealousy, motivated by his engagement and involvement with other women. The court heard gruesome details about Corey's death. He had received 13 blows, all while still alive. The murder weapon, a bat, had been discovered about a mile from Corey's house. It was discovered by a reporter who was forced to walk down a gravel road after his car broke down, where he came across the ominous item. A nearby farmer confirmed seeing the bat by the side of the road around 1:30 p.m. The backboard had distinctive features, including white tape wrapped around the handle and a blue barrel indicating a powerful light heavyweight. In white lettering, these white letters appeared to have bloodstains. The court learned that the bat had been purchased from Walmart, and it was speculated that it could have been leftover from last year's inventory. It had an initial retail price of $15, but was purchased on sale for $13. The cause of Corey's tragic death was blunt: forced trauma, emphasizing the brutality of the attack. The night before Corey was murdered, Annette made an unsettling appearance at Wink's, where Corey worked. After the bar closed, Corey left with Wendy Marshall. Their departure, however, was hampered when they came across Annette Cahill, who was intoxicated and waiting in Corey's car. Annette Cahill joins them on their journey, creating a tense and agitated environment. During the drive to Annette Cahill's house, she abruptly jumped out of the car, resulting in a confrontation with Corey. Corey then dropped off Wendy and then Annette at their respective homes. When Jody left for work the next morning, Corey was still at home, sleeping peacefully in his bed. The courtroom drama continued with a series of testimonies intended to shed light on the mysterious circumstances surrounding Corey's murder. First, Jessica Becker and her mother took the stand. Jessica described a haunting memory from when she was 9 years old, vividly repeating the details she had previously shared with Agent Violetta. Her mother corroborated her story, stating that Jessica had confided in her at the time. However, she chose not to report it out of fear, recognizing the brutality and viciousness of Corey's attack. Scott Payne, a previously unmentioned witness, also testified. He told the court what he had previously told the police. He saw Annette Cahill burn what he thought was blood-stained clothing. The defense made a compelling case, claiming that Annette Cahill had a solid alibi and should not be held responsible for Corey's murder. They emphasized the lack of physical evidence linking Annette Cahill to the crime. The hairs found in Corey's hand were not definitively linked to her, and there were no fingerprints or traces of her blood on the bat. Annette Cahill testified that she saw Corey the night before his murder. She admitted to being jealous when she saw him with another woman, but insisted they had reconciled and even had sexual intercourse. When she attempted to visit Corey's house that morning, she spent the next day working on a roofing job with Jack. She assumed it was empty because she received no response when she knocked on the door to discuss Ed's defense, which revolved around her presence at a construction job site and subsequent shopping trip with Jack on the day of Corey's murder. The prosecution argued that the provided receipts did not cover the time of Corey's murder. Jack testified that she picked up Annette Cahill around 10 a.m. At the job site, they made a brief stop at Corey's house on their way to Iowa City to return a book for Annette Cahill. They claimed there was no one home because no one answered the door, prompting them to travel to Iowa City. Jack produced receipts for their purchases, but only one had a timestamp indicating a purchase at 1:25 p.m. The defense also attempted to discredit Jessica's testimony, claiming that her bias against Annette Cahill was influenced by Annette Cahill's previous sexual relationship with Jessica's stepfather as a child. After hours of deliberation, including a deadlock at one point, the jury reached a unanimous decision. Annette Cahill was found guilty of second-degree murder rather than first-degree murder, as had been the case in the initial trial. This verdict was a significant step forward in the ongoing legal saga surrounding Corey's tragic death, but it did not completely resolve the case's mysteries and complexities. Annette Cahill's legal journey continued as she explored various options for challenging her conviction and obtaining her release. One of the key post-trial motions she filed was a request to compel discovery regarding the hairs discovered in Corey's hands. She inquired about the testing of these hairs and requested that the court order an explanation from the state if the evidence had been lost or destroyed. She also requested a new trial based on a Brady violation, withholding exculpatory evidence, and argued that the jurors' failure to receive a spoliation instruction regarding the destroyed evidence was unfair. However, her motion was denied, and she was eventually sentenced to 50 years in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On the fateful night of February 24, 2006, Imetse Sanquien, a 24-year-old criminal justice student at John Jay College in Manhattan, went out to celebrate with a friend. They had no idea that this night would end in tragedy and shake the very foundation of New York City. Imetse Sanquien's life was defined by a unique blend of cultural backgrounds and an unwavering desire to make a difference in the world. Simundo Guillain and Maureen St. Hilaire gave birth in Boston, Massachusetts, on March 1, 1981. She inherited a unique surname that combines her parents' last names. Her mother was of French-Canadian descent, which added to the diversity of her family tree, and her father, Simundo Guillain, was a Venezuelan immigrant. Imetse tragically lost her father when she was 9 years old, leaving a lasting impact on her childhood. Her mother, widowed by this loss, eventually remarried, causing additional changes in their family dynamic, and her educational journey was nothing short of remarkable. After graduating from Boston Latin School in 1999, she decided to attend George Washington University in Washington, D.C. Following in her father's footsteps, she earned a degree in criminal justice, demonstrating her dedication to understanding and addressing legal issues. In 2003, she proudly graduated magna cum laude, signaling the start of an ambitious quest for knowledge. Her academic journey did not end there. Imetse Sanquien continued her education at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, where she pursued a master's degree. Initially, she intended to study forensic psychology, but she made a critical decision to shift her focus to criminal justice. Her dedication was evident, as she consistently ranked in the top 5 of her class and was set to graduate in May 2006, with an exciting future ahead. Unfortunately, a man's life was cut short in a horrific and chilling manner. She is in the process of celebrating her upcoming birthday with her mother and sister in Florida. She returned to New York on a fateful day in February of 2006. The events that night would send shockwaves through her family and the entire country. On February 24, 2006, Imette Sanquilin met with her best friend, Claire Higgins, to continue celebrating her upcoming birthday. Their night out took them to a nightclub until the early hours of the morning, when a disagreement led to Higgins leaving via phone call at 3:50 a.m. During the meeting, Higgins was assured that she would be returning home soon. Unfortunately, this would be Claire's last contact with her friend. Imette Sanquilin was last seen at 4 a.m. at the Falls Bar. 17 agonizing hours later, police in Brooklyn received an anonymous call that led them to a grisly discovery. A lifeless body, identified as St. Julian's, was discovered on Fountain Avenue at Spring Creek Park. The horrific details surrounding her murder painted a bleak picture. She was discovered naked, wrapped in a comforter. Her broken fingernails a testament to her desperate struggle against her attacker. Her fingers and toes were bound. A sock had been stuffed down her throat, and her head was encased in packing tape. Even her hair had been brutally cut. An autopsy revealed a horrific sequence of events, with men suffering a brutal beating, sexual assault, and disfigurement at the hands of her attacker. The investigation into Imette Sanquilin's murder quickly became a harrowing and high-profile case that drew the attention of not only New York City, but the entire country, and was handled with utmost seriousness and determination. The Special Victims Squad and the Brooklyn North Homicide Squad of the New York City Police Department worked together to investigate the chilling circumstances surrounding her death. The investigation into Imette Sanquilin's tragic death took a complicated turn as police dug deeper into the events of that fateful night at the bar. The accounts provided by the employees and the bar manager, Daniel Dorian, added layers of mystery to the unfolding plot. The bouncer's testimony revealed that she was visibly intoxicated, and there were discussions about removing her from the premises. Daniel Dorian, the bar manager with a notable family history in the New York nightlife scene, had explicitly stated that he could be kicked out of the bar by 4 a.m. when it closes. When questioned, Daniel initially claimed to not know Imette. However, he later admitted to ordering his 2 bouncers, Tim and Daryl, as well as Little John, to accompany her out at the designated time. What raised eyebrows in this scenario was Daniel Dorian's failure to thoroughly vet his employees. It was discovered that Tim and Daryl were on probation and parole, and thus should not have been allowed to work at the bar, especially after curfew. The police then focused their attention on the 2 bouncers, beginning with Tim. He explained that he left the bar at 4:15 a.m. to catch the ferry to Staten Island, leaving Daryl and Ma in conversation. Daryl, on the other hand, told the police that he had a disagreement with Imette about racism and crimes against black men. He falsely claimed to be a U.S. Marshal. During their confrontation, Daryl claimed that he had escorted him out of the bar around 4 a.m., but he had no idea how she had gotten home. As the investigation progressed, police began tracking Daryl's movements between 4 a.m. and 8:26 p.m., when Imette's body was discovered. His alibi, which involved visiting his mother in a nursing home, was questioned as yet another possible falsehood. This prompted the police to obtain a warrant for Daryl Eves' DNA, as well as permission to search his home and car in order to discover the truth about that night's tragic events. The investigation took a significant step forward when law enforcement discovered that Daryl Littlejohn's DNA was on file from a previous bank robbery conviction. A chilling breakthrough occurred when the blood found on the plastic ties used to bind Imette was discovered to be a match to Daryl's DNA. This crucial piece of evidence connected him directly to the crime scene, raising suspicions about his involvement in the heinous murder. With this damning evidence in hand, Daryl Littlejohn was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The case against him was about to begin in court, with justice being sought for Imette Sanquilin's tragic and untimely death. The prosecution's case against Darrell Littlejohn painted a chilling picture of a man with a troubling history of impersonating law enforcement officers and engaging in predatory behavior. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence presented to the court was Shania Woodard's abduction in 2005. Shania Woodard was walking home when she came across Darrell, who was dressed in a law enforcement uniform, complete with dark blue police pants, a jacket, a cap belt, handcuffs, and a gun. His shirt even appeared to include a police logo and the words "fugitive agent." This guy was convincing enough to deter Shania, who was then subjected to a harrowing ordeal. Darrell requested her identification, handcuffed her hands behind her back, and forced her into a blue van. Shania Woodard's instincts told her that something was very wrong, and she bravely freed herself from the moving vehicle before seeking assistance. Darrell was later arrested in connection with Imetti's case, and Sean recognized him, prompting a search of his van. Surprisingly, DNA evidence from both Shania and Darrell was discovered in the van, as well as on the handcuffs recovered during a search warrant. Another alarming incident occurred in the same month as the Shania's attack. A 22-year-old woman had a terrifying encounter with Darrell as she exited the Queens subway station. She assumed Darrell was a police officer based on his clothing, replicating his previous impersonation. Darrell demanded identification again, handcuffed her hands behind her back, and forced her into a vehicle that drove her to Jamaica on Queens Boulevard. The woman's ordeal continued as Darrell wrapped a jacket around her head, taped a black knit cap to her face, and slept. She was sexually assaulted, which was a horrifying and deeply traumatic event. The grim reality was that, like the Shania abduction, this crime went unsolved until Imetti St. Gwilyn's murder. Only after the investigation into the Imetti case revealed these horrifying details did a pattern of escalating predatory behavior become clear. The prosecution argued that each of these attacks had a common thread: Darrell Littlejohn's abduction of women walking alone, often under the guise of a law enforcement officer. What distinguished Imetti's case was the tragic outcome, as the prosecution contended that she was murdered because she had the potential to identify her abductor and embed his knowledge of where Darrell worked, and her ability to identify him represented a dangerous liability for Darrell, leading to the heinous act that ultimately took her life. This disturbing pattern of behavior painted a bleak picture of Darrell Littlejohn as a serial abductor and sexual predator, leaving the jury to grapple with the horrific details of these crimes while seeking justice for St. Gwilyn and the other victims. The prosecution's case against Darrell Littlejohn painted a bleak and disturbing picture of what happened after he was tasked with accompanying Imetti St. Gwilyn from the bar. According to the prosecution, Darrell kidnapped her during a storm and took her to his basement home in Queens, where she suffered a horrific and traumatic ordeal. It was claimed that he sexually assaulted her, bound her wrists and ankles, and used tape to tightly cover her face and head during the terrifying attack while she fought for her life, resulting in broken fingers and bloodied hands. The prosecution believed that the blood found on the ties used to bind Imetti's wrists was caused by a nosebleed Darrell experienced during the struggle. Additionally, scratches on Darrell's neck during his police questioning were viewed as potential evidence of a violent confrontation. The prosecution also presented compelling cell phone evidence against Darrell, who left his phone near the scene where Imetti's lifeless body was discovered. The tracking of his cell phone revealed a brief movement from his Queens home to the vicinity of Imetti's body. Mamadou, a security guard en route to his construction site on Fountain Avenue, made an important observation. He saw a light-colored Ford van with tinted windows on Saturday evening. Just after 7 p.m., the van had no license plates, and its headlights were off. Chi claimed he couldn't see anyone inside the van because of the dark tinted windows, but he did notice what appeared to be the glow of a cell phone held to a person's ear. This description fit Darrell Van, adding to the mounting evidence against him. An anonymous 911 call was placed at 8:43 p.m. That night, suspicions grew more intense. Fiber analysis presented in court revealed that the bedspread and tape used to wrap Imetti's body, as well as the van, contained fibers similar to carpet fibers, rabbit hair, and mink fur found in Darrell's home. The defense vehemently maintained Darrell's innocence, claiming that he was set up. Attorney Joyce David claimed that Darrell was chosen because of his extensive criminal history. The defense argued that the true perpetrator was Daniel Dorian, the manager of the false bar. They argued that Daniel, a member of a wealthy and influential family, may have had his powerful family cover up the crime. In a pivotal moment during the trial, Daniel Dorian took the stand and admitted that he had initially been less than forthcoming with investigators about kicking Riveted out of the bar due to concerns about the negative publicity it would generate. He vehemently denied any involvement with a mass murderer and claimed innocence. The trial produced two opposing narratives. One from the prosecution painting Daryl Littlejohn as a violent sexual predator responsible for Riveted's tragic death, and another from the defense, pointing fingers at Daniel Dorian as a potential suspect. Ultimately, it was up to the jury to weigh the evidence and consider the arguments presented by both sides. After less than 7 hours of deliberation, the jury returned their verdict, finding Daryl Littlejohn guilty of the charges against him. This marks the conclusion of a lengthy and emotionally charged trial. Daryl was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole, ensuring that he would never again be a threat to society. In addition, he received a 25-year-to-life sentence for kidnapping Shania Woodard. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Greed, envy, and the desire to accumulate wealth with little effort frequently drive people to commit the most heinous and cynical crimes. It's difficult to imagine how cruel a person can be in the pursuit of quick riches. As an example, consider the murder of a close relative. The story of Elizabeth Vasquez is truly shocking and terrifying. This kind and hardworking woman dedicated her entire life to the betterment of her family, striving to provide her beloved daughter with the best possible education. But the greedy heiress and her boyfriend did the unthinkable. For several years, this complex case sparked controversy and shocked the public with its inhumanity, demonstrating how a young woman can easily decide to murder her own mother. Let us try to understand how a prosperous and well-off family produced a true monster devoid of any feelings of pity, remorse, or conscience. The Vasquez family is large and happy. Elizabeth Lillian Vasquez Movia was born in Catamarca, northwestern Peru, in 1967. She was the oldest of 6 children born to Ernesto Vasquez and Maria Movila. Her parents were hardworking, simple people who worked hard to provide for their large family, including an education and a chance at a better life. The Vasquez family was friendly and happy. Elizabeth began helping her mother care for her younger siblings at a young age. She was an excellent student who graduated with honors, allowing her to easily gain admission to the prestigious university's Faculty of Law and Economics. While attending university, she met a young man named Alejandro Espino, who was also studying law and was regarded as one of the best students in his class. The two developed a romantic relationship that grew quickly, and they were officially married in 1987. Elizabeth's parents supported her decision from the start and happily welcomed her son-in-law into the family. Alejandro was a serious, intelligent, ambitious, and purposeful man who could properly care for their eldest daughter. Initially, the newlyweds lived in the Vasquez family home. However, after 6 months, Elizabeth became pregnant, and they decided to move into their separate home with only their daughter about a year after their marriage in 1988. The couple welcomed their only joint heir, whom they named Elizabeth Vasquez Espino, affectionately known as Alita in the family. The girl became the focus of all her numerous relatives' attention, as well as her parents' greatest joy. Several years after the birth of their daughter, the couple, whose careers were steadily improving, decided to relocate to Peru's capital, Lima. Alejandro was then vying for a prosecutor position in an anti-corruption department, while Elizabeth had started her own legal consulting firm. Both worked tirelessly for the benefit of their family, but were unable to devote enough time to their young daughter. Confronted with an unsatisfactory experience hiring a nanny who did not perform her duties diligently, the young mother decided to send her daughter to her parents' entire market so that they could care for the heiress. Maria and Ernesto readily agreed and were overjoyed to have their granddaughter stay with them for a while. Notably, their youngest daughter, Giovanna, is elite. His aunt was only a few years older than Alita, so they got along well and interacted like sisters. Because of their complete dedication to work, the parents rarely saw their daughter and compensated by showering her with gifts during visits. Alita's stay at her grandparents' home lasted several years, and when her parents decided to bring her back to Lima, she had already begun school. It's worth noting that the abrupt change in environments did not help the girl, and she took some time to adjust to life in the bustling, noisy capital, after the quiet, almost provincial Catamarca and the difficult parent-daughter relationship. As a child, Elita was quiet and well-behaved. She strived for academic excellence by studying music and foreign languages. She had a close and trusting relationship with her parents, who tried to make up for the years of forced separation. Elizabeth aspires to be more than just his mother. She wants to be his best friend, someone with whom she can share her most intimate thoughts. This remained true until Elita turned 15, when her elitist personality deteriorated rapidly. Tantra transformed her into a rude person. I stopped listening to her parents. She abandoned her studies, became involved in bad company, and worst of all, began stealing money from her parents' wallet. Elizabeth tried a variety of methods to connect with her daughter, hoping it was just a phase that Elita would outgrow. However, the girl frequently instigated heated arguments with her mother, resulting in hysterics and tears. During these times, Alejandro usually remained neutral, but if Elita sought his help, he frequently took her side. Elita was deeply hurt and offended by being constantly compared to her smart, beautiful, successful, and hard-working mother. Next to Elizabeth, Elita appeared to be the ugly duckling, completely opposite of her mother in every way. She lacked striking features, was overweight, lazy, and temperamental, frequently lied, and did not hesitate to steal. Elita had numerous complexes about her appearance, and when she expressed a desire for plastic surgery, Elizabeth, eager to please her daughter and mend their relationship, did not stop her. Elizabeth paid for her daughter's first rhinoplasty, followed by several more surgeries. When Alejandro and Elizabeth decided to divorce in 2007, their 18-year-old daughter reacted with a hysterical outburst, screaming, insulting, and blaming her mother for driving her father away. At the time, the family was in the United States, and the divorce caused some complications for citizens of other countries. Nonetheless, they returned home as divorced people and started living separately. By mutual agreement, the now adult but still dependent daughter remained at her mother's house. They continued to have heated arguments, and Elita would call her father crying and begging him to take her in. However, Alejandro, who had moved on with a new love, was reluctant to do so. He always persuaded the leader to reconcile with her mother and wait a little longer until she completed university and began her independent life. Despite her poor academic performance, bad character, and provocative behavior, elitist parents enrolled her in the law faculty of one of Peru's most prestigious universities. Our father and mother decided not to skimp on their only child's education, despite the cost. Elite has an untrustworthy boyfriend, and Elita has had her fair share of teen romances. But at 19, she felt truly in love for the first time. It all began on a Sunday morning at church, where she met a charming young man named Fernando Gonzalez. He couldn't take his gaze away from her during the service, and afterward, he approached her to introduce himself to Elita. Fernando appeared like a prince, handsome, attentive, and pleasant in voice. He invited her for coffee and conversation. As it turned out, he had a habit of scouting churches for young, well-dressed girls who arrived in luxury cars, then striking up a conversation, charming them, and playing on their emotions. He'd tell stories about his difficult childhood in a large family abandoned by their father, and how he was now supporting his mother, brothers, and sisters while working multiple jobs. Wealthy and naive girls would sympathize and offer him money. He occasionally managed to keep a wealthy girlfriend for a few months, but they usually left him once the truth was revealed. He was just an unemployed slacker who enjoyed the high life. Elita fell easily into Fernando's trap because she had complexes and always considered herself unattractive. She couldn't believe such a handsome man had noticed her and was willing to give him everything she had, or rather, everything her mother possessed. She told her mother everything, resulting in their first candid conversation in years. Elizabeth believed she had a chance to mend their relationship, especially since the leader had met the boy in church, which appeared promising, and assumed he was a good person. Fernando made a good first impression on Elizabeth. He told her his dramatic life story, and she believed him, concluding that such a good boy deserved help. She rented him a cozy apartment near central Lima and agreed to pay 70s of the monthly rent. She also paid for his business school tuition, promising him a job with her company later. Fernando appeared to appreciate her generosity and was eager to begin studying. He was not interested in attending boring lectures or working. He only wanted to have fun and spend someone else's money. He gladly moved into the rented apartment but never paid anything for it, claiming to be broke and promising to repay later. It soon became clear that Fernando had only attended a few business school classes before quitting. Following a serious conversation with Elizabeth, he appeared to be sorry. She decided to give him a second chance and hired him as a courier for her company. On his first day, he not only failed to complete a simple task but also betrayed other employees who had trusted him with sensitive documents. Elizabeth finally realized that this young man had charmed her daughter only to exploit her for his own gain. He had no intention of studying or working. She then forbade Elida from seeing him, causing her daughter to become angry and resentful. The leader screamed and cried, accusing her mother of attempting to destroy her life and steal her happiness. She refused to listen to reason and insisted on continuing to see Fernando despite the couple's failed separation attempt. Elizabeth decided to send her daughter to her parents' house for a while, naively believing that if Elida didn't see her boyfriend for a few months, her feelings would subside and Fernando would find another wealthy fool to exploit. But Elizabeth was gravely mistaken. Elida continued to communicate with her boyfriend via phone and social media, and her resentment of her mother only grew. Fernando had to leave the rental apartment because Elizabeth refused to pay for it. However, he found a smaller place rented for him by his young lover using her mother's money. As a spoiled child, Elida had some financial freedom and was able to use some of her mother's accounts. When summer vacation ended and university resumed, Elida rushed to see her boyfriend, who once again asked for money. She withdrew a significant amount from her mother's account and gave it to him, resulting in a heated argument with her mother later that evening. When Elizabeth noticed the missing funds, she decided to block access to her accounts, leaving her with only a small weekly allowance for personal expenses. This decision strained an already tense relationship. They barely spoke, mostly arguing, and Elizabeth's attempts to contact her daughter were unsuccessful. The monstrous plan. Fernando became enraged during one of their romantic dates when Elida failed to deliver the money he demanded. He cursed Elizabeth, screaming that she had a lot of money but wouldn't give it to her only daughter, and added that if Elizabeth died, adult Elida would inherit all of her wealth and they could live lavishly. This terrible idea took root in the minds of the elitists and grew stronger with each day. She was constantly complaining about how much she despised her mother, blaming her for all of her misfortunes, and fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if she disappeared. The young lovers began to devise a monstrous and cynical plan to eliminate Vasquez, including who they could recruit as accomplices. At the time, Elizabeth had nearly $3 million in her accounts, a successful business that could be sold, a large house in an affluent area of the capital, several cars, and significant life insurance coverage. If she dies, her only child will inherit everything. Elida Elizabeth seemed to sense danger, and she realized she couldn't keep her daughter away from the mercenary and deceitful young man who had a negative influence on her. The situation was escalating and could end in the most unexpected way. Elizabeth, an experienced lawyer, drafted a will stating that in the event of her sudden disappearance or untimely death, all money and property should be transferred to Ernesto Vasquez, her father. She even managed to visit her parents and inform them of her decision. Meanwhile, Elida intends to stage her mother's kidnapping and murder by suspected criminals who will never be found. She and Fernando decided to enlist the help of a tough guy, or, at the very least, a courtenay holder, with the promise of generous payment for his services. He accepted the offer without hesitation, a crime against his own mother. On January 24, 2010, 21-year-old Elida met with her 23-year-old boyfriend to finalize the plan for the crime that would occur the following day. She remained calm and collected, already planning how she would spend the millions she had inherited. The next morning, January 25, Elida chose to stay at home rather than attend university due to illness. When her mother left to work, Fernando and Jorge were already lurking outside the house, waiting for Elida to distract the guard and let them in. Elida approached the guard on duty and asked him to get pain relievers from the nearest pharmacy, which was only a 5-minute walk away. This brief absence allowed the young men to enter the house and hide in the master bedroom. When Elizabeth returned, the leader loudly dropped the glass in the kitchen, signaling her attackers to assemble. When Elizabeth entered her room, Fernando knocked her to the ground and began choking her, while George held her down. Elizabeth miraculously managed to break free and run into the hallway, where her own daughter kicked her in the head. They restrained Elizabeth while she was conscious. However, their plans were thwarted by Maria Celine, a young servant girl who Alida tricked into another room and locked inside. When Elizabeth regained consciousness, her daughter, boyfriend, and accomplice brutally tortured her in an attempt to obtain the safe code and bank account passwords. Terrified, Elizabeth knew her daughter was in trouble, but she had always blamed it on Gonzalez as a negative influence. She now saw her only daughter's monstrous nature. Elizabeth was able to loosen the restraints and fight back against her daughter, scratching and punching her until Fernando knocked her to the ground. Alida became enraged and kicked her mother, eventually smothering her with a pillow until she stopped breathing. The trio then bound Elizabeth's lifeless body, duct-taped her mouth shut, and placed her in the trunk of her own car. Staging a kidnapping, Alida then dispatched another guard to get medication, allowing her accomplices to drive off the property. She released her to terrified Maria, falsely claiming that she and her mother had quarreled but reconciled, and that her mother had gone to bed. A strange story about a kidnapping during the search for a missing woman. As was customary in the morning, the maid prepared breakfast. But Alida entered the kitchen and informed her that her mother had gone to work early due to an important meeting. Alida then left the house to visit her mother's workplace. She walked into the office of Jessica Hippo, her mother's best friend and accountant, and broke down in tears, reporting that her mother was missing and that she was receiving strange, threatening, and ransom calls. The accountant immediately began blocking the accounts to prevent the intruders from accessing them, reported the incident to the police, and then left the office for a while. When she returned, Alida had left, and the office was in disarray, as if someone was searching for something. Later, it was discovered that Elizabeth's will had gone missing, which Alida had learned the day before by overhearing a phone conversation with a key she had stolen from her mother. Alida had also taken a copy of the will and cash from the safe while her mother was studying. Police arrived and inspected the house, interviewing both the missing woman's daughter and the office staff, but found no useful information. Everyone claimed that Vasquez had no enemies and that no one had threatened her, so no one was initially named as a suspect. The primary hypothesis was that it was a kidnapping for ransom. All that remained was to wait for a call from the criminals to receive additional instructions and demands. A terrifying discovery and the initial suspect. Elizabeth's disappearance was discovered the following day. It was reported that her car had been abandoned in a vacant lot outside of town. The inside was empty, but when law enforcement officers opened the trunk, they were astounded by what they discovered. Inside was the lifeless body of a missing woman, with signs of beatings. Forensic experts found dozens of bruises, severe head trauma, and rope marks on the victim's body, indicating that she was tied up and attempted to free herself. It was also determined that Vasquez died as a result of asphyxiation. Particles of blood and epithelium were discovered under her fingernails, indicating that she had resisted. It was now necessary to identify who the blood belonged to. Alida appeared in the lineup as a grieving daughter, crying, wailing, and appearing almost unconscious. However, during the interrogation, she behaves very differently. She was calm, even cold-blooded, and she was visibly annoyed by the investigators' questions. Furthermore, she contradicted herself repeatedly during her testimony when the police decided to check the information about the kidnappers' calls and sent a request to the cell phone company. It turned out that Alida had not received any calls. It also turned out that in the days preceding and following her mother's disappearance, Alicia had been in frequent contact with Juan Fernando Gonzalez, whom they also decided to question. However, the young man either insisted on his innocence or remained silent, resulting in irrefutable evidence and an arrest. Elizabeth's maternal grandparents were in charge of her funeral, while Elizabeth herself was unconcerned, focusing solely on how to get out of the situation, remain free, and save money. She called her father, who was already aware of the incident and crying, and told him she was innocent and asked for help. Her father advised her not to say too much and promised to get her out of the situation, despite knowing full well who had committed the crime. However, he did not want his daughter to go to prison because it would have brought shame to Alejandro, who was a powerful and respected man at the time, serving as Justice of the Peace and President of the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, forensic analysis revealed that the blood and skin particles under the deceased's fingernails belonged to her daughter. Elita attempted to claim that she had a serious disagreement with her mother and that they had briefly quarreled before reconciling, but no one believed her. Further inspection of Elizabeth's room with special equipment revealed numerous white traces of blood throughout the house, including in the elitist room, despite her attempts to wipe away the evidence. At the very least, a story that she had an argument with her mother in the evening, but then made up, and that her mother left early for work the next morning and was never seen again, quickly fell apart. She contradicted herself, first claiming that she had not entered her mother's room, and then recalling that the ransom calls were entirely her creation. The testimony of the maid, Maria Solen, was crucial in the case. She described how, on the night of the crime, she was locked in a room where she could hear Elizabeth's screams and sounds of struggle, but could not intervene. After that night, she never saw her employer again, and Elita insisted that everything was fine with her mother, who had simply left for work early. All of this culminated in the arrest of Elita and her boyfriend, the criminal trio, and the battle for the inheritance. Elita was arrested at her mother's home. Her boyfriend was apprehended a few hours later at an entertainment venue. The next morning, George was arrested after Fernando betrayed him by attempting to blame him for the crime. It is worth noting that Gonzalez was the first to testify, in the hopes that cooperating with the investigation would benefit him and help to mitigate his sentence. Meanwhile, Alejandro hires the best lawyers for his daughter, but realizes she will not be able to avoid punishment. At the same time, he began dealing with Vasquez's inheritance, intending to claim it for himself, since the will had vanished and the heiress faced a lengthy prison sentence. He claimed that he and Elizabeth never divorced, but instead lived apart while remaining legally married. Meanwhile, Ernesto Vasquez, an elitist grandfather, decided to pay a visit to his favorite granddaughter in prison to look her in the eyes, and he couldn't believe that the girl he had known and raised since infancy could commit such a heinous crime. However, Elita acted arrogantly, shouting, insulting the older man, and stating that she did not want to see him again. This encounter deeply upset him, resulting in a heart attack from which he was unable to recover and died 6 months later. The Vasquez family was unable to prove the existence of the will left in their Ernesto's name because the document vanished from Elizabeth's office and the notary's database, seemingly taken care by Alejandro. All documents and references to the couple's divorce have mysteriously vanished, leaving Alejandro with the right to claim the deceased's inheritance, as well as the trial and verdict. Despite Elita Fernando and George's attempts to shift blame to one another, the investigation successfully reconstructed the events of that fateful evening, determining each participant's role in the crime. It was also established that the trio engaged in a deliberate conspiracy, which aggravated their guilt. Maria, the maid, testified that Alejandro threatened her and demanded that she give a different version of events, but she refused. In May 2012, the court convicted all 3 defendants. Initially, the prosecutor requested that each murderer be sentenced to 30 years in prison. While the men pleaded guilty, Elita repeatedly played the victim. Fernando and George were eventually sentenced to 28 years each, but the elitist trial was postponed. Elita claimed that the perpetrators were hired by relatives on her mother's side, who fabricated the inheritance story to seize Elizabeth's property and money. Her father had the same version of events. Attempts to declare Elita mentally ill and vulnerable to manipulation by criminals were also unsuccessful. Alejandro proposed sending her to a psychiatric hospital rather than prison, declaring her insane and incapable of fully inheriting his wife's estate. Finally, in December 2012, the court issued its final decision, sentencing Elita to a maximum of 30 years in prison. She and her accomplices are still serving their sentences in prison. The disputed inheritance remains unresolved. In the spring of 2021, Ala 100 died without becoming the sole heir. The Vasquez family, through the court, seeks to exclude Elita from the list of claimants to Elizabeth's property, citing her incarceration for murder. Currently, the primary claimant for the Maria Muvila is Elizabeth's mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Kelly Clayton had everything going for her. First and foremost, she was very intelligent and bright. Since high school, she has been a role model for other students who are active in school excel at tests, and pass exams. At the same time, she never appeared to be a girl who spent days and nights sitting over textbooks, cramming lessons and writing down something from extra reading. No, her appearance was considered model-like, and if her grades had been subpar, she could have pursued a modeling career. She could have, but she did not. After high school, she attended teacher training university to become a chemistry teacher. Her parents' insane pride lasted only for the first few years of university. It is unknown what triggered her decision, but one day Kelly took her documents from the institution and called her parents, telling them that she no longer wanted to study and that she was too young to spend the rest of her life checking notebooks and raising ungrateful children. If she wants to, she will undoubtedly return to her educational pursuits. In the meantime, she wants to travel and live her life to the fullest. Her parents were so upset that they did not communicate with their daughter for 6 months. But if it hadn't been for this desperate act, Kelly might never have met Tom Clayton. They met at a party for mutual friends, and the young man adored the girl. First, he began courting Kelly and showing signs of interest within minutes of meeting her. Second, Tom had a stunning appearance and athletic build, thanks to his status as a hockey star. He played for the semi-professional team Jackals for 4 seasons in a row, and he was regarded as a strong man, a player capable of breaking the opponent's ribs only if he did not approach the gate. But only a sports career, particularly one built on strength and aggression, will eventually fail, and Tom was forced to put the stick in the far corner and enjoy hockey only from the stands or the couch. Watching his favorite team on television, the couple had to move on with their lives, first returning to New York to marry, then to North Carolina, and finally to the tiny town of Cato, which has a population of only a few thousand people. Tom franchised a company that rebuilt houses after fires or disasters, while also working in a related field for a French company. Kelly, after dropping out of university, worked as a waitress, only changing jobs, and now has 2 children. However, Tom was earning enough money, and Kelly could leave her job at any time to care for her lovely daughters. But she was still convinced that extra money would never be unnecessary. Furthermore, she could use it to buy toys for her children and spoil them in every way. On September 28, 2015, Tom went to play poker with his friends the Millers, as he always did. He never accompanied his wife to such events. Playing for money required specific skills and experience in the game. Furthermore, someone had to stay at home with the children, and a family trip would have turned such gatherings into raucous buffoonery, removing any enjoyment from gambling that evening. Tom was unlucky in the game, but he did not get up from the table, instead attempting to win back and offering anyone who wanted to stay to play until morning. But no one supported him, so he went home. At home, however, a dreadful picture appeared before him. His beloved wife was lying in her own pool of blood, badly beaten, and appeared to be dead. Tom panicked and ran through the rooms looking for his children, who were thankfully unharmed but very scared. He grabbed his daughters and went to his neighbor Derek's house, trying not to let them see their mother's mutilated body, and he dialed the police number right away. The officer who arrived on the scene discovered Tom sitting on his knees in front of his wife's body, attempting to give her artificial respiration. Only the MTs were able to extract the man, who revealed the terrible and unpleasant information. Kelly had been dead for some time, and neither they nor he could do anything to help her. All 2 floors of the house were soaked in blood. There was a huge mess in the bedroom. Despite the fact that there were children in the house at the time, Kelly and the perpetrator who committed the atrocity appeared to have fought. Kelly was pushed down the stairs, as evidenced by the knockdown banister, and then beaten on the head with a blunt object until she was dead. There was no evidence of knife or gunshot wounds. The police officer who filmed the crime scene noted that Tom appeared stunned and disoriented. He walked from one corner of the room to another, entered for a split second, and immediately exited, and he was unable to direct the police officer to the children's room or the emergency exit from the house. When asked where Tom was at the time of the murder, he calmly replied that he had spent the evening at a friend's house playing poker. The policeman then went to the neighbors to ask the children some questions, as he had not received any clear information from Tom. Tom's eldest daughter, Charlie, described the perpetrator as a robber. According to the eldest daughter, she and her sister were almost asleep when they heard their mother screaming loudly from the next room. "Charlie, run," Run away from here." And then the entire place shook like an earthquake. After listening to their mother, the girls cautiously exited their room, only to see the criminal leaning over their mother and beating her with what appeared to be a hammer. The girls dashed back into the nursery, closing the door with a small nightstand and hiding beneath the bed. It was a good thing the criminal wasn't looking for them because, as the police officer pointed out, that nightstand was so small that it couldn't have caught a burglar. So what did this burglar look like? He was a huge one, like a bear. That's big. Wow, what did he wear? Blue denim and a black shirt. He was also wearing a mask, similar to the one Daddy wears when he hunts ducks with Mr. Bourne. So your father wears a mask like that too. Will you show me? I'd have to ask him where it is. I'm not sure. What else did you notice when you spotted the robber? He had eyes like my father's, and I can't remember anything else. I saw him briefly. We got scared and ran back inside. Police officers who investigated the house were unable to confirm the girl's claim that the perpetrator was a burglar. There were no signs of forced entry at either the front or back doors, but the garage gate was open, allowing the perpetrator to enter the house through it. Another thing the police discovered was that nothing was stolen from the house. Jewelry was left untouched in a jewelry box, and Tom's safe, which held the cash, was not even opened. All of the cabinet doors in the house were closed. Usually burglars check every cabinet and shelf. But here, the entire mess was the result of a fight. Experienced officers, it appears, understood everything at once. Tom pretends to be a heartbroken husband, and he murdered his beloved wife and the mother of his children in order to continue receiving insurance payments. If Kelly's life was insured, and husbands' murderers always make sure their wives' lives are protected, he could receive up to $1 million in the event she died. All that is required is to gather evidence, and the case will be resolved. Especially since her own daughter said the robber's mask and eyes resembled her father's. However, when the police discovered Tom's whereabouts that night, they did not find the hunting mask in the house. The police questioned the other poker players. "Is Tom the murderer? Do you truly suspect him?" One of his friends inquired. That poor man had his wife murdered, for crying out loud. And instead of looking for the bastard, you want to blame everything on him? How could you have thought of something like that? No, Tom could not have done it. Another less emotional friend responded. I've known him a long time. He worked 2 jobs around the clock because he adored Kelly and his children. That simply cannot happen. Plus, he stayed with us all night. We played poker, and even when everyone was exhausted, he insisted on continuing to play. During a game break, Tom's friend Laura mentioned that he was very suspicious that evening. He led me into the next room and asked me to give him my phone so he could call his wife. He claimed he forgot his phone in the car and did not want to go get it. I was surprised to find the car 10 meters from the house. Go get the phone but still give him a call. He took a step back and made the call from outside. I didn't hear who or what he was talking to, but when I checked the outgoing calls, there were no numbers in the call history, implying he simply deleted the call. Would you agree? That is odd. I told my husband about it, and he was just as surprised as I was. My husband was sitting at the table next to Tom when he noticed that Tom was not paying attention to the process of dealing cards or the people around him, which is critical in poker, but was sitting with his head bowed over the surface of the table where the cards were hiding the screen of his phone. He was carrying his phone. Why did he trick me? So where was he calling? Who couldn't he call with his phone? Who couldn't he call with his phone? Following Laura's testimony, the police questioned Charlie, Tom's daughter, and she repeated what she had previously told the officer. The robber resembled her father. The murder victim's niece provided the next testimony. Already after Tom was imprisoned, I did not tell Aunt Kelly. I didn't want to upset her. She was very fond of Tom. She genuinely loved him. Besides, she has 2 children with him. They're my sisters. Who needs my truth? Tom was not who he appeared to be at first glance. Yes, he occasionally showered my aunt with attention and flowers. He could easily babysit, something other fathers rarely do, but that was only at home and work. He was an entirely different person. Aunt Kelly decided to help me one day by arranging for Tom to drive me to work for him. She was too young to be on her own, so she knew me better than anyone and wanted the best for me. Last summer, I worked for Tom on correspondence, registration, and document management. I didn't know him very well prior to that, so our relationship was strictly professional at first. Then he got drunk somewhere and came to the office in that state. There was only me and him, and for some reason, he began telling me that his family was fictitious. He adores his daughters, but he doesn't care about his wife, and he hasn't had feelings for her in a long time. Throughout their marriage, he has had a few extramarital affairs and has considered leaving Aunt Kelly. But he didn't, because he was afraid of losing his home and money as a result of the divorce. Looking ahead, it is important to note that some of the interviewed female poker players confirmed Kelly's niece's claim that Tom was not a faithful husband and had a sexual relationship with 2 other women who were playing poker that night. In addition to information about Tom's promiscuous life, Kelly's 16-year-old niece mentioned another employee of Tom's firm, Michael Beard. Michael was doing a good job repairing houses after the fires. But there was one time when Bird worked in those houses and kept missing things, and Tom didn't believe his customers the first few times, referring to the possibility that the owners would lose something during the fire. Then, when the theft accusations were repeated for the 3rd and 4th time, it was clear that Michael Bird not only restores the floor and walls, but also steals. In addition to stealing, there were complaints that Michael allowed himself to arrive at work drunk. I was in the office when Michael's theft was discovered. Tom could yell at his employee and kick him out onto the street. He was upset by his subordinate's behavior. He kept asking him, "How could you, or haven't you considered your family? Where are you planning to work now?" Following the incident, Tom fired Bird but continued to call companies he knew and offered to hire his former employee. Tom recommended Michael, and when all other options were exhausted, Tom hired Bird to help with the household chores, such as cutting the grass, watering the plants, and performing minor repairs around the house. The detective then summoned Michael Beard for questioning. He claimed he only stole because he and his family needed money. Tom was very nice to me and defended me until the end, but I knew it was my fault. He has an excellent wife. She fed me while I worked for them, even though she shouldn't have. She also gave my children clothes her daughters had outgrown. I am extremely grateful for everything they have done for me. I feel so sorry for Kelly. When I found out about her death, I couldn't believe my ears. I really felt bad. I even went to church and prayed that she would go to the best of all worlds. The police did not find anything unusual in Michael's story and released him, but the interrogation of his wife, Mrs. Bird, made them doubt his words. According to his wife, Holly, Tom promised Michael $10,000 for unspecified work. That was interesting. Michael was summoned back to the station and had a lie detector attached to him. All of the questions failed. Bird lied and thus failed the test. Realizing he couldn't get away with it, he started testifying. Indeed, Tom promised Bird $10,000 if Michael sneaked into his house on the day Tom was supposed to play poker, killed his wife, and set fire to it. The plan was to strangle Kelly before making it appear that she died in an accidental fire. Furthermore, the family home was insured for a significant sum of money. The police confirmed that it was true. Kelly's home and life were insured at the highest level. 2 cans of gasoline awaited Michael in the garage, through which he would enter the house. Everything was fine here. Bird entered the house while everyone was already asleep. He began quietly climbing the stairs to the bedroom where Kelly was supposed to be sleeping, but the young woman was either awake or awakened by the sound of the open door, and when she saw a strange man in the doorway, she screamed in terror. Michael was just as terrified and pounced on Kelly, attempting to wrap his massive hands around her neck. But it wasn't so simple. Kelly started to fight back. Michael is surprised that Kelly, who appears to be fragile, has such strength. A fierce fight broke out, spilling over from the second-floor bedroom to the first-floor kitchen. Michael, in shock and panic, was unable to concentrate on the fight, and instead waved his arms in all directions or grabbed Kelly's clothes, while Kelly, defending her life, aimed very accurately at Michael's face. And if the cops had arrived earlier, they would have noticed the bruises from the beatings on Bird. But everything ended up as it did. After a long struggle, Michael smashed Kelly's head into the wall with all his might. She fell and struggled to get back up for a while. Michael took out a hammer and started hitting the young woman's head with it until she stopped moving. Michael, enraged by what had happened, simply ran out of the house, forgetting that Tom had asked him not only to kill Kelly, but also to set the house on fire to conceal the crime. Michael had an accomplice, Mark Blanford, who served only as a driver the day before the incident. Michael called me. I had worked with him on a construction site for a long time and spent a few weeks with him last year, so I was familiar with him. I knew Michael was into petty theft, so I wasn't surprised when he called and asked me to drive while he broke into someone's home. I wanted to decline, but he offered me $500. At first I hesitated, but he persuaded me to go ahead. He said he just wanted to rob a businessman and needed assistance getting out of there before the cops arrived. He offered to help with the car. I gave in to his requests, but only on the condition that I park far away from the house. He agreed. That evening, I waited for him in that car in a dark alley, and he returned quickly enough, breathing heavily, and instructing me to move as quickly as possible. He wasn't carrying a bag or sack, so it didn't look like a robbery. I didn't ask him any questions along the way because I didn't want to learn anything. I just wanted my $500, which I didn't receive. On my way out, he asked me to stop at a bridge over a creek a few blocks south of here. I paused there, and he quickly stripped off his outer garments and threw them off the bridge. If you need to see the place, I'll show you. Police officers who arrived on the scene at Mark's request discovered pieces of Michael's outer clothing near the creek, as well as the hammer used to kill Kelly. Michael, who was already in custody on suspicion of first-degree murder, began to change his testimony. According to him, he was hired by Tom for $10,000 to commit arson at the house and nothing else. There was no question of murder when he entered the house, but Kelly had already died. And who killed her? The detective inquired. I believe it was Tom. He initially offered me money for murder and arson, but I declined. I am not willing to kill a man for money, he stated. I had nothing to fear, but he could never persuade me. You may not believe me, but I nearly passed out when I saw Kelly's body. I knew right away that he was setting me up, so I ran out of the house. Michael insisted he's the killer. Michael spent a long time assuring the police of his innocence, all because he was unaware that Mark had shown the location where Beard had thrown out his belongings, and that his clothes, as well as the murder weapon, had already been examined by experts who discovered Kelly Clayton's blood on both his clothes and the hammer, and that was the most direct proof that he, not someone else, had killed Kelly. In turn, Tom refused to admit that he ordered the murder of his wife from a former problem employee at his company. According to him, Michael knew he had money. He knew he wasn't poor, and he decided to rob Beard's house because he had lost his job and was resentful of the dismissal. But Kelly was at home that night, and he paid with his life. It would have been more difficult to prove Tom's guilt in conspiracy with Michael if Laura, the woman who had been playing poker that night, had not told the cops that Tom had called from her cell phone. The detective requested a transcript of her calls, and her expectations were met. Then, on the night of September 28, Tom Clayton called Michael Beard. Michael was the first to go on trial. He continued to claim that he had been hired to set fire to the house in order to collect the insurance money. He did not kill Kelly, and the blood on his clothes was simply from touching a dead and mutilated body. That is why he became dirty. He had thrown away his belongings so that no one would suspect he had been at Clayton's house that night. His speech seemed convincing. The jury had deliberated for 7 hours. In the end, they concluded that Michael Beard was guilty of all charges. He faced life in prison. Tom's lawyers were able to obtain records of conversations and correspondence between him and Michael, and none of them specifically discussed their devious plan. The prosecutor. Questions. Requests for billing transcripts of his movements produced no concrete results either. All evidence was circumstantial. If it weren't for one detail, the car in which Mark had given Michael a ride was registered to Tom's company, and Tom, arriving at the office in his personal Toyota, left it in the parking lot, where it was moved to the company pickup truck, which later drove to Michael's house and left there, before being taken back the day after the tragedy. In fact, he gave Michael the car in which he and Mark drove to the crime. The jury testified to this fact during the trial. The trial lasted 6 days, and the jury ultimately determined that Tom had hired Michael to commit this heinous crime. Michael, in turn, made an appeal. In his defense, he quoted little Charlie, who stated that the eyes and slit of the mask belonged to her father. However, the court denied the appeal because the description of the clothes matched the one discovered beneath the bridge. As a result, Tom Clayton and Michael Beard were given life sentences. Mark was charged with manslaughter and received 4 years in prison. Kim, Kelly's sister, received custody of Tom and Kelly's children. Charlie has finally moved on from the tragedy. She occasionally remembers her mother, but she refuses to talk about her father, whom she will never see again. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On August 2, 2015, 39-year-old Jason Corbett was sleeping peacefully at home in Wahlberg, Davidson County, North Carolina, USA. His family included his wife, Molly Martins, their 2 children, Jack, 10, and Sarah, 8, and Molly's parents, Tom and Sharon Martins. Jason, originally from Limerick, Ireland, hired Molly Martins as an au pair after the tragic death of his first wife, Margaret, due to an asthma attack. Molly was 24 years old. Jason needed help caring for his 2 young children, 3.5 years old and Sarah, 1.5 years old, so he brought Molly from Knoxville, Tennessee, United States, to Ireland. Jason and Molly gradually developed a romantic relationship. Jason's job as plant manager for an international packaging company required the family, including Jack and Sarah, to relocate to Davidson County, North Carolina, in 2011. The same year, Jason and Molly got married. The court beds appeared to have a fulfilling life in North Carolina. Jason focused on his job at the packaging plant, while Molly took on the responsibility of caring for the children and enjoyed coaching a children's swimming team. At 3 a.m., on August 2, Tom, Molly's father, called 911. He informed the operator that my daughter's husband, my son-in-law, had gotten into an argument with my daughter. I intervened, and I believe he's in bad shape. We need assistance. He's bleeding profusely, and I may have killed him. A paramedic team was dispatched to the scene, and the emergency dispatcher instructed Tom and Molly to perform CPR until they arrived. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could help Jason. He died of multiple blows to the head. Tom and Molly were transported to the police station in separate patrol cars. Molly described what happened that night at their house. Sarah, 8, approached her in her husband's bedroom door around 3 a.m. She was experiencing nightmares again. Molly went up to her room to comfort her. When Molly returned, Jason was furious at being woken up. After that, the couple got into a fight, and Jason attacked Molly and started choking her. Tom heard the screams and noises. He walked into their bedroom with a baseball bat in his hand. Tom, 65, confirmed his daughter's statement while sitting in another interview room. When he awoke to screams upstairs, he told his wife to stay in the room and decided to investigate what was happening. He heard Jason threaten to kill his daughter, so Tom brought a metal bat for protection. Tom entered the bedroom as Jason was strangling Molly. Tom turned to Jason and asked him to let his daughter go and relax. He refused to let Molly go and threatened to kill her. Jason turned his back on the bathroom and started dragging Molly behind him. She resisted, but she was weakened. Tom realized his daughter could not be left alone with the aggressor, so he hit Jason in the head several times with the bat. However, Jason was able to knock Tom to the ground and take away the bat. Molly, terrified that Jason would kill Tom, grabbed a decorative garden stolen from the bedside table and used it to cover Jason's head. Due to the pause, Tom was able to get to his feet, grab the bat, and continue to hit Jason in the head. He paused when he realized he was already dead. Tom admitted that he did not like his son, in-law, and his family, and had previously advised Molly to hire a lawyer and file for divorce. The police photographed Molly and Tom for the report. Surprisingly, there were no signs of a struggle, such as abrasions or bruises. So, what exactly happened at the Corbett house? But first, let me explain everything in more detail. Molly Martin spent most of her life in Knoxville, Tennessee. She was the sole daughter in a family of 4 children. Her father, Tom, dedicated 30 years of his life to the FBI, and her mother was a math doctor. Tom coached soccer for the local children's team in his spare time, while Molly practiced singing and dancing with her friends. She enjoyed reading, and as a teenager, she participated in her mother's book club, where she shared her thoughts on what she had read. Sharon and Tom were well-educated and wealthy. Molly decided to pursue a medical degree after high school, and in 2003, she enrolled at Clemson University in South Carolina. Studying proved to be extremely difficult, requiring a great deal of hard work and effort. She soon dropped out of university. Molly and Keith Megan started dating in early 2007 and moved in together a few months later. Molly worked as a nanny and taught children to swim, while her boyfriend worked for a local nonprofit organization. Their relationship with Molly grew quickly. She was fun, cheerful, and carefree. However, they both struggled with mental health issues. Molly had been diagnosed with depression and had informed Keith about her bipolar disorder prior to beginning their relationship. Keith notes that things were fine at first, Medication helped her with her mental health issues. However, she contracted Staphylococcus aureus later. The infection medication appeared to interfere with the effects of the bipolar disorder medication, throwing Molly off balance. Molly experienced migraines and insomnia during this difficult time, as Keith mentioned. She spent a lot of time soaking in the bathtub, occasionally crying while lying on the floor. Molly used to take 16 pills every day. She was unable to continue babysitting and remained at home. Keith took over, fully supporting them both despite his low income. Molly was now depressed, and every time he returned home, he had no idea what was waiting for him behind that door. The relationship grew strained. After a while, she improved. Molly insisted on getting engaged to Keith. He took this step for her, hoping it would improve her condition. But he was mistaken. It didn't help, nor did her desire to have kids. Molly became pregnant with Keith. However, she had an early miscarriage in September of 2007. Molly's condition did not improve in February, so her parents paid for her stay in the psychiatric unit at Emory Hospital in Atlanta. He or she was to be assisted in stabilizing her condition and prescribing the appropriate medication. 4 days later, she returned to Keith, and the two attempted to continue living together. By the end of February, the couple's relationship had deteriorated significantly. Molly simply told Keith one night that she wanted to travel to Europe and work as a live-in nanny. He didn't think she should leave, let alone work with children, because she couldn't even go grocery shopping by herself. Molly soon departed for Ireland, and Keith never saw her again. Molly claims that the babysitting job came at an important time for her. After graduating from university, she struggled with feelings of inadequacy and had no idea who she was or who she wanted to be. She was fortunate to meet Jason, who helped her come to her senses and understand her role in caring for his children. A few months later, Jack and Sarah began calling her mother, Molly, who lived in Ireland, her native land. So, after her engagement, she proposed to Jason that they marry and live in America, and he agreed. Tracy Lynch, Jason's sister with whom they were always very close, claims that the Molly they knew in Ireland and the one they knew in the States are two different people. When relatives from Ireland arrived in Tennessee for the ceremony, they noticed Molly's unusual behavior. She tried to control everything, was frequently angry, and did not resemble those happy brides awaiting marriage. Sometimes she stayed in bed and refused to speak to anyone. Jason's family began to question whether he should join this American family, and his best friend noticed the unhappy groom in front of him. He even told him to simply leave, board a plane, and return to his home country. But Jason said he couldn't do that. He had already committed. 4 years later, Molly was very close to Jason's children and even considered them her own. However, her relationship with her husband was strained. Tracy claims that Jason had recently, in 2014, planned to return home. He was unhappy here and had started to gain weight. Molly was acting strangely, and he was unhappy with some of the things going on at home. He missed Ireland and said it would be difficult for him to leave. When Molly found out he wanted his children, he contacted her mother, but he refused to let her become their legal guardian. Jason refused to use his wife's citizenship to obtain a visa for himself. That way, she would have no legal basis to seek custody of the children if they later divorced. She later confessed to several of her friends about her husband's abuse, and neighbors began to keep an eye on Jason. Molly's statements were not supported by any visible evidence. According to numerous testimonies, there were no abrasions, bruises, or other injuries, and she did not appear to be a victim of abusive behavior, nor was she withdrawn or haggard. She didn't seem afraid of him. Jason, on the other hand, did not fit the description of a tyrant. He was personable, outgoing, and generous. The courtbed's closest neighbor reported that Molly had said things that did not fit the big picture he was aware of, and were most likely false. She admitted that she may have lied to others in order to make herself look good and avoid embarrassment over her words or actions. Molly answered detectives' questions on August 2, while still dressed in her pajamas from the bedroom fight, and reported that Jason had abused her. She had been to the hospital several times, but never explained how she sustained the injuries. Her husband was abusive, both verbally and emotionally, according to her. He occasionally sincerely apologized to her. Their relationship appeared to be on track to improve. However, the abuse continued, and each time the situation worsened. Despite this, her love for Sarah and Jack prevented her from abandoning him. Molly added that she had never told anyone about her husband's abuse, because the children were not hers, and they were not us citizens. Jason could have taken them away from her years ago, fearing that no one would believe his abuse. Molly began using hidden recording devices at the advice of her attorney, and she claims that many of the recordings she collected have been destroyed or lost, but those that remain have been turned over to prosecutors. For example, in the recording, Jason comes home late in December 2013. He finds the door locked and rings the bell several times. She opens it in 39 seconds and apologizes. "You never intended to do anything, did you?" he asks angrily and mocks her. Molly begs. Multiple smacking sounds can be heard, and she starts to whimper. "I absolutely despise you." She comes to a halt quietly just before the recording stops. She claims Jason had a key but was too drunk to open the door. And, as was often the case in their home, the rage would build up until whatever was going on was completely my fault. 4 days after their father died, 10-year-old Jack and 8-year-old Sarah were interviewed twice by state officials. The interview was conducted by a licensed social worker. The children described their father's aggressive behavior, ongoing marital problems, and allegations of verbal, emotional, and physical abuse. Perhaps more importantly, the children understood and recognized the problems. In response to questions, Sarah explained that Mom didn't want to wake Dad up because he'd get angry and say, "Why are you waking me up?" Jack witnessed his father's use of physical force on 1 or 2 occasions. The social worker asked a critical question to summarize what had been said. Did anyone teach them or ask them to answer certain questions in a specific way? Sarah answered, "My mother asked me to tell only the truth." Jason had made Tracy the legal guardian of his children a few years ago, in case of his death. She knew Molly would not let them go without a fight. Tracy immediately flew to North Carolina to petition for custody of the children. Molly did the same. Tracy took over as guardian of Jack and Sarah 16 days after Jason's death, and the two returned to Ireland. In January 2016, Tom and Molly were charged with second-degree murder. Tracy believes Molly learned about Jason's plans to return to Ireland with the children. However, without her, a strategy was devised to get rid of him. Molly had always wanted only her children, not her husband. Molly and Tom faced trial in July 2017 for Jason Corbett's murder. The prosecution presented a very different version of events, one that excluded strangulation and self-defense. Prosecutors relied heavily on forensic evidence, including photographs of Jason's body and gruesome signs of a struggle in the bedroom. According to the pathologist's report, Jason was struck at least 12 times in the head. The exact number could not be given because he was hit in the same spot repeatedly. The skull has visible cracks and severe bruising, similar to an injury sustained by someone who has fallen from a great height, been involved in a car accident, or has blood. According to a spatter expert, Jason's head was once 30 or 45 centimeters off the floor, and he continued to be struck. According to prosecutors, Jason was struck first while still sedated in his bed. Toxicology tests confirmed that Jason's system contained a sedative prescribed in Molly's name 2 days prior to the tragedy. Furthermore, Jason's $600,000 insurance policy had been changed about a year ago, and Molly was now the sole beneficiary. The jury was also shown photos of the defendants taken at the station on the night of August 2. Tom and Molly had no scratches on them. It was impossible to engage in the fight Molly described with a man who was larger, stronger, and taller than you without receiving a scratch or bruise. Tom and Molly were probably delaying the 911 call, making up their story for the cops while Jason's body cooled on the floor. This thought occurred after paramedics arrived at the Corbett home and noticed his body's low temperature. It was already cold. Jason's abusive behavior was not disclosed during his trial. Domestic violence was rarely discussed during the trial. In his testimony, Tom claimed that Jason exercised a lot of control over Molly. He noticed bruises on her body but had no idea where they came from. Although he admitted that he had never witnessed Jason's physical aggression, except on that August night prior to sentencing, Molly stated that incidents like August 2 occurred on a regular basis. The only difference this time was that my father was in the house. In defense of his clients, the attorney displayed a photo from the station showing Molly with a red mark on her neck, confirming strangulation. Jason had a routine physical exam 2 weeks prior to the incident, and the doctor stated that he had been stressed recently. He complained about uncontrollable fits of unreasonable rage. The autopsy revealed marks on Jason's left arm, indicating that he was defending himself, but none on his right arm, which he allegedly used to hold Molly by the neck. After 9 days of testimony, arguments, and photos from the scene of the tragedy, the jury was excused to deliberate after less than 5 hours in the room. They found Tom and Molly guilty. Both received sentences ranging from 20 to 25 years in prison. The court ruled a few days after the verdicts were announced. The lawyers objected to the court's decision, citing judicial errors, particularly the jury's incorrect actions, which violated the judge's instructions. Even before the verdict was announced, one of the jurors gave an interview to journalists, revealing that some of them had discussed the case in private, which is strictly prohibited. However, the court denied the motion. In Tom's case, the appeals court allowed only the defense and prosecution to present oral arguments in Molly in January 2019, but the defendants were not present. Each side was given only half an hour to present their main arguments. On February 4, 2020, the North Carolina Court of Appeals overturned Tom and Molly's convictions and ordered a new trial. Among other errors in the first trial, evidence that Jason was violent toward Molly was excluded. A year later, the North Carolina Supreme Court upheld the appellate court's decision, despite the state's challenge. It determined that the exclusion of certain evidence at trial, as well as the erroneous inclusion of others, may have prevented Tom and Molly from presenting a compelling defense, and thus their claims of self-defense had little evidentiary support. As a result, the jury was not fully informed about the evidence, and they were unable to perform their constitutional duties. Molly and Tom were each released on $200,000 bail in April 2021, after serving 44 months in prison. The interviews given by two young children shortly after their father's death are particularly noteworthy, and, while in the custody of Molly's family, both Jack and Sarah have since recanted their statements. They claimed that they were coached to lie about domestic abuse. They have since informed the Davidson County District Attorney's Office from their residence in Ireland that Molly coerced them into making those false statements, and that Molly was the one who was abusive. A new trial was held in November 2023, and the judge sentenced Molly Martins and her father Thomas to prison for at least 7 months following an emotional final day of sentencing hearings. On Wednesday, the power was led out of a North Carolina court in handcuffs after receiving sentences ranging from 7 to 30 months for Jason Corbett's voluntary manslaughter. This is in addition to the 3.5 years Molly and Thomas have already served since being convicted of murder. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Gail Katz was born March 8, 1956, in Brooklyn, New York. I grew up with 2 other siblings, a sister and a brother. Despite excelling academically as a teenager and graduating a year ahead of her peers, Gail's life took a different turn when she started college. Instead of focusing on her academic success, she became involved in a partying lifestyle, which led to her decision to drop out. This decision deeply disappointed her conservative parents, who held traditional beliefs about life. They believed Gail's only chance for a successful future was to marry a wealthy man. Gail's mother, who worked in the hospital emergency department, strongly encouraged her to pursue a doctor as a life partner, but Gail refused, preferring socializing and dating over a committed relationship. Gail eventually lost control of her life, dealing with depression and attempting suicide several times. Despite her family's initial surprise, Gail introduced them to a man named Robert Birnbaum, who they had met through mutual friends. Dr. Birnbaum, a young and promising individual, seemed to be the perfect match for Gail and her family. Coming from a successful cardiologist father, he pursued a career in medicine and completed his plastic surgery residency at Brooklyn Maimonides Medical Center. Aside from his impressive educational background, Robert had charm, linguistic skills, and a passion for skiing. But his greatest passion was aviation. He had a pilot's license and frequently planned romantic airborne dates for Gail. She enjoyed these adventures, and he appreciated her genuine interest in his hobbies. As a result, their bond grew rapidly, ultimately leading to their marriage. However, like many love stories, theirs did not end happily ever after. On July 7, 1985, a Sunday, Robert Bierenbaum arrived alone at his sister's home in Montclair, New Jersey, USA, around 6:30 p.m. It was his nephew's birthday, and his sister had organized a celebration for him. Robert and his wife, Gail Katz, were invited to the event. However, Robert informed his sister and father that Gail would not be accompanying him due to a disagreement they had earlier that day. According to Robert Gail, they left their Manhattan apartment at around 11 a.m. to visit Central Park, and she hadn't returned home by the time he left for the party, so he went alone. On his way home from the celebration, Robert stopped at the home of his friend, Dr. Scott Barron. At this point, Robert appeared distressed and attempted to call his apartment's landline several times without success. He told Scott about the morning's argument with Gail, noting that she had left in casual attire and had not communicated with him since. When Robert returned to his Manhattan apartment, he found Gail missing. He contacted her former psychology teacher, Dr. Yvette Face, to talk about the argument. Robert informed Yvette that Gail had left earlier that day to sunbathe at Central Park. Yvette advised him to contact the police and inquire with the apartment complex's doorman about Gail's whereabouts, which Robert agreed to do. The following evening, July 8, at 9 p.m., Robert contacted Detective Virgilio Dalsauce for the first time. He informed the detective that Gail had left the apartment at 11 a.m. He had last spoken with her the day before and had not heard from her since. Robert explained that he waited for Gail at their apartment until 5:30 p.m., but she did not return, so he left for his nephew's party at his sister's house. Robert was the last known person to see Gail. The detective urged him to provide as many details as possible to help find her. Robert mentioned to the detective that Gail had previously attempted suicide. He also expressed concern to friends that Gail may have harmed herself, citing information from her therapist, Dr. Sybil Baran, who allegedly informed him of Gail's suicidal tendencies. The search for Gail began, but the police encountered significant challenges due to a lack of solid leads. Despite their efforts to obtain additional information from Robert, he did not respond to their repeated messages until July 10 days after she was reported missing. During his conversation with Detective O'Malley, Robert inquired about the status of the investigation and agreed to meet 3 days later to go over the details of the last time he saw Gail. As time passed, police became increasingly concerned that Robert was withholding critical information. Several incidents concerned them, including an encounter on July 14 when some of Gail's friends, including Marian S.R., were actively looking for her and distributing missing person posters. During this conversation, Robert mentioned to Marianne that he thought Gail was on a week-long shopping spree at Bloomingdale's, which raised red flags for investigators. On another occasion, he made an odd remark to Gail's mother about the cats becoming ill and the need to clean the rug. They found it peculiar. The details he recounted about the events of July 7 differed depending on whom he spoke with. Interestingly, he did not notify the police about the argument he had with Gail on Sunday morning before her departure at 11 a.m., despite telling his family and some friends. Instead, he told the police that the argument occurred the night before she went missing, citing financial issues as the reason. He claimed that they reconciled afterward. He even mentioned a romantic dinner he prepared for Gail when they returned to their apartment on July 6, stating that she went to Central Park the next morning at 11 a.m. Despite repeated questioning by police to ensure he disclosed all events of July 7, he maintained that he remained in the apartment until leaving for the party at 5:30 p.m. This contradicted what he told Gail's friends, who claimed he searched for her in Central Park between 11 a.m. and 5:30 p.m., even after claiming to have found her towel and suntan oil. Despite the importance of this information in Gail's disappearance, he did not inform the police. Robert informed the detective that he had spoken with the doorman at their apartment complex, who remembered seeing Gail leave around 11 a.m. However, I will not be returning. However, when confronted by the police, the doorman claimed he had not seen Robert or Gail that day. Furthermore, when Detective Dalsauce requested a search of Gail's apartment in July following her initial disappearance report, Robert only responded on September 12 and allowed entry on September 30. However, due to limitations, the police were not permitted to search for blood or hair samples. As suspicions grew about Robert's possible involvement in Gail's disappearance, police investigated their marriage and discovered a far from perfect relationship, described as toxic by acquaintances. The relationship was not always turbulent. They met in the early 1980s while Gail was a college student and Robert was a surgical resident in Manhattan. Robert initially went to great lengths to impress Gail, demonstrating his skills as a pilot and his fluency in multiple languages, which appeared romantic. The relationship was initially described as magical. However, things changed, and they began arguing more frequently in the months preceding Gail's disappearance. Gail's sister, Elaine Katz, told the police that she witnessed Robert forcefully feeding Gail food at a restaurant, which deeply disturbed her. This was only one of several concerning incidents discovered by the police. Both friends and family described Robert as controlling, and Gail confided in a neighbor that she was uncomfortable at home. Gail had previously filed a police report alleging that Robert choked her unconscious after catching her smoking on the balcony. Although Gail stayed with Robert after he agreed to see a psychiatrist, the psychiatrist later sent her a letter warning her that Robert could be a serious threat to her life. Gail had begun a new relationship and decided to leave shortly before her disappearance was reported. Robert told a friend that she planned to inform him of her decision to leave and file for divorce on July 7. She also stated that if Robert refused to cooperate and agreed to a settlement, she would reveal the letter she received from his psychiatrist warning her about the potential danger he posed, possibly even showing it to his colleagues. The police concluded that the accumulation of circumstantial evidence pointed to Robert's involvement in Gail's disappearance. However, a significant obstacle remained. Gail had yet to be found. The search for Gail continued as her family and friends worked to uncover the truth about her appearance. However, Robert seemed unconcerned. He spent a lot of time in the Hamptons, attending parties and developing relationships with other women. In September 1985, a woman named Dr. Roberta Karnofsky moved in with him at their marital home, and they were together for about a year. Despite ongoing efforts, no trace of Gail could be found, and no arrests were made. Although no arrests had been made, Chief Investigator Detective Andy Rosenzweig was still conducting an active and ongoing investigation into Gail's disappearance. Detective Rosenzweig revisited the evidence, aware of Robert's love of flying and his license as a pilot, and focused on checking flight logs at the New Jersey airport. It was known that Robert frequently rented planes. An investigation into the records revealed that on July 7, 1985, at 4:30 p.m., he rented a Cessna 172 plane from Caldwell Airport in Fairfield, New Jersey, and returned it after 1 hour and 56 minutes. However, Robert had changed the date on his own flight log to the next day, July 8. Detective Rosenzweig's discovery sparked concerns. Why did Robert try to conceal the flight? Detective Rosenzweig suspected Robert of killing Gail and disposing of her body in the Atlantic Ocean. Robert's flight record showed that he had enough time to fly 165 miles across a portion of the ocean. However, without Gail's body, the district attorney's office believed there was insufficient evidence to secure a conviction. For years, after Gail went missing in May 1989, a torso washed up on Staten Island. At the time, DNA testing was not available. Instead, an X-ray technician compared an old chest X-ray to the torso and determined it belonged to Gail. The torso was released to Gail's family, who held a funeral service for her. Despite this identification, no charges were filed, and Robert moved to Las Vegas, where he established a successful plastic surgery practice, continued to date, and became well known in the community. He married Janet Sally in 1996, and the couple later moved to North Dakota, where they have a daughter. Despite Robert's apparent departure, Detective Rosenzweig was haunted by the unsolved case of Gail's disappearance and decided to reopen it a decade later when forensic DNA analysis was available. With Gail's family's permission, the torso was exhumed for testing, which eventually revealed that it did not belong to Gail. Despite the absence of Gail's body, the police and DAs believed they had enough evidence to arrest and charge Robert with second-degree murder. Robert pleaded not guilty to the charges. The case against Robert was based solely on circumstantial evidence. No eyewitnesses, forensic evidence, confessions, or bodies were present. Nonetheless, the prosecution claimed that, despite the circumstantial nature of the evidence, it clearly pointed to one conclusion. They contended that Roberts murdered Gail in their apartment after learning of her intention to leave him. According to police, Robert spent hours dismembering Gail's body before flying it over the ocean between Montauk Point, New York, and Cape May, New Jersey. The prosecution's task was to persuade the jury that Robert could dispose of the body while piloting the plane, claiming that he acted alone. To support their argument, they presented 4 expert witnesses as well as a video demonstrating how such an act could be accomplished. The jury heard testimony from 4 expert witnesses: New York City's chief medical examiner, an experienced New York City police pilot and aviation safety inspector, and an airline transport pilot flight instructor and flight test examiner. They claimed that Robert, a surgical resident and pilot, could easily dismember a body the size of Gale's 5 feet, 3 inches, and 110 pounds in 10 minutes. They also testified that he could pack her dismembered limbs into a flight bag and transport them through an unmonitored rear exit of his apartment building before walking 2 blocks to his car and noticing. The experts also stated that Robert could load the flight bag onto the Cessna 172 plane without being detected and fly it over the Atlantic Ocean to dispose of the Scales' remains. They noticed that the rented plane was relatively simple to operate. The prosecution presented evidence of motive to the jury, revealing Gale's affair and desire to leave Robert. She had made plans, borrowed money, and was determined to leave on July 7. The court learned that Robert did not notify anyone, including his family, of his flying activities on that day. The altered flight log was presented as evidence that he flew the next day. However, the court was informed of the tumultuous nature of Robert and Gale's relationship, including allegations of domestic violence. Robert had previously described their arguments as intense and volatile. There were reports of him expressing hatred for Gale and making statements implying a desire to harm her testimony, revealing both direct and perceived threats made by Robert in the autumn of 1983. Gale contacted her cousin Hillard Weiss, an attorney, and told him that she and Robert had a heated argument during which he choked her, knocking her out for the first time, though it was not the first time he had choked her. Additionally, Gale's therapist, Dr. Sybil Baran, testified. Despite Robert's claims that Gale was suicidal, Dr. Baran stated that she had never discussed such concerns with Robert and did not believe Gale was suicidal. The defense argued that Robert was innocent, describing Gale as having mental health issues, drug addiction, and unstable relationships with other men. They called a witness who claimed to have seen Gale in a bagel shop a few days after she went missing. However, the prosecution told the jury that the witness's description of the woman did not match Gale's. After 5.5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted Robert of second-degree murder. As a result, he was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. Robert appealed the verdict, but was ultimately unable to overturn it. After serving 20 years of his sentence, Robert confessed for the first time during a parole board hearing in 2020. He admitted to killing Gale and throwing her body out of an airplane, which was consistent with the prosecution's theory of events. Robert described how they argued, and he became overwhelmed, eventually attacking and strangling Gale. He then flew an airplane, opened the door, and dumped her body over the ocean. When questioned about his motivation for the murder, Robert blamed it on his immaturity and inability to control his anger effectively. Despite his confession, Gale's body has never been found. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. A story about the life and brutal death of a young 27-year-old mother of 2. Laura Ackerson was born April 30, 1984. In 2011, she was 2011. She was living in Kingston, North Carolina, with her husband of 32 years, Grant Hayes, and their 2 sons, ages 3 and 2. Laura cared deeply about children, and so did her own children, whom she simply adored. Laura met her husband in 2007. Grant was a musician who performed at bars and restaurants. Laura was working at the bar when they met. Grant was a well-known local musician with a charming personality. They began dating, but Laura kept it a secret from her friends and family, until one day, she informed them that she had married him. Friends were stunned, particularly Laura's best friend, Heidi. She always assumed they shared everything in their lives with one another. Laura's brother, Jason, was equally shocked. Nobody knew anything about Grant or who he was. The wedding seemed rushed. Despite this, those around Laura supported her decision. Laura became pregnant with a baby boy several months later. She was overjoyed, but Grant began to act strangely, as did Heidi's best friend and Laura's brother, Jason. Grant was very quiet, always angry, didn't like anyone, and disliked socializing with other people. Then Grant took control of Laura and her every movement. Grant began to suggest to her that everyone she loved and trusted was a negative influence on her. He would yell at her during phone calls with friends and family to hang up and stop talking to them because they were a negative influence on her. When Jason arrived, Grant would begin yelling at her to kick her brother out because she was not permitted to be in his company. Laura had to go out with her friends without telling her husband. Grant turned out to be an abuser who attempted to isolate her from society so that she would belong solely to him. Some believed he isolated her from her friends so that they could see the real him and persuade Laura to leave him. Grant also began to behave strangely toward his son. He refused to immunize the baby, claiming that African American children are more likely to be autistic. Grant began to use alcohol and illegal drugs. He always used illegal substances, but after marrying the law, he stopped. But after the baby was born, he returned to those horrible substances. He began to focus more on his business and had less time for his wife. He went on long business trips and dated other women while working. Because of the illegal substances, or because they exacerbated an existing mental illness or disorder, Grant began to have increasingly bizarre thoughts. He claimed that he was the chosen one, that the government was run by aliens, and that they needed to raise a large sum of money to board a spaceship that would only transport the chosen ones during the apocalypse. He did not listen to Laura. They began arguing all the time. He justified his cheating by claiming he needed connections for work. Then he receives a business offer in the Virgin Islands. Grant decides to travel to the island, leaving Laura and her baby in North Carolina. There he meets a woman named Amanda. Amanda was an actress 7 years older than Grant, and she was also wealthy because she was a widow who inherited all of her husband's money. Granted, he did not hide Amanda from Laura and claimed that she was simply a tool for his business. Laura could no longer stand being treated this way, and she wanted to leave Grant's. Laura's family advised her to flee and avoid him. Laura intends to move in with her brother, Jason. However, she was unprepared for what happened. She got pregnant with her second child. As a result, she reconsidered and chose to remain with Grant. She moved to the Virgin Islands with him and gave birth to her second son. The baby had health issues and required proper medical care, so they returned to North Carolina. Grant wasn't thrilled with the relocation. He kept thinking about doing business in the Virgin Islands. Then he began using illegal substances and alcohol more frequently, and he became even worse at manipulating people by using them for his own gain, not thinking about anyone but himself. Amanda, a resident of the islands, was in New York at the time. Grant continues to socialize with her while humiliating Laura in every way possible. In the same room as Laura, he told Amanda over the phone that he loved her and wanted to marry her. Soon, he began to leave for New York, claiming that there were more business opportunities. However, Grant wanted to accompany Amanda. He left Laura at home with the kids. Laura had completely lost her patience at this point. Grant was not only constantly humiliating her and cheating on her, but he also spent almost no time with his family, oblivious to their disappearances. While Laura was preparing to leave her husband, Grant wanted to take her eldest son to New York for a couple of days to shoot a diaper commercial. Laura declined to give her consent. Laura, however, wanted the children to have a positive relationship with her father. She gave her son to Grant, but he did not return after a few days. Laura discovered a week later that there were numerous photos from Grant and Amanda's wedding on Facebook. Laura was shocked and called him, asking, "Are you married to me? What wedding?" Grant replied, "I am not married to you. I did not sign any papers." Following Grant's statement, Laura discovers their marriage certificate, which does not bear his signature. Consequently, they were never married. Laura lived a lie for almost 4 years. Laura was in a panic, unsure what to do or how to reclaim the son he refused to give up. Grant and Amanda eventually sued for custody of Laura's sons, but she was not invited to the hearing. Grant appeared before the judge alone, claiming that Laura was a terrible mother and that their son should be in Grant and Amanda's custody. The court ruled in Grant's favor 30 days before the trial began. The court also separated Laura's youngest son from her and gave him to Grant and Amanda. Most likely, the court granted Laura's custody request because she did not have a job or a place to live. But Laura refused to give up. She got a job and found an apartment in a secure neighborhood with a surveillance system. She was willing to do anything for her kids. Grant and Amanda were then relocating to Raleigh, North Carolina, to deal with custody issues. Laura was fully prepared for the trial. She needed her children back. She was assisted by a friend, Heidi, a lawyer. Laura planned to tell the court about his addictions, manipulative behavior, and mental illness. Laura believed Grant possessed sociopathy. Laura provided all of this information to the court, and the judge determined that a psychological evaluation of both parents was required in this case. This analysis or examination also involved observing how the parents and children interacted with one another. For several months, there was a legal battle. Laura tried not to give up. She knew she had to work with Grant for the benefit of the children. She was allowed to spend weekends with the children and to call them every day. But Grant made things difficult. He kept the kids distracted, played loud music during phone calls, and constantly complained about his ex-wife. Laura recorded and saved all emails and voicemails. She was extremely serious about custody. She recorded everything she did with the kids, including what she played, what she fed them, and when she put them to bed. The truth is that Grant repeatedly publicly accused her of being a bad mother. He accused her of making the children ill, not feeding them, and even hitting them. He even called the cops once after a child returned home with a bruise. As time passed, Laura began to receive dire threats from Grant. She told her friend Heidi that if anything happened to her, whether it was an accident or a natural death, Grant would be to blame. Laura turned out to be a wonderful mother after the psychological evaluation was completed. They had a great relationship with the kids. Laura's children adored her because she had a steady job and income, whereas the Grant evaluation was unsuccessful. He did not have a strong bond with the children, which is understandable given that children form attachments to those who care for them. Grant never sat with them. He also frequently spoke disparagingly of Laura, saying some horrifying things about her. As a result of Grant's impaired thinking, the woman conducting the assessment recommended that he undergo further psychological evaluation. Grant and Amanda's lack of stable employment had an impact as well. Also, they had a daughter. Following that, both parents were given an equal amount of time to spend with their children. Almost no one believed Grant anymore because there was no evidence of his baseless accusations against Laura. Grant was very enraged. A court date was set, but Laura died before she could see it. Grant occasionally allowed Laura to take the kids to a children's center on Wednesdays after work. However, after the results of a psychological evaluation, he stopped giving her that time on Wednesdays on July 13. However, Grant still allowed Laura to meet with the children. Laura experienced a joyous and unexpected event. She finished her chores for the day and had several appointments. Then she called her friend and told her she was on her way to meet the children and that they could meet afterwards. In the evening, she was supposed to call her friend and co-worker Siobhan Mathis about their joint venture. Laura, however, never called either of the girls. Siobhan didn't wait for Laura to call and instead tried calling herself but couldn't get through. However, after a few days, she became concerned and drove by Laura's house. That's when she noticed Laura's car wasn't in front of the house. She waited another 2 days but received no response from Laura Siobhan. She then asked the landlord to open the apartment Laura was renting and see what had happened to her. They entered the apartment, but no one was present. Siobhan then requested a couple of Laura's diaries, knowing that Laura recorded everything in those diaries for her own safety. On Monday, July 18, Siobhan went to the police station to file a missing persons report. She gave the police the diaries and stated that Laura was now fighting for custody of the children and that she was extremely concerned about Laura's safety. The cops read her journal and her concerns about her safety, and they became concerned about having the police check the security cameras at Laura's apartment building. Laura was last seen there on Wednesday, July 13th, at Ninium. She was leaving the apartment with all of her possessions. They checked her appointments all day, and she had been everywhere, meeting with everyone about everything in her diary that she had completed. She made her final call to Grant at 5 p.m. She was 3 kilometers from his home. The police contacted Grant over the phone. He spoke with calmness and confidence. When asked when he last saw Laura, he replied that she had come to pick up the children at 6:40 p.m. She was to take them to the children who had sent her and spend time with them. But first, he wanted to talk about the details of custody. Grant stated that Laura agreed to give him full custody of the children if you paid her $25,000. She then left with the children, returning between 9 and 9:30 p.m. She left at 10:15 p.m., and it was the last time he saw her grandfather testify that he would deliver the children to Laura on Friday. He arrived at the usual drop-off location, but Laura didn't show up. The police checked the surveillance cameras at the location. Indeed, Grant appears to have arrived with the children, and he left without waiting for Laura. His story seems to make sense. The police have yet to speak with Grant in person. Everything so far has been done over the phone. Grant was avoiding meetings with police officers, which was very suspicious. Laura's bank account and phone had been monitored by police to see if they were being used. However, all was quiet on Wednesday. On July 20, Laura's car was discovered. It was parked outside the apartment complex where Grant and Laura previously lived before Amanda. The interior of the car was spotless, with no fingerprints. The police then decided to check Grant's cell phone, which revealed that he was not in North Carolina. He was in Texas, as he had stated from the beginning. The two investigators decided to make the 18-hour trip to Texas to find out what Grant was up to while they were on his trail. A search warrant was obtained for Grant's Raleigh apartment on the grounds that he'd been ordered by the court not to leave the state with his children. He had violated this during the disappearance of his ex-wife, whom he is now suing. Bleach stain remover was discovered at the apartment's entrance. The entire apartment smelled of detergent. There were furniture marks on the carpet. In addition, one of the bathrooms was missing an item and smelled like bleach again. The bedding was removed from the mattress, but anything the police could collect as a sample for examination yielded no results. A letter in 2 different handwritings was also found in the apartment, stating that Laura was giving Grant full custody of the children in exchange for $25,000. One handwriting was Laura's, while the other was Grant's. Everyone who knew Laura agreed that she would never sign something like that in her life. Everyone had witnessed her fight for the children. When the detectives arrived in Texas, Grant, Amanda, and the children had already driven back. Amanda's sister, Karen, lived in Texas. Detectives interviewed her, and she had some fascinating things to say. Amanda and her new husband, Grant, whom Amanda's family had never met, had decided to pay a visit unexpectedly. They brought a truckload of different items such as coolers, furniture, and suitcases. To all Amanda's relatives, Grant seemed strange. Amanda and Grant asked the relatives strange questions. They inquired whether there were any plots of land nearby with holes. They inquired about the well in the yard, how deep it was. Amanda confided in Karen that she had caused Laura a great deal of pain and didn't know what to do, but she couldn't go into detail. When the detectives asked Karen if she thought Laura's body could be in the truck, she burst into tears. Karen said yes. Then she instructed investigators to check the river near her house. Amanda and Grant made a sudden decision to go boating. It was strange because Karen's house had invited visitors to see Amanda, whom no one had seen in a long time. However, Amanda abandoned all of the guests and went on a boat ride right away. Police began searching Karen's home and property, and divers were dispatched to search the river. Karen showed the police the machete Grant and Amanda had left behind, which he had picked up with a towel and hidden in a wall in the garage. She did this in case it became evidence. She also kept an unwashed towel that Grant had asked her to use to wash something in her truck. Karen's son informed the police, and Amanda also questioned him. They tried to ask him about the local animals, such as whether alligators lived near the river and where they were usually found in large numbers, and whether they could eat an entire person. They also inquired whether sharks lived along the coast. Water lilies hampered the divers' search, but they were able to discover several white objects floating among the lilies. The police began finding the bodies in the water one by one. Initially, it was parts of the torso, legs, and arms. Finally, they discovered the head in Karen's home. They discovered items Amanda and Grant had left behind, including a receipt from the store. They purchased salty acid gloves and a large garbage can at the store. Grant and Amanda arrived at Grant's parents' house in North Carolina around this time, and the police had already obtained a warrant to seize the phones and truck. Grant remained calm and confident as he handed over the items. He was unaware that the police had already discovered the remains. Although the body had not yet been identified, police had enough evidence to charge Grant and Amanda with murder. On July 25, they arrested Grant and Amanda. When questioned, Amanda and Grant's statements shifted, and they eventually started pointing at each other. Grant claimed that Amanda accidentally killed Laura and that he was only covering for Amanda because he wanted to protect her and was scared. Amanda claimed to have been a victim of his control, aggression, and manipulation, just like Laura. According to her, Grant, Laura and Amanda were afraid to tell him, and instead obeyed him. At the time, the police needed more evidence to charge and prosecute them properly. They contacted the trash companies and discovered Grant's trash, which had already been removed from his property. They found gloves, women's jeans, women's underwear, masks, a vacuum cleaner, a shower curtain, a bleached towel, and a drop of blood on a glove. DNA testing confirmed that it was Laura's blood. However, it was unclear who used the glove. Amanda's blood was also discovered on Grant's boat, after which Amanda went for a ride in Texas. Dental records confirmed the identity of the body discovered in the Texas River. Unfortunately, it was Laura's. It was also discovered that the body had been decomposing in hydrochloric acid for quite some time. The receipt clearly stated that they were purchasing that acid. Later, a surveillance camera in Texas captured Amanda throwing away the acid residue after they had gone on a boat ride. Laura's body was in terrible condition, making it impossible to determine the cause of death. There were obvious deep stab wounds that left marks on the bone. Based on a neck and head analysis, experts believe that death by strangulation is entirely possible. There was also a sharp object wound on the neck. According to the Grant story, when Laura arrived to pick up the children on Wednesday, she and Amanda got into an argument. Amanda accidentally killed Laura while Grant was in another room. He claims he only saw Laura killed after he had entered the room. Despite Grant's claim that he was only covering for Amanda, police officers did not believe him. On the Thursday, after Laura went missing, he drove to Walmart at 2 a.m. I purchased a reciprocating saw, some blades, a tarp, and a gym bag. Amanda stated that when Laura arrived with the children on Wednesday, she was in the bedroom watching cartoons with them. Laura and Grant were having a conversation in the kitchen about child custody. Amanda walked into the kitchen and noticed Laura signing some papers. She became curious and went over to ask what the paper was. When Amanda realized what it was, she became enraged because they didn't have $25,000. Amanda claims Laura approached her before Grant grabbed her, mistaking her for an attacker. Laura fell and hit her head, while Amanda ran into the bedroom with the children. 5 minutes later, Grant entered the bedroom and stated that Laura had suffered a severe head injury and that he needed to call an ambulance. So he instructed Amanda to gather the children and leave the apartment with her eyes closed. She took the kids to a fast food restaurant where a surveillance camera recorded her. When she arrived home, Grant was just sitting on the couch. He claimed he was fine. There was no need for an ambulance, so Laura went home. Amanda discovered the next morning that Grant had not returned home. She tried calling him and Laura, but neither answered. Amanda asked her daughter Shaw to watch the children and let her know when she needed groceries. She received a phone call from Grant, who requested that she purchase bleach and gloves. Grant later suggested Amanda travel to Texas to visit her relatives, but they did not depart on Friday. Amanda claimed that she had no idea Laura had died and that her body was stored in coolers in their truck bed. While visiting Karen, Amanda noticed Grant walking around the yard at night. She went downstairs and asked him what was wrong. He claimed Laura had died. Amanda only found out the truth at that point. According to her, Grant stated that it was her responsibility to assist him in disposing of Laura's body. They then drove to the river, deciding to feed the body's remains to an alligator because the acid hadn't worked. Amanda claims that Grant was paranoid and carried a machete on the way back to North Carolina. However, the police were aware that his machete was hanging on the wall in Karen's garage. Much of Amanda's testimony did not correspond to the facts. On August 26, 2013, Grant was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Amanda was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to 16 years in prison. Amanda filed for divorce in 2014, and in 2017, she was sentenced to 20 years for tampering with evidence and pipes. Amanda and Grant expressed no regret or remorse during the trials. Throughout the hearings, Grant smiled and remained cheerful. Amanda and Grant continued to blame each other for Laura's death, claiming it was an accident. However, it is believed that both of them planned it carefully. Laura was scared of both of them. She reported to the police that she feared for her life and had received dire threats from Grant. Laura would also refuse to enter Grant and Amanda's apartment if Grant intended to kill her there. Many people believe Grant chose to kill Laura because he needed more psychological help, and he knew he was going to lose the child custody battle. Following the trial, Grant's parents received custody of all 3 children. What do you think this crime was intended for? Unfortunately, this is a common story in life. People who are in love do not realize who they truly are. Perhaps if Laura had taken her time with the wedding or left this horrible man, this would not have happened so quickly. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In September 2017, a chilling and perplexing series of events occurred in a quiet community, leaving its residents in shock and disbelief. What started as a seemingly routine missing person case turned into a harrowing story of love, betrayal, and tragedy. On a sunny Tuesday in September 2017, a young woman named Laura Wallen awoke in her cozy home in Olney, Maryland. She was 31 years old and loved her job as a teacher at Lake High School. She was so good at her job that she was named Teacher of the Year just the previous year. Laura had worked hard to prepare for the new school year. She spent weeks getting her classroom ready for her students. She was looking forward to starting school again. However, something strange occurred on that fateful day. Laura didn't show up for work, which worried everyone. Her family, particularly her parents, became concerned after receiving a call from her boss informing them that she had not arrived at school. Laura was never one to miss work, particularly on the first day of school. She was passionate about teaching, and her students adored her. So when the Lauras received that call, they knew something was seriously wrong. They decided to contact the police and report her missing. The police decided to check on Laura and her home. When they arrived, her house appeared normal, with no signs of trouble. It was puzzling. Where might she be? What caused Laura to disappear? Even more concerning was that she was 4 months pregnant. The police had to find her. They contacted her boyfriend, Tyler Tessier, hoping he could provide some answers. However, Tyler stated that he had no idea where Laura was. A frantic search began. Laura's black Ford Escape was discovered parked at an apartment complex near the high school where she worked. Volunteers gathered in Howard and Montgomery counties, handing out flyers featuring Laura's photo and posting missing posters wherever they could. Tyler and Laura's parents even went on television to ask for assistance and promise a reward. Does anyone know where Laura is? Tyler, who was desperate to find Laura, addressed the news conference. He pleaded with the public to share any information they possessed. He adored Laura and was constantly worried about her. He said, "Laura, it doesn't matter what happened as long as you listen. It makes no difference what kind of trouble you're experiencing. There is nothing we can't solve together. So many people miss you. There are so many people out who have not slept, and we have not eaten. We are simply looking for you or praying that you are safe." But Tyler was also pleading for help. The police and Laura's family began to suspect that he was hiding something related to Laura's disappearance. The police noticed some inconsistencies in what he was saying, and allowing Tyler to speak at the news conference was a strategy for gathering more information. Laura was still listed as missing at the time. No one knew what happened to her or where she was. But as the investigation progressed, Tyler began to reveal some disturbing information, raising even more questions. He told the cops that Laura had asked him for assistance. According to Tyler, Laura wanted to disappear because she was pregnant with a student's child, and she was terrified and embarrassed. She did not want anyone to find out. However, only 2 days after that press conference, everything changed. Laura was a missing person until September 13, 2017, when she was murdered. The police received a tip that led them to a remote field in Damascus, Maryland. Tyler was known to frequent the area, and they discovered newly dug ground in a hidden corner of the field. They discovered something horrifying with the help of specially trained dogs. Laura's body was buried in a shallow grave. An autopsy later revealed that she had been shot in the back of the head. This was a heartbreaking and horrific turn of events, and the police were now faced with the difficult task of determining when she died, who murdered her, and why the discovery of Lauren's body marked a dark and tragic chapter in the story. And it was clear that there was a lot more to uncover. Laura's family, still reeling from the shock of her disappearance, now had to deal with the devastating reality of her murder. The search for answers has only begun. Tyler was considered a person of interest in the case, because he was thought to be the last person to see Laura alive. This suspicion stemmed from inconsistencies in the various accounts he provided about his whereabouts and activities. During the relevant time period, the police had evidence that Laura was alive on September 1, as her family saw her that day. The next day, September 2, Laura went on an outing with Tyler. During this time, Laura texted her sister about the adventure Tyler had taken her on. The message read, "Tyler has taken me on a country adventure. I am not sure why, but it is for something waiting in a field." The police discovered an important clue while investigating Laura's financial transactions. They discovered that Laura's debit card was last used at a Safeway grocery store near her only residence on September 2nd, between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m. What made this discovery significant was that surveillance footage from the grocery store showed Laura wasn't alone during the transaction. Tyler was alone during the transaction. Tyler was seen with her. This information piqued the police's interest in Tyler as they attempted to piece together the events surrounding Laura's disappearance and subsequent death. But why does Tyler want Laura? The answer lay in their complicated relationship and Tyler's hidden life. Tyler and Laura had had an on and off relationship for a decade. They always found their way back together after breaking up. Their love was turbulent, with highs and lows, but Laura was looking forward to starting a family with Tyler, unaware of the dark secrets he was keeping. Laura was not aware of this. During one of the breaks, Tyler had begun dating another woman, a fellow teacher, back in 2012. He even moved in with her while still in a relationship with Laura. Neither woman knew about the other, and Tyler was able to keep his double life hidden. When Laura found out she was pregnant with Tyler's child, her father, Mark Wallen, confronted Tyler about his intentions. He was aware of Laura and Tyler's on and off relationship, as well as rumors of another woman. Tyler assured Mark that he would take care of Laura, even showing him an engagement ring and claiming he intended to propose. He also informed Mark that he had not seen the other woman in 2 years. However, it was later revealed that the ring Tyler had given Mark was used to propose to another woman, not Laura. The other woman had agreed, and their wedding was scheduled just a month after Laura was due to give birth to Tyler's child. Laura and the other woman thought they were in exclusive relationships with Tyler, but the truth was much more complicated. It appeared that Laura discovered Tyler's deception shortly before her death. She text messaged the other woman on August 28, 2017, seeking a meeting to clarify something. She made it clear in her message that she was looking for answers rather than a confrontation. Tyler allegedly began plotting Laura's murder within days of sending that message, according to the police. He appeared to have convinced the other woman that Laura was unstable and stalking him. When the other woman received Laura's text, he informed Tyler, who sent a chilling message, "I could actually kill her." Tyler initially denied any involvement with anyone other than Laura when confronted by the police. However, when confronted with evidence to the contrary, he finally admitted to his double life. Tyler was believed by the police to have brought Laura to a remote location with the intention of killing her in order to silence her and protect his secret life. Laura thought she was going to see some land Tyler wanted to buy, but the reality was far more sinister. He chose a field near the farm where he worked, a place he was very familiar with. Laura's sister had asked her to take a picture during the trip, and Laura agreed. The police would later use that image to pinpoint the location where her lifeless body was discovered. Tyler had taken her there twice, once in September 2017 and again the next day. The police believe Tyler shot Laura on September 17, and their actions following the murder were calculated and disturbing. On the same day, he texted a friend and requested a late-night ride to Baltimore. However, the friend declined to advise against such a late-night trip. Tyler's response was chilling. "It's probably just attempting to clean up a mess," where the prosecutors Tyler's actions were clear at all times. A premeditated murder. They believed that his meticulous planning and choice of location indicated that he had intended to kill Laura in order to protect his secrets from Tyler, with the goal of providing closure and justice to Laura's family. But the truth would remain elusive. The shocking and tragic story of Laura Wallen and Tyler Tessier was far from over. As the case nears its climax in court, a sudden and unexpected turn of events would stun everyone, and the pursuit of justice would take a new direction. Detectives believed that after Tyler shot Laura, he used text messages to conceal evidence and cast doubt on the paternity of Laura's baby. He used Laura's phone to send a message to her sister stating, "I'm about 95 sure Tyler is not the father." I will try to contact Antoine. Laura's sister found the text confusing. She had a close relationship with Laura and was aware that if Laura had any doubts about the baby's paternity, he would not discuss it via text message. She told the cops that Laura had dated someone named Antoine about 2 years before her death but had no contact with him since then. Tyler was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, obstruction of justice, tampering with evidence, and false statements. He faced only one murder charge because Maryland law requires that the child be viable outside the womb before additional charges can be filed. When questioned by the police, Tyler initially denied any involvement or knowledge of Laura's situation. However, he later provided several conflicting accounts of the events. He initially claimed that, during a heated argument in September, Laura became enraged and attacked him with scissors, causing her to fall and seemingly die after colliding with a porch post. Tyler buried her in a field, believing she had died. When questioned about the gunshot wound found during the autopsy, he stated that he was concerned that he had buried her alive and then returned to shoot her to ensure she was dead and would not suffer. Tyler later changed his story, telling the police that African-American men had entered Laura's home and kidnapped her. He claims they compelled them to drive to Damascus, where Laura was shot. When asked why he wasn't shot, Tyler explained that he begged the men to let him go. The prosecution was confident in their case, claiming Tyler was responsible for Laura's death. They contended that Tyler, who had been living a double life for years, was concerned that his secret was about to be revealed because Laura had discovered the truth. Tyler allegedly planned Laura's murder after she contacted the other woman he was involved with. Tyler was supposed to spend the weekend of September 2 with the other woman in Pennsylvania, ostensibly to look for bridesmaid dresses. Instead, he claimed he couldn't go because of a knee injury sustained while walking her dog, which proved to be a lie. He arranged to meet Laura and transport her to a remote field in Damascus, Montgomery County. The prosecution contended that Laura's murder was premeditated, as evidenced by the isolated location where she was killed and buried. They wanted to take the jury to this remote location to show the extent of its seclusion and the planning required. This visit would necessitate four-wheel drive to navigate off-road terrain, ascend a curved hill, and descend to the corner of a grassy field, demonstrating the location's remoteness and hidden nature, supporting their claim of premeditation. They also planned to show the jury an animal processing facility near the field. Prosecutors believe Tyler used a skid loader on the property to dig a shallow grave for Laura's body. Laura's front license plate and cell phone were found in a dumpster on the property. The prosecution was concerned that photographs alone would not accurately depict the field's hidden maker, implying that someone familiar with the area had chosen. They had an aerial image of the site with a tree line and a photograph of Laura in a truck at the same location. Laura had sent her sister a photo of herself from that location. Furthermore, phone records for Tyler and Laura showed them at the location where Laura was later discovered, and the prosecution planned to tell the jury that after burying Laura, Tyler drove her car to a Columbia apartment complex, where it was later discovered. They planned to call witnesses, including one of Tyler's friends, who claimed Tyler asked for a ride from the apartment complex and requested the opportunity to present their case to a jury on September 28. At 5 a.m., Tyler's lifeless body was discovered in his jail cell only hours before his trial was scheduled to begin. He hanged himself inside the Montgomery County Correctional Facility in Rockville, Maryland, leaving 5 suicide notes on the top of his bunk bed. This tragic turn of events meant that the prosecution would be denied the opportunity to outline and prove their case to a jury. Tyler's death brought an abrupt and unexpected conclusion to a case that had sparked widespread interest due to its complex and disturbing circumstances. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the quiet town of Pella, Iowa, on a seemingly ordinary Monday evening in May 2020, a chilling incident occurred behind the closed doors of an unassuming apartment complex. What began as a report of a domestic dispute quickly turned into a nightmare, leaving a community stunned and investigators piecing together a harrowing story of obsession, jealousy, and ultimately, a lethal act that would forever change the lives of those involved. This is the story of a tragic event that became known as a watershed moment in Pella's history, a tale of secrets, betrayal, and a darkness lurking beneath the surface of everyday life. On May 18, 2020, a fateful Monday evening in Pella, Iowa, USA, the peace of an apartment complex was shattered when the police received a distress call at 8:20 p.m. The call reported a potential domestic dispute taking place behind 101 Glenwood Avenue in Marion County, Iowa. The concerned caller reported a troubling scene in the alley, two people engaged in a heated argument. Responding quickly to the call, police arrived at the scene to investigate the situation. What they saw was a bleak and tragic scene. Officers discovered a dead body inside a parked vehicle. Tracy Mondabaugh, 47, has been identified. She was discovered slumped in the vehicle seat, secured by her seatbelt. Unfortunately, their efforts to help her were in vain. Tracy had already died from her injuries, and the puncture wounds on her body provided a chilling account of her death. The police discovered that she had been brutally stabbed to death. Among her injuries were a fatal stab wound to her chest and severe lacerations on her hands, painting a horrifying picture of the violence that had befallen her. Tracy Mondabaugh, a mother of 4 young children, had been living at the Glenwood apartment complex with a man named Nicholas "Nick" Boat. Tracy had recently moved to Pella from her previous home in Ottawa. Tracy's tragic death painted a disturbing picture. She was brutally murdered inside her parked car, close to her home. The assailant appeared to have attacked her before she could even unbuckle her seatbelt, leaving a community stunned and mourning, and law enforcement tasked with solving the mystery of this heinous incident. On that fateful evening, witnesses provided vital information to the police, shedding light on the tragic events. According to their accounts, a fight broke out between 2 women, Tracy, who was inside the vehicle, and another person standing outside. Surprisingly, the person outside the vehicle left the apartment complex in a gray 4-door Cadillac, leaving a scene of chaos. Eyewitnesses reported hearing a shouted phrase from someone outside the vehicle, "He does not belong to you." Based on this information, the police began to put the puzzle together, and they had strong suspicions about the identity of the person driving the gray Cadillac. The chilling events of that evening had a link to an incident that had deeply disturbed Tracy earlier in March 2020. She had told the police that she was afraid for her safety because she was dating Nick Boat, who'd recently separated from his wife, Michelle Boat. Tracy described an alarming encounter in which Michelle had followed her from Pella to Ottawa, a distance of about 40 miles. "I was overcome with fear." Tracy had even requested police assistance, asking that they meet her at a gas station for protection. Tracy and Nick's relationship had taken an unexpected, intense turn. They met through an accidental Facebook friend request in February 2020 and went on their first date on March 8. They had moved in together just a few weeks before Tracy's tragic death. Michelle was dissatisfied with their relationship. As evidenced by multiple police reports, Michelle was accused of abusing Nick prior to Tracy's death, and she had repeatedly violated a no-contact order. She was charged with domestic violence in March 2020. Nick and Tracy had both told the police that Michelle was frequently following them around town, creating a sense of fear and tension. Shortly after Tracy's lifeless body was discovered, police officers arrived at Michelle's 55-year-old home. They noticed a gray 4-door Cadillac parked outside her house with visible bloodstains. The car's engine and rotors were still warm to the touch, raising more suspicions. When the police arrived at Michelle's home, she was dressed in a robe, her hair wrapped in a towel, and she claimed to have just taken a shower. During their search, they discovered her clothing in the washing machine and a pair of latex gloves, seemingly stained with blood, hidden in the upper tank of the bathroom toilet. Surveillance footage from May 18th revealed Michelle's movements on that fateful day. Tracy died tragically less than an hour earlier. Michelle had gone to Nick's workplace at Vermeer Corporation. The video shows Michelle following Tracy into and out of the mayor's parking lot. Tracy had contacted Nick at his workplace that evening, and the footage showed that when Tracy left the parking lot, Michelle followed her closely. Both vehicles left the lot around 8:10 p.m. and the 911 call reporting an altercation arrived just 10 minutes later. Michelle Boat was charged with first-degree murder after a forensic examination confirmed that the blood found on and inside her car belonged to Tracy. The intricate web of events had culminated in a heartbreaking tragedy, leaving the community stunned and the legal system grappling with the consequences of this heinous crime. In this gripping legal drama, Michelle, the defendant, has denied the first-degree murder charge, claiming that her actions were motivated by an emotional breakdown. She admitted to stabbing Tracy but claimed that her reaction was triggered by the anguish of her husband leaving her for a younger woman. which she claims to have witnessed with dramatic results. Nonetheless, the prosecution has painstakingly crafted a compelling narrative, arguing that Tracy's tragic death was not the result of a sudden emotional outburst, but of a coldly calculated plan. The prosecutor portrayed Michelle as a woman consumed by resentment, an unrelenting obsession, and simmering rage in the aftermath of her husband's departure. The prosecutor's evidence will conclusively establish that Michelle's actions were premeditated, with the hallmarks of a carefully planned intent to harm Tracy. The prosecutor insisted that justice would require no less than a murder conviction. Marion County Attorney Ed Bull, the prosecutor, revealed that Michelle meticulously tracked Tracy's movements on that fateful day. He portrayed Michelle as a hunter armed with gloves and a deadly determination as she allegedly plunged a knife into Tracy's heart, killing her. Michelle informed the court that she had followed Tracy from a Burger King drive through to Nicholas' workplace. On that fateful evening, she had observed their dinner meeting and relentlessly pursued Tracy back to her apartment complex. According to the prosecution, Michelle began her assault as soon as Tracy parked her car outside her apartment complex, inflicting serious injuries before Tracy could even undo her seatbelt. Further revelations emerged in court, revealing that Tracy's blood was discovered both inside and outside Michelle's car, a haunting detail. Tracy was found clutching a handful of Michelle's hair, which DNA analysis confirmed. The murder weapon remained elusive, but the prosecution contended that Michelle's gloves, hidden in her bathroom, held sinister significance. They claimed that the use of latex gloves on that fateful day was deliberate. To bolster their case, the prosecutor presented evidence of a calendar discovered in Michelle's home, meticulously marking each day since her husband's departure, culminating on the day she allegedly attempted to reclaim him. The prosecution revealed that Michelle had sent Tracy a warning text instructing her to stay away from Nick. The prosecution argued that Michelle's intent to harm Tracy was clear, as evidenced by the presence of incriminating items such as a knife, gloves, and binoculars in her car that fateful night. These elements, they contended, painted a picture of a planned and deliberate attack rather than a sponge. Emotional outburst occurs simultaneously. In this gripping courtroom drama, Nick testified as a key witness, telling the story of how he and Tracy met through a strange twist of fate on Facebook. His testimony revealed a story of chance encounters and blossoming romance, as he described how Tracy had inadvertently reached out to him, starting a chain of messages that led to phone conversations and their first meeting. Their first date on March 8th, when they hunted for deer antler sheds near Roberts Creek, cemented their relationship. Nick reminisced about their effortless chemistry, describing their bond as if they had been friends forever. Their relationship blossomed. In April, Nick ended his 20-year marriage to Michelle Boat and moved into an apartment with Tracy. Nick's testimony delves into the complexities of his marriage, with Michelle describing it as a tumultuous union, characterized by what he saw as borderline abuse from the start. He revealed that Michelle was constantly conveying her lingering feelings for her ex-husband, which added to the turmoil. Arguments over Michelle's parenting style and treatment of their children were common. Nick eventually grew tired of the constant conflict and informed Michelle of his new relationship, resulting in their split just 3 days after his first date with Tracy. The court heard about a troubling incident that occurred days after the separation, in which Michelle allegedly assaulted Nick and left him with visible injuries. A no-contact order was issued between Michelle and Nick, which Michelle allegedly violated 4 times. By contacting him and showing up to his workplace, Nick expressed his surprise at Michelle's persistence in wanting him to return to their family home, given the state of their marriage. "I do not understand because she has never loved me." The prosecution urged the jury to convict Michelle of first-degree murder, arguing that the evidence showed a premeditated attack with the intent to remove Tracy from Nick's life. Assistant Marion County Prosecutor Jared Harmon described the incident as intentional, malicious, and motivated by Michelle's desire to reunite with Nick. The prosecution concluded their case by arguing that Michelle's actions were not motivated by an uncontrollable provocation, but rather by her own. The defense, on the other hand, claimed that Michelle had no intention of killing Tracy that day, despite admitting that Michelle was the one who stabbed him. They argued that Michelle snapped after seeing her husband with another woman. They emphasized the legal fact that Nick and Michelle were still married after 20 years together. The defense highlighted Michelle's overwhelming challenges, including Nick's departure and the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which left her isolated and distressed. They urged the jury to consider Michelle's state of mind in the context of those trying times. Michelle's tragic situation was brought to the court's attention. Not only had Nick abandoned her, but she had also lost her job during the pandemic, leaving her financially destitute. Michelle described in her own testimony the isolation and emotional turmoil she experienced in the weeks preceding the stabbing. She described how her life was turned upside down overnight, leaving her heartbroken and overwhelmed with sadness, despair, and devastation. In the end, the jury deliberated for only 45 minutes before returning a guilty verdict for first-degree murder. Michelle was subsequently sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. An unthinkable event occurred on a summer day in the heart of Borough Park, a close-knit community in Brooklyn, New York, sending shockwaves far beyond its boundaries. It was a day when the rhythms of daily life in this small community were disrupted, leaving its residents to deal with fear, uncertainty, and an overwhelming sense of tragedy. On that hot summer day, July 11, 2011, the sun hung low in the sky over Borough Park in Brooklyn, a neighborhood rich in Hasidic Jewish traditions. It was a typical day, complete with the laughter of children playing in the streets and the soothing hum of a close-knit community going about its business. No one expected this ordinary day to take such a heartbreaking turn. Yehuda Kletsky, also known as Libby, was born on July 29, 2002, to Nachmen and Saint Forster Kletsky. He was the third of 6 children and the only son of a Hasidic boy in our family. Within their close-knit community, family ties were sacred, and the Libby Kletskys were revered as the embodiment of their dreams and traditions. As the school day came to a close, the young leader felt a surge of excitement. He begged his parents for permission to walk home from day camp on his own, a small step towards independence for the 8-year-old. The move was marked by his parents' trust and support, as they had spent the previous day training with him on the route. His mother, Saint, waited at a predetermined location a few blocks away, at the intersection of 50B Street and 13D Avenue, eagerly anticipating the arrival of her beloved fun. Little did she know that a seemingly insignificant misturn would set off a chain of events that would change their lives forever. Gretzky set off on his solo journey, a backpack slung over his small sleeves and a rush of adrenaline coursing through him. But fate had different plans. Walking down familiar streets, he missed a critical turn that would have taken him safely home. He found himself going in the wrong direction, unintentionally triggering a chain of events that would leave an indelible mark on history. The disappearance of young Libby Kletsky has shocked the Borough Park community in Brooklyn. It was a neighborhood where families knew each other, children played on the same streets as their parents, and everyone trusted one another. When Libby vanished, the collective emptiness was palpable. The community rallied. At precisely 6:14 p.m., a pleading mother called the Brooklyn South Shomrim Volunteer Citizen Patrol on that fateful evening. The urgency in her voice reflected her growing concern that her 8-year-old son was in trouble. Brooklyn and South Summering have previously handled missing child cases, but this time was different. They knew time was their enemy, so they acted without hesitation. Their volunteers searched the homes of friends and relatives for traces of the missing boy. By 8:30 a.m., it quickly became clear that this was not a typical case. The showman made an important decision to contact the New York Police Department. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the police declared a Level 1 search, which involved mobilizing all available resources. Police used canine units to sniff out suspects, mounted officers to navigate busy streets, and helicopters to survey the area from above. However, as night fell, the situation became increasingly dire. It was a race against the clock and anxiety. During this difficult time, the Borough Park community demonstrated its true fortitude. The following Tuesday morning marked a watershed moment in the quest to leave. The police asked for volunteers to assist. The call reverberated throughout synagogues, homes, and community centers. Reaching far beyond Borough Park, 5,000 Orthodox Jewish volunteers responded to the call from both the local community and remote areas of the tri-state region. Their dedication and unwavering commitment to finding young Levi was admirable. They began searching block by block, roaming the streets with unbridled enthusiasm. The outstanding unity demonstrated by the community it crossed cultural boundaries, with Bangladeshis from nearby Kensington joining the search and providing assistance during the crisis. It was a powerful demonstration of the shared humanity that brings people together, regardless of their backgrounds. State Assemblyman Dove Kind played an important role in the search. He promised a $5,000 reward for any information that led to Libby's safe return. People desperate to reunite a missing child rallied around the incentives, eventually raising the reward to a whopping $100,000. During the search operation, Yakov Herman, the leaf teacher, took on the task of canvassing the surrounding area. He and his son carefully reviewed CCTV footage from shops and offices along Levy's route. Levi walks past locksmiths on the rim of 44th Street and 15th Avenue before continuing along 44th Street to 17D Avenue. However, the most important footage shows Levi on 18D Avenue. He spoke briefly with a man who would soon become the central character in this heartbreaking story. This stranger, who crossed the street and entered the dentist's office, unintentionally determined the fate of young BB. When the man left the dentist's office, we followed him as he appeared to get into his car. Everyone who saw the footage was taken aback by the inexplicable nature of the encounter. Our days turned into days, and the police's hard work and the community's tireless efforts were about to yield results. After carefully reviewing CCTV footage, the police gained a significant advantage. They knew Levy had met the man outside the dentist's office on Edit Avenue. The police located the dentist, who notified his secretary. He gave them the name and address of the suspect, who arrived that day to pay the bill. This was the first step in identifying both the man and the footage. Late in the evening, at around midnight on Tuesday, police made another breakthrough. They quickly identified the vehicle in the surveillance video as a gold 1990 Honda Accord. This was a crucial discovery, but what came next was even scarier. About 45 minutes later, two volunteers looking for the missing boy in Kensington discovered the same gold Honda Accord. They quickly jotted down the license plate number of this car. With this critical information in hand, the police drove to the address listed on the car. Police arrived at the suspect's Kensington apartment around 2 a.m. On Wednesday, when officers arrived, they discovered the door open, a foreboding sign of what lay ahead. In the apartment, they were met with a terrible scene. When the man who lived there, Levi Aaron, was asked where the missing boy was, he allegedly nodded towards the kitchen. It was a frightening gesture that sent shivers down the veteran officer's spine. When they entered the kitchen, they were met with a scene that would haunt their dreams for years to come. Kitchen knives and stone towels were discovered in the bags, indicating a terrible act. The legs of young Libby Klasky were discovered in the freezer. The shock and horror that overtook the officers at that point are indescribable. Levi Aaron, the man seen leaving in the surveillance footage, was apprehended by police at 2:40 a.m. On that fateful Wednesday, Levi Aaron was a man from Brooklyn, New York. He grew up in the city as an Orthodox. His father worked at D&H Photo, a Hasidic-owned store. Unfortunately, his mother died about 5 or 6 years before these events. Levi lived in his parents' apartment in the Kensington neighborhood. He had gotten married twice. Unfortunately, both marriages ended in divorce. Levi worked as a clerk at a hardware supply company in Brooklyn. People who worked with him described him as a quiet and socially awkward individual. At the age of 9, he was hit by a car while riding his bike. This injury caused problems, and some believe it contributed to his severe sinusitis and unusual behavior as he grew older. Surprisingly, Levi had no previous criminal record. However, in January 2007, he was served with an order of protection, which is typically issued when there are concerns about someone's behavior. He also received a fine for failing to wear his seatbelt and a speeding ticket. Levi Aaron, the man accused of Levi Klasky's heinous crime, claims he encountered Levi when the boy asked for directions and arrived. Levi wanted to go to the bookstore, but Aaron suggested they attend a wedding in Monson, New York. Instead, they returned later in the evening, around 11:20 p.m. Aaron initially intended to return Levi to his family the following day. When Aaron saw posters about missing children and realized that people were looking for Levi, he became panicked. Aaron took me back to his apartment where he killed Levi with a towel. After that, he placed my body in bags. Aaron then placed the bags in a suitcase and disposed of them in another location. Following Aaron's words, police raided Kensington, Brooklyn, and discovered the body of Libby Klotsky of Borough Park. The Lifting Boys' remains were discovered in a dumpster at 20 D Street and along the avenue in Greenwood Heights. They were wrapped in a black plastic trash bag and placed inside a red suitcase. Police say emergency workers in protective suits retrieved a suitcase from a Sunset Park trashing where Levi Aaron, the suspect in the murder of Libby Klotsky, instructed them to clip the baby. After the discovery, no one questioned the killer. Aaron appeared in Brooklyn criminal court on July 14, 2011, and pleaded not guilty. Attending the hearing, Aaron's lawyer stated that he has hallucinations and hears voices. The court ordered Aaron to be admitted to Bellevue Hospital Center's prison ward for psychiatric evaluation. Aaron's lawyer claimed that after being hospitalized, he listened to music to drown out the voices in his head. They also referred to his behavior as abnormal. On July 20, 2011, the New York City Medical Examiner's Office released its findings, which revealed that Levy had ingested a poisonous mixture and then strangled. After the results were released, the case was officially classified as murder. On August 29, 2012, Aaron was sentenced to 25 years to life for second-degree murder and 15 years to life for second-degree kidnapping. This will qualify him for parole when he is 74 years old. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. According to psychologists, teenagers typically commit crimes for 3 reasons: a desire to assert themselves and gain authority among their peers, an addiction to alcohol or illegal drugs, and, most importantly, a sense of impunity. Even for the most serious crimes, minors frequently face lenient sentences due to their young age. In our story today, a schoolgirl named Mackenzie Sharilla became the perpetrator of a terrible tragedy that claimed 2 lives at once. However, the girl did not feel remorse for her crime and stated during the trial that she could do almost anything to stay alive. However, she does not consider herself cool. Mackenzie repeatedly changed her testimony, blaming everything on a lapse in memory, and appeared to be confident until the very end that she would get away with it. But the judge's verdict literally stunned the young criminal and her mother, who was desperately defending her daughter. But let's get to the bottom of this. Who is Mackenzie Sharilla? Mackenzie Sharilla was born in August 2004 in the quiet town of Strongsville, Ohio. As the family's 3rd child, her parents, John Gorilla and Natalie Stevens, tried to raise their heirs with love and care, providing a good education and encouraging all endeavors. The youngest daughter was the family's favorite. She was forgiven for many pranks as a child, and even serious misdemeanors were frequently overlooked. Mackenzie grew up to be a capricious, demanding, and selfish girl. She was accustomed to the fact that her parents always did what she asked, and she was also confident in her own impunity no matter what she did. The girl's classmates and teachers observed that she was a pleasant and open child when she was younger. However, as she grew older, her character and behavior deteriorated. If something went wrong, she would throw a real tantrum, act impudently and impatiently, swear, and even get into a fight. Mackenzie did not consider anyone else's opinions except her own. Her words should always come last, and she prioritized her own interests above all else. The girl's personality deteriorated during adolescence, but her parents saw nothing wrong with this, believing that her daughter is in a transitional period and should be treated with understanding and patience. However, bad character was far from the worst of the issues. Mackenzie was addicted to alcohol during high school and occasionally dabbled in illegal drugs, but she got away with it. Often the girl's actions were reckless and posed a direct threat not only to herself, but also to those around her. Parents continued to ignore or refuse to acknowledge the obvious problem. Mackenzie, like many of her peers, was an avid social media user who rarely took her smartphone out of her hand. She frequently posted provocative photos of herself smoking or drinking alcohol on her account, with equally provocative comments. Mackenzie's friends were exactly like her. They vandalized organized pogroms, fought, stole, and were repeatedly apprehended by the police. However, the young people were only given warnings and educational talks, reinforcing their belief in their own impunity. Dominic Russo, a young man, was also a Strongsville native. He was born in September 2001, the 4th of 7 children for Frank and Christine Russo. The boy grew up with 3 brothers and 3 sisters, with whom he was always very close. Dominic excelled in school, was an active participant in sports from a young age, and strived for a healthy lifestyle, despite having grown up in a large family. He and his brothers and sisters were not denied parental love, attention, or care. Frank and Christine were moderately strict with their children, while also encouraging their overall development. Dominic always had a lot of friends. He was accustomed to being the center of attention and became the heart of any business. The young man had a bright and attractive appearance, was trim and interesting, and he had many admirers from a young age. He tried to avoid fleeting romances, instead focusing on serious and promising relationships. Rousseau enrolled in a local university after graduating from high school, where he chose to specialize as a performing arts producer. He aspired to be a well-known music producer. In addition to being talented and versatile, Dominic writes and performs his own songs. By the age of 20, the man already had his own small business, so he purchased a car and rented a separate apartment in a desirable neighborhood. At the same time, he continued to participate in sports and was regarded as one of the university's top students. First love. Dominic and Mackenzie first met as members of the graduating class. It happened at one of the parties in the company of mutual friends, and this unintentional encounter proved fatal for both of them. Young people were diametrically opposed, and opposites attract. Mackenzie was immediately drawn to a handsome, curly-haired young man with a strong musical background. He was very different from the guys she usually hung out with. He was well-educated, polite, and interesting, and he could hold a conversation about anything. Mackenzie had a striking appearance and a slim figure. She dressed well and knew how to make a good impression. She used all of her charm to get the guy she like's attention, and she was successful fairly quickly. The couple began dating in the fall of 2021, and they almost immediately introduced the chosen one to their parents. But while Mackenzie's parents were overjoyed with her choice and thought Dominic was an excellent couple for their daughter, the guy's parents had mixed feelings about his passport. On the one hand, the girl appeared innocent and attempted to make a good impression on them. However, something in her immediately alerted Frank and Christine Rousseau, Cheryl's friends and family members. We are confident that Mackenzie fell in love for the first time in her life and sincerely hope that the relationship with the chosen one would positively affect her character and behavior. Nobody could have predicted the tragedy that would bring this useful romance to an end. The couple began to appear everywhere together, holding hands and openly expressing their deep affection for each other. The relationship became widely known in the small town. Those who knew Mackenzie well genuinely felt sorry for her boyfriend, but the majority were simply happy for them. What was wrong with her? Dominic began to notice oddities in his girlfriend's behavior, such as her defiant antics and desire to make everyone around her do exactly what she wanted. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, blaming it all on his youth and desire for attention. The young people planned their future together, including getting married as soon as Mackenzie turned 18. They also intend to leave their home province and work together to conquer a major city. Ideally, Dominic's time in New York would provide him with numerous opportunities to pursue a successful career in the music industry and fully demonstrate his talent. But as time passed, Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly alarming and sometimes even scared the guy she demanded from her boyfriend. But he only did what she asked, and if he didn't agree with her on something, she caused scandals, threw tantrums, and acted like a little capricious child. Dominic initially attempted to turn everything into a joke, but quickly realized that this is the true face of his chosen one. In public, she was still trying to hold on, but when she was alone with her boyfriend, he unleashed the full force of his emotions on him, sometimes even pounced on him with fists. Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly aggressive, and eventually, the young man decided he'd had enough. He suggested that she take a break from the relationship and sort out her feelings. However, when Mackenzie learned of this, he had a public fight in front of their mutual friends. She screamed, threatened dominance, said she would kill him if he left her, and threatened to burn down his house and destroy his car. However, she only increased his confidence that he was doing the right thing by ending this toxic and unsatisfactory relationship, obsessive stalking. Mackenzie had no intention of abandoning her boyfriend, and at first she pretended nothing had happened. She continued to invite him to various parties and events, as well as post photos of them together on social media, accompanied by declarations of love. When Dominic firmly told her that their relationship was over, she exploded with rage. Mackenzie went to his house almost every day and shouted a variety of nasty things, insults, and threats through his windows. She called him from various numbers, left messages on his answering machine, posted on social media, and emailed him. Mackenzie then swore in love and offered to try to start over. The insulting and threatening behavior resumed. Russo was puzzled. He simply did not know how to respond to such behavior because he had never encountered it before. He tried talking, ignoring the ex-lover and even recording her threatening moments on several occasions. Tantrums on his phone. When Sharilla saw his ex-boyfriend on the street or in another public place, he began to scream and insult him in front of passers-by. She'd turned Dominic's life into a nightmare, but he hoped that with a little more time, she would leave him alone and move on to someone else. Mackenzie declared in front of witnesses that killing Dominic was easier than letting him go. Mackenzie stated that if he did not return to her, no one would have him, and she would handle the situation. The young man didn't take these words seriously. However, those around him realized Mackenzie was not joking. The schoolgirl's most frequent threats included promises to hit and run over the guy with a car, to put him in the car and drive off a cliff, or to stop on the railroad in front of a rushing train. Each option sounded terrifying, and Mackenzie described each one in detail, as if she had it all planned out long ago and was just waiting for the right time and unexpected reconciliation. When Mackenzie realized that threats and insults would not help her get Dominic back, but would only alienate him, she decided to change her tactics. Mackenzie became sweet and charming again, stopped pressuring and harassing her ex-boyfriend, and instead tried her hardest to pretend that she realized her mistakes and wanted to change for the better. She discussed her upcoming enrollment, asked for help getting to university, claimed to have gotten smarter, and was most concerned about the final exams. Such changes pleasantly surprised Dominic D., who despite everything still had tender feelings for his former girlfriend and decided to assist her with university enrollment. As a result, they resumed contact and communication with one another. Gradually, the couple grew closer again. Dominic began to invite Mackenzie on dates, desired to spend all of his free time with her, and believed she had changed, matured, and become more serious and responsible. He didn't notice how he fell in love with her again, and all of his previous offenses remained in the past. However, this time around, the young people were not in a hurry to inform all of their friends and acquaintances about their reunion. Their meetings were more like secret dates, where they simply enjoyed each other's company while avoiding the close attention of others. When Dominic's own brother Angelo learned about what was going on, he predicted that nothing good would come of it, but the young man in love ignored his words, a devious plan. While Dominic naively rejoiced at being reunited with his girlfriend and the changes he believed had occurred to her, Mackenzie devised a terrifying revenge plan against the young man. She became so fascinated by the concept of a car and a spectacular car crash that she began to plan out the scenario in detail. In her spare time, she spent hours driving around the city, looking for a location suitable for the execution of her plan. However, there were no high and steep cliffs nearby, and she thought going out on the tracks while waiting for a train was a bad idea. One day, she drove into a nearby industrial area, which was fairly secluded with no cameras and few cars. The schoolgirl's attention was drawn to a massive brick wall, and her vivid imagination immediately devised a new, no less heinous plan. She decided that if she accelerated to the maximum possible speed and crashed into the wall, it would be just as spectacular as falling off a cliff into an abyss. It should be noted that Mackenzie originally intended to die alongside her lover so that their story could be retold by the entire city. She even informed her best friend about it. But her friends simply did not believe in the seriousness of her intentions because Mackenzie had previously entertained such delusional ideas, but everything was limited to empty conversations, a disastrous execution of the plan, and an unintentional victim. At the end of July 2022, just a week before her 18th birthday, Mackenzie suggested to Dominic that they attend an upcoming party hosted by their mutual friends. It would be a good opportunity to have fun, unwind, and let everyone know that they were back together and loved each other dearly. The young man readily consented. He still didn't feel threatened by Mackenzie and trusted her sincerity and intentions. The event was scheduled for Saturday, July 30, and Dominic and Mackenzie appeared in the middle of the party, holding hands, drawing the attention of everyone present. They appeared happy, smiled, and openly expressed affection and feelings for one another. Friends were overjoyed with their reunion, remarking that they are a stunning and harmonious couple. The young people had a great time all evening and night, willingly being photographed and kissing in public without China's permission. But no one expected such a terrible tragedy to end this party. The couple drank a little, as did everyone else at the event, but Mackenzie secretly took a dose of illegal drugs for courage so as not to change his mind, and did not hit the brakes at the last minute. In the morning, Russo and Sharilla said their goodbyes and drove away, but then a friend of the guy, Ivan Flanagan, followed them and asked for a ride home. Mackenzie tried to object, claiming that they had their own plans, but Dominic saw nothing wrong with giving his friend a ride. Mackenzie agreed to sign Damien's death warrant because he did not want to fight, raise suspicions, or change plans. Despite her lover's objections, Mackenzie drove the car. Her boyfriend sat beside her in the passenger seat, and her friend sat behind him. The car started and slowly moved away from the party venue, embarking on its most recent journey. Mackenzie drove quietly down the main street, staying within the speed limit and trying not to draw attention to herself. She came to a complete stop at a traffic light, although the road was empty. Mackenzie reconsidered her strategy as their passengers dozed off. She later claimed that she wanted to die in the accident, but the perpetrator was clearly lying because she had fastened her seatbelt during the last stop while their passengers remained unbuckled. When the light turned green, she accelerated and then made a sharp turn onto a poorly lit secondary road leading into an industrial area. Obviously, the guys did not immediately realize what was going on. The car accelerated to top speed, almost as if the devil himself had possessed the driver, but Mackenzie continued to press hard on the gas pedal, steering the car into a blank brick wall, a bystander, and a miraculous rescue. There was no one in the industrial area early Sunday morning, so no one noticed the accident or rushed to help. Only one woman who lived on the outskirts, not far from the accident site, heard the bang and wasn't too lazy to go outside to investigate. She noticed smoke, and as she got closer, realized there had been a car accident, so she ran back inside to call emergency services. Medics arrived on the scene about a half hour after the accident, but the two men in the car could not be saved. They died on the spot. The girl behind the wheel was alive. Her seatbelt and airbags saved her life. Mackenzie was unconscious and her legs were trapped inside the mangled car, but she was breathing and her pulse was clearly palpable, giving her hope for survival. She opened her eyes several times while being released from the car, but she was clearly unconcerned about what was happening around her. Mackenzie was immediately transported to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with multiple fractures and internal organ damage. Blood tests revealed that she was under the influence of both alcohol and drugs. However, the doctor believes that is what kept her from dying of painful shock. While help was on its way, the investigation leads to a confession. When the police received the results of Mackenzie's test, they assumed that she was under the influence of illegal substances and did not realize what she was doing, possibly trying to drive through the wall or not seeing any obstacles in her path. This version's lack of braking distance worked in its favor. Cherie Bella was unconscious in the intensive care unit following a complex operation, making it impossible to speak with her. However, she quickly realized what she had done and began to sob and pour out her soul to the doctor on duty. She admitted that she purposefully drove into the wall at high speed because she wanted to kill her boyfriend and had planned to die alongside him. Mackenzie also stated that Ivan was an unintentional victim due to his own obsession because he asked to accompany them. The doctor dismissed the patient's rambling story as a delusional state caused by anesthesia, painkillers, and guilt over the death of a loved one. When the police were allowed to speak with the recovering Mackenzie, she abruptly changed her testimony. Mackenzie now claims she has almost no memory of what happened that night because she drank and used illegal substances. According to the girl, she had a lapse in memory after getting behind the wheel, including how Ivan was in the vehicle. She has no idea. However, the facts indicated otherwise. The surveillance cameras were able to track the first part of the car's route, and the footage clearly showed Mackenzie driving slowly and following the rules until she abruptly turned onto a road leading to an industrial zone. Furthermore, it emerged that Mackenzie had driven the entire route both ways several days prior, and at least a dozen witnesses had seen her car return to normal at various points. Mackenzie recovered quickly after being discharged from the hospital and attempted to resume her carefree life. She felt no remorse and was confident she could get away with it. Mackenzie was back on social media, reconnecting with friends and making plans for the future. In September, she decided to attend a concert by her favorite band in a neighboring city. Her legs' bones hadn't fully fused at the time, but that didn't stop her from performing on stage in a wheelchair. At the same time, she wore bright makeup, dressed provocatively, and took selfies with friends, which she posted to her account. Sharilla attended a Halloween party in October, dressed in a pre-made costume. Mackenzie lived life to the fullest and even met new people. However, on November 4, 2022, she was taken into custody, tried, and sentenced. The investigation took just over 3 months to gather the evidence and proof required to bring the case to trial. Mackenzie was charged with premeditated aggravated double murder, as well as possessing and using a controlled substance discovered in her pocket and detected in her blood. The defendant changed her testimony several times, initially citing a lapse in memory. When her friend testified in court as a witness, to whom she revealed her plan, Mackenzie changed her strategy, stating that she wanted to die alongside her lover. Even here, inconsistencies were quickly discovered because he had previously fastened her with a seatbelt. On August 21, 2023, Sharilla was found guilty of all charges. However, an important detail was taken into account: the time of the crime. She wasn't yet 18 years old. She was tried as a minor because she was 5 days from reaching the age of majority. Under state law, she was entitled to at least 2 consecutive 15-year sentences without parole for each murder, but due to her young age, she was allowed to serve both sentences concurrently, making her eligible for parole after 15 years. By then, Mackenzie would be 33 years old. Both sides were disappointed with the court's decision. Family members of the deceased young people stated that they would seek a review of the case in order to increase the punishment, whereas parents and Mackenzie's lawyer believed the sentence was excessive and filed an appeal. However, the judge left the sentence unchanged, noting that he did not believe Sharilla would be released after 15 years in prison. The defendants, in his opinion, did not repent for the evil they had done and acted arrogantly and even insolently in court. But now she will have enough time to reflect on her heinous act. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Matthew Winkler reveals the secrets of a religious family. Sometimes the most horrific and unpredictable crimes are committed by seemingly perfect families. Of course, even in the most prosperous unit of society, a crisis can arise that goes unnoticed by others, but literally poisons the lives of all family members, eventually leading to tragedy. Many people in Selma thought of the Winklers as a model family. The young pastor, his wife, and their 3 daughters appeared content, having everything they needed for a comfortable life, being healthy and successful, but in a quiet pool, as they say. In this case, many questions remained unanswered because we only heard one version of what happened, and the story itself became the subject of the book, The Sex and Murder Secrets of a Pastor. On March 22, 2006, the small town of Selmer, Tennessee, Chuck received terrible news. Matthew Winkler, a 31-year-old pastor, was brutally murdered in his own home, along with his wife Mary and 3 daughters. Patricia, 8 years old, Maria Eliza, 6, and Brianna, 1, went missing without a trace. That day, the Church of Christ preacher failed to show up for the evening service, which he was supposed to attend with his family. This situation appeared strange and suspicious, as Matthew was always very responsible and could not miss the planned event without informing anyone. Even more disturbing was the fact that none of the family members answered the phone. Alarmed community members decided to visit the Winklers' home to find out what had happened and if they needed assistance. From the outside, the house appeared normal. The windows and doors were intact, and nothing unusual was visible. Inside, there were lights on in several rooms, and they could hear a television playing loudly in one. It gave the impression that the house's owners were busy with their own affairs. The front door was locked, but no one responded to the knock. Phone calls also went unanswered, and through the curtain windows, it was impossible to see what was going on inside or who was present. Despite the strange nature of the situation, no one was in a hurry to call the police. Instead, they called an elder in the religious community, who advised them to look for a spare key and open the door themselves. It took an additional hour and a half, When members of the community were finally able to enter the house, they discovered an eerie scene. Everything in the house was properly organized. There were no signs of intruders, but the owners were also not present. Everything appeared normal until the visitors looked into the marital bedroom. There on the floor, the pastor's body rested in a pool of his own blood. There was a large hole in his back from a gunshot wound. Blood splattered everywhere, and bloody foam dried on his face. By then, the body had cooled and stiffened. Matthew had clearly been lying there for many hours, and was most likely killed in the morning because he was dressed in pajamas. Only after that did the police receive a call. By the time the cops arrived, a large crowd of neighbors, churchgoers, and passers-by had gathered in and around the house, curious about what was going on. All of these individuals had left fingerprints at the crime scene. They left fingerprints and shoe prints, as well as erased or trampled potential evidence, making investigators' jobs much more difficult. Police took the pastor's body for forensic examination and discovered that he was killed by a single shot in the back fired from a large caliber weapon. He died a few minutes after the wound from massive blood loss. Unable to summon help, it was simply impossible to determine whether there were any strangers in the house at the time, because those who arrived before the police arrived had completely destroyed all traces of them. The picture of the crime was strange, and those who could shed light on what had happened vanished. The fate of the murdered man's wife and daughters remained unknown. The police assumed the woman and children had been kidnapped or killed. In addition, the Winklers' family minivan vanished from the garage. A massive search was launched throughout the state, prompting a yellow alert. This meant the children were missing, and all citizens were asked to remain vigilant and help with the search. But first, let us start at the beginning of this story. Matthew Bryan Winkler was born on November 21, 1974, in the picturesque country town of Henderson, Tennessee. As the youngest of Dan and Deanne Winkler's 3 sons, our hero and his 2 older brothers, James and Daniel, were raised in a conservative Christian family. Their parents were deeply religious and raised their sons with strictness and obedience. It is worth noting that Matthew became a church minister during the 5th generation. His father, great-uncle Michael, grandfather Wendell, great-grandfather Merlin Winkler, and great-great-grandfather Merlin Paul Winkler Sr. We were all gospel preachers at one time, and the father, on top of everything, ran the local preacher school and was well known and influential in his hometown. In their youth, the Winkler brothers attended Sunday school and participated in church activities. Furthermore, in high school, Matthew was very interested in soccer, and everyone who saw him play on the field noticed that he had talent and could easily become a world-renowned athlete. However, the young man eventually decided to forego a promising athletic career in favor of Bible study and church ministry. Because the family head's preaching activity required frequent travel, his wife and children almost always accompanied him. Because of this, Matthew attended several schools throughout his childhood, but the active, communicative, and friendly child quickly made friends and gained authority everywhere. When the boy finished school, he and his family moved to Austin, a small city in Texas. Matthew was a creative person with a magnetic personality, but he could not boast of any outstanding academic achievements. Following his high school graduation, he enrolled in and graduated from Freed-Hardeman College. In parallel, the young man began to consider a career as a pastor. His father carefully guides him. Matthew was the youth minister at the Central Church of Christ in McMinnville. He was later appointed to preach at the 4th Street Church of Christ in Selmer, Tennessee. Mary Carol Winkler, maiden name Freeman, was born in December 1973 in Guides Township, Tennessee, as the oldest of her parents' 2 daughters. She was also raised in a highly religious family with strict guidelines. For many years, the family's head pastored the Christian church, where the girl attended Sunday school. Several years later, the family welcomed a second daughter, Patricia. Unfortunately, the girl was born prematurely and suffered from a variety of serious medical conditions, including cerebral palsy, encephalitis, epilepsy, and mental retardation. For many years, the parents refused to accept the child's disappointing diagnoses and worked tirelessly to treat her, even agreeing to experimental therapy. However, it did not result in any significant improvement. Mary adored her younger sister, always treating her with affection and doing her best to care for her. However, in 1987, When Patricia was 10 years old and bathing in the bathtub, her older sister was only a minute away, taking something from the bathing accessories. And at that very moment, the girl had another epileptic seizure. When Mary returned to the room, her sister had stopped breathing, and all attempts to resuscitate her had failed. For a 13-year-old girl, it was a huge shock and the first loss in her life. She blamed herself for the tragedy and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Teachers who saw the deplorable state of Mary sent her to the school psychologist, working with whom she helped. But her father, learning about what was happening, made a scandal and forbade his daughter to go to the sessions, saying that such problems are discussed only within the family. In reality, the girl never received genuine moral support from her parents. She tried to avoid any conflicts, and after her younger sister's tragic death, she became withdrawn because her father refused to let her seek help from a specialist. The trauma over the years has caused serious psychological issues. Following Patricia's death, the parents decided to adopt Charlotte, a little girl from a dysfunctional large family. Soon after, the couple was granted custody of Charlotte's 2 brothers and sister, allowing the family to reunite in their new home. Mary was once again the older sister, caring for the younger children, while assisting her mother Matthew and Mary Winkler in their daily lives. The future spouses met soon after Matthew graduated from high school. The guy was prominent, handsome, athletic, and enjoyed great popularity with the opposite sex. But to spin novels right and left, he did not allow a strict religious upbringing. The young people developed an immediate liking for one another, which quickly turned into love. It was the first strong feeling either of them had ever experienced. After a few months, they met each other's parents and, with their approval, began planning a wedding. In April 1994, the lovers married. When the family had an older daughter, Patricia, the head of the family, was still in college and had to take a leave of absence. He took a job on a construction site, but it didn't last long because he was unaccustomed to hard physical labor. During this time, he first became aware of Matthew's difficult personality. He was frequently angry with others, irritated by trivial matters, and sometimes unable to control his anger. Mary tried not to complain or tell anyone about what was going on in her family. A meek young woman, raised in the spirit of patriarchy, obeyed her husband and everything. Initially, the Winklers lived near her married parents' home, allowing her to see them on a regular basis. Mrs. Freeman was soon diagnosed with cancer, which spread quickly and left her literally burned in just a few months. It was another shock for Mary, and she was now responsible for her underage siblings. Mary was pregnant again at the time, which complicated the situation even more. However, shortly after the birth of their second daughter, the family relocated to another city, where they purchased their own small home. After the move, Mary became completely absorbed in caring for the baby and almost stopped communicating with her father, as well as her younger brothers and sisters, who were overly demanding and required constant attention. In addition, the young mother developed severe postpartum depression. Everyone who was close to the Winkler family noticed some oddities in Mary's personality and behavior. The young woman was described as an introvert and even sociophobic. She didn't communicate with anyone. It was difficult for her to form new acquaintances, let alone friendships. He had mood swings, was prone to depression, and anything could bring her to tears. While Matthew was establishing his career as a pastor, his wife became increasingly distant. The situation became even more complicated when Mary became pregnant again, and she discovered a few months later that the fetus had died in her womb. Mary was shocked by the news, as she had been looking forward to the arrival of this child and had hoped to see the long-awaited 2 stripes on the pregnancy test. She could only do it 2 years later, and her happiness was limitless. This time, Mary kept her pregnancy hidden for a long time, as if she was afraid of something. She did so until her situation became clear. Everyone resumed discussing Mary's strange behavior and pathological reticence. Mrs. Winkler's strange behavior was linked not only to the severe psychological trauma she experienced as a child, but also to an extremely unhealthy environment within her own family, which exacerbated her already unstable nervous system. The head of the family was a man of authority and demanded unconditional obedience. Despite the fact that in public, the Winklers appeared to be an ideal married couple, with trust, mutual respect, and harmony. In reality, their neighbors have repeatedly heard the husband yell and snap at his wife for no obvious reason. Nobody could have imagined that a respected pastor would touch his wife, until one day Mary had a huge black eye. Despite the fact that she denied the fact of domestic violence and said that it was an accident. The city quickly spread rumors about a young preacher who brutally beats his children's mother. In addition, Matthew at some point developed an irresistible urge to experiment in bed. He offered his wife to diversify their intimate life with role-playing games, adult toys, and so on. But for Mary, brought up in strictness, with conservative views, such was unacceptable. She strongly restricted her husband in this, which infuriated him, and he repeatedly tried to get what he wanted by force. One day, after another abuse in bed, Mary called her only close friend in tears and complained to her about the situation. The friend, who promised to keep her secret, immediately blabbed about everything, which provoked a new wave of rumors and gossip about the unacceptable behavior of the clergyman. At that time, Matthew was up for promotion and aspired to be a local church leader, but he was rejected because of rapidly spreading unpleasant rumors about him. Moreover, he was also removed from his position in the Sunday school, where he had brought God's word to the children and was in good standing. This was requested by the parents, who had also heard about the pastor's peculiar predilections. All this forced the family to leave their residence and move to another city, where they planned to start over. They huddled in Selma, where they quickly gained the love and respect of those around them. Matthew took a job as a church pastor again, and his wife found a part-time job to make a small contribution to the family income. And although the family was still not smooth, their neighbors, as well as the congregation of the church where Matthew preached, considered Mary and Matthew an ideal couple in their family, a model. Next door to the Winkler family lived a young married couple with whom the couple quickly became friends. They often visited each other, celebrated holidays together, shared news and secrets. A few months before the tragedy, during a joint dinner at the pastor's house, Mary bragged to the neighbors that her husband had bought her a gun for self-defense and had already taken her to the shooting range several times to learn how to handle it confidently. Mary turned out to be quite a capable student, quickly mastered all the subtleties and accurately shot at target. Moreover, it turned out that the Winklers already had firearms in the house, which had been purchased by the pastor earlier, also for self-defense. The guests wondered why the pastor and his wife needed all this, because they live in a quiet town where they have no enemies, and everyone around them loves and respects their family. Following another move, the couple's financial situation left much to be desired. Mary was looking for part-time jobs and decided to pursue a medical degree so that she could work in a clinic and help sick children. Soon, Mary decided to improve the financial condition of their family through financial fraud. She herself later claimed that she did not realize that she was doing something illegal and was going to pay back all the money as soon as she got back on her feet. Mary was essentially artificially inflating account balances. Mrs. Winkler also received checks from unspecified sources and then deposited them into a bank account she and her husband own. She then changed the address of the account so that all communications would be routed there. The total amount of checks he received was almost $17,000, which aroused certain suspicions of the bank employees, who decided to invite the couple to the office branch to clarify the circumstances and resolve the situation. But the pastor and his wife never showed up at the bank, and this aroused even more suspicion. It was assumed that Matthew was not aware of what his wife was doing at all. However, after Matthew's death, his wife tried to prove in court that the whole story of fraud was his idea, and that it was he who forced her to make dubious transactions, while he himself remained in the shadows without arousing suspicion. Where has Mary disappeared to when Mr. Winkler was found murdered in his own home? His wife and daughters were put on the wanted list, fearing for their lives. Initially, the meek, shy, and homely Mary was initially viewed solely as a possible victim of the crime. However, after speaking with neighbors and receiving information from the bank about financial fraud, she became the primary suspect in her own husband's murder. It was critical to find out where Mary had gone and where the children were as soon as possible, and if they were okay. They, along with their family car, were added to the wanted list. Attempts were also made to trace transactions made with Mary's bank card and find her location using her cell phone signal. Mary was discovered just a day later in an Alabama resort town, where she and her children were having fun at a nearby amusement park. It was as if the mother wanted to throw one last party for her children, knowing that she would soon be in prison and would see her daughters again. When the family was taken to the police station to testify, the two older daughters confidently recounted the same events. According to them, intruders broke into the house and injured their father, so their mother grabbed a gun to protect them. They were eventually forced to flee for their lives. According to the girls, their father was still alive and in the hospital, and they planned to visit him before returning home. Patricia and Maria Eliza did not witness what happened in the house and only learned about it through their mother's words. They only heard a gunshot and saw their father lying on the floor before their mother put them in the car and drove away. Mary almost immediately began to confess, but she claimed that she couldn't recall the entire chain of events from that day due to the temporary blur. Her spouse, she claimed, had abused her for years, humiliating her and forcing her to engage in two forms of intimacy she did not want. Mary insisted that it was he who had initiated the financial scam she had perpetrated. Matthew demanded total obedience, easily lost his temper, and once gave the will of his fist. This was confirmed by Matthew's secretary at his previous place in employment. The woman repeatedly witnessed the pastor insulting his wife, who had carefully brought him lunch to church, but he was always unhappy with something. The even before the tragedy, there was another scandal in the family because of which the spouses went to bed in separate rooms. Mary cried all night, and in the morning she did not realize how in her hands with a shotgun with her husband kept loaded. She entered Matthew's room and shot him in the back while he was still lying in bed. Matthew collapsed to the floor, bloody foam oozing from his mouth and nose. According to Mary, her husband, while still alive, whispered, "Why?" She replied, "I'm so sorry." Mary then took her daughter and left the house, while her husband, according to experts, attempted to reach for the phone to call for help but ran out of strength. By the way, the criminal's weapon was discovered in the trunk of the car Mary drove away with the children in. She took it with her for what purpose? Mrs. Winkler also couldn't respond. At the trial, the role-playing costumes found in their home were presented as evidence of the pastor's humiliation and moral abuse of his wife. Upon seeing them, Mary turns pale and then became hysterical. Despite the fact that she confused her testimony and told several different versions of what happened, the court agreed that she was the victim of a domestic tyrant and the murder was the result of years of anger, resentment, and pain. However, Mary was not absolved of responsibility for her actions. In April 2007, the court rendered its final decision in this complex and perplexing case. Mrs. Winkler was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but her mental state raised serious concerns. It was originally expected that the young woman would be sent to prison for at least 6 years, but in the end, she was given a sentence of less than 1 year. She spent 2 months of her sentence in a psychiatric hospital, where experts were determining whether she would be able to regain custody of her children upon release. Mary was given sole custody of her daughters in the summer of 2008, who'd been living with their paternal grandparents up until then. This situation deeply upset Matthew's parents. They believed that their daughter-in-law had deliberately killed their son and received little punishment for it, and now their granddaughters have full custody of her. However, all of their previous attempts to file appeals had failed. The fraud case never went to trial, the bank never filed formal charges, and the entire case was dropped. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more.